We are now on the record. Today's date is December the 22nd, 2022. The time is approximately 8:08 a.m. Central Standard Time. This begins the video recorded deposition of Eric Waldo in the matter of the state of Missouri et al. Versus Joseph R. Biden Jr. et al. Case number 322CV01213 in the United States District Court for the Western District of Louisiana. This deposition is being held via Zoom video. The reporter's name is Tammy Heat. My name is David Dolan. I am the legal videographer. We are here with Lexitas. The attorneys attending remotely and in person, please introduce yourselves and the parties you represent.
John Sauer on behalf of plaintiff state of Missouri, and I'm joined by my colleagues Ken Capps and Todd Scott of the Missouri Attorney General's office.
Amanda Chusey for defendants, and I'm joined by Josh Gardner of the Department of Justice and Anant Kumar of the Department of Health and Human Services. And before we begin, I'd like to reserve the right to read and sign.
I'm Tracy Short on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General of the State of Louisiana.
Janine Eunice on behalf of NCLA, the New Civil Liberties Alliance.
Court reporter, please swear in the witness and we may proceed.
Sir, can I get you to raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Waldo, could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Eric William Waldo.
And have you ever given a deposition before?
I have not.
So this is your very first deposition?
That is correct.
Can I just go over a few kind of ground rules for today that are common in all depositions? Will that be okay?
You may.
First of all, could you and I be careful not to interrupt each other because it makes it difficult for the court reporter to take down what we're saying. So can we try to do our best to sort of wait till the other one finishes talking as we go forward today?
That sounds reasonable, yes.
And also, could you make an effort to give a verbal answer to my questions? Instead of saying, shaking your head or nodding or saying, try and give an affirmative yes or no. And again, that helps the clarity of the record.
I'll do my best, sir.
In addition to that, if at any time you have difficulty hearing me because we're on a remote link or don't understand the question, could you please ask for clarification instead of trying to guess at my meeting and answer a question that you think I may have asked, but you're not sure? Can you do that?
Yes. Yes, I can do that.
In addition to that, can you listen to the questions that I'm asking and answer the question that I ask instead of addressing some other topic that you may be interested in discussing?
I will do my best to answer the questions you asked, sir.
Thank you. Let's just get started. Can you tell us what your current job title is?
Senior advisor to the Surgeon General.
And then how long have you held that title?
Since late June
Is that
of
late
2022.
And then prior to that, did you work in the Surgeon General's office?
I did.
What was your title then?
Chief Engagement Officer.
And how long were you Chief Engagement Officer for the Surgeon General's office?
From June 20th or so of 2021 to around June 20th of 2022. So about 1 year, sir.
And then did you hold any titles in between those two?
No, sir.
What were your job duties when you were Chief Engagement Officer?
Primarily working as the liaison, helping connect with the public and stakeholder groups about the issues of importance in the Surgeon General's office around public health. In addition, I was in charge of our youth mental health outreach coordination, but in general was the person helping connect the public with subject matter experts and our priorities around our issues.
What issues were you particularly involved in?
As I mentioned, I was sort of in charge of our youth mental health work. That was of our priority issues. That was the one that I ran.
Any other issues that you were engaged on?
Engaged, can you define, what do you mean by engaged on, sir?
Are there any other issues when you were Chief Engagement Officer that you were involved in addressing for the Surgeon General's office?
Yes, so there were various issues that the office was working on, and I was in some way engaged on most of them. So that included COVID-19, including our general public engagement around our efforts to educate the public about COVID-19, including our vaccination efforts, our rollout of our COVID-19 misinformation advisory, then our work on youth mental health, and then in addition, our work on workplace, health worker mental health, which we announced later, and then some development work on our work around workplace mental health and social isolation and loneliness.
And so you had some role in the rollout of the misinformation advisory, I believe you said, is that right?
That's correct.
What was your role in that regard?
So I came into the office after the advisory had already been created. I started the week of June 20th of 2021. So the advisory had already been developed. So I didn't have any part in the development of it, but I worked with the team on the rollout. So how we were going to communicate to the public about this advisory.
Who was involved in developing it, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, that would have been at that moment, Daniel Tartakovsky in the science and policy team, I think was the chief author in terms of like the policy development behind the scenes. At that point, he reported to Adam Beckman, who was a senior advisor, and I think the acting policy director. We were sort of lightly staffed at the beginning of the administration. Certainly Dr. Murthy would have worked on it. And then there were probably some other staffers in the science and policy team, like Taisha Short, perhaps, but that's not an exhaustive list, but that's off the top of my head, sir.
What was that? You mentioned a man named Daniel as the principal author. Can you spell his last name?
I can try, sir. It's a Russian name. It's Tartakovsky, Tartakovsky. I may be incorrect, and I'm sure there are some emails in the record that we can find if we need to find that, sir.
And you say Dr. Murthy worked directly on drafting the health advisory or the misinformation advisory?
I don't have direct knowledge of that, but he worked on all our advisories, so I have no reason to believe he didn't work on the advisory and wouldn't have had a pen and seen the drafts that Daniel put together and been final sign off.
Okay, when you say he was involved in all your advisories, what generally is his role? Does he edit them? What does he do?
So I can only speak to I saw the advisories come out for youth mental health. That came out after I started. I was deeply involved in that, and our workplace advisory. Each was a little different because our team grew in size and scope. But Dr. Murthy certainly was helping the team understand that it was signing off on whether we were going to issue an advisory or not, because that's a large undertaking for the office. And then in addition, he was certainly someone who would review drafts and final sign off.
And did he also kind of provide the big picture of what the advisory would address? I mean, did the idea to issue a health advisory on misinformation, would that originate from him, or is that kind of a staff-driven decision?
I don't know with respect to health misinformation, because that was before my time in the office, but in general, it could have come in either way. Sometimes a staff member may have had a suggestion and say, I think we ought to do an advisory on this, or we ought to do a report on this, and might make a recommendation. Or the Surgeon General could say, I know I want to issue one in that about a specific topic.
And you don't know how this, I take it this health advisory on misinformation that we're talking about is the one that was launched on July 15th of 2021, correct?
That's the one I'm referring to, sir, yes.
Just for clarity. And you don't know whose idea that was originally to do an advisory?
I do not.
Okay.
As I mentioned, I didn't join until June of 2021. So whatever the development was or process, I was not a part of it.
Prior to June of 2021, were you in government? Were you working for HHS, or were you somewhere else?
I was not in government, sir.
So what were you doing before that?
I was working at a nonprofit.
So which one?
The Common Application.
What is the nature of that nonprofit?
The Common Application is a technology nonprofit that helps students around the country apply to college. So they have about 900 member colleges, and it's an online application so that you can apply to multiple colleges at the same time.
Did that nonprofit have any involvement in issues related to COVID-19 and health misinformation?
No, sir, none to my knowledge.
You mentioned you had a role in communicating with the public about the misinformation advisory that we're talking about. Can you characterize that? Describe what did you actually do to kind of communicate about that?
So to communicate about the advisory, this was our first advisory, so we didn't have a template, but my general experience in government was trying to reach out to stakeholders who might be interested or affected by the advisory to give them a heads up that the advisory was going to come out. So setting up some stakeholder calls with relevant parties, and then in partnership with the communications team, the policy team, and others in the office, we had a general rollout, what is called a TikTok in the parlance of DC, to say, here we're communicating on this day with these parties. These are the stakeholders who receive an email. These are who might post a tweet. These are who partners we may do an event with. And then we have a press team that also will do communications and press for an event and a rollout.
You mentioned key stakeholders that you communicated with. What kinds of stakeholders are we talking about?
So, the science and policy team who developed this advisory helped put together a list, including some subject matter experts, policy experts, folks affected by this. So for instance, the technology organizations, government organizations, other membership nonprofits like teacher unions, et cetera. Just what I would consider a robust group of partners who might be interested in this work or might help share the advisory or be interested in what the advisory has to say.
When you mentioned technology organizations, what does that mean?
Given that the advisory called for an all of society approach and mentioned what technology and social media companies could do, we reached out to some technology and social media companies.
You mentioned reaching out to social media companies. Who was that, to your recollection?
We definitely did pre-rollout calls with Twitter, Facebook, Google/YouTube. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube/Google. Those are the ones I can remember off the top of my head, sir.
And then you mentioned technology companies other than social media companies. What are those?
Maybe I'm putting more social media companies. I'm trying to think if there are any other technology organizations we would have reached out to. I can't recall.
Okay. Let me switch gears a little bit. I'm going to email your council a few exhibits and share one of them with you on the screen. That'll be marked Exhibit 1. Okay, and Amanda, that email should be popping up in your inbox momentarily.
I don't see it yet, but I am looking out for it.
And then, Mr. Waldo, I've attempted a screen share. Can you see this document that's marked Exhibit 1 down here? That's just a copy of your online LinkedIn resume.
Yes, sir. I can see it on the screen.
And then if I scroll down here a few pages, you have the most recent entry you have here is Chief Engagement Officer for the U.S. Surgeon General, correct?
That's correct, sir. That's what it says.
Yeah, and in fact, I take it recently, last June, you actually adopted a new title, which is Senior Advisor to.
That's correct. I've not updated my LinkedIn.
Sure, yeah. What's the difference between your duties as senior advisor to the Surgeon General and Chief Engagement Officer?
We now have a different chief engagement officer, so I'm no longer managing staff. I also have some reduced hours because I'm taking care of some family members. And so I'm mostly engaged on partnership work with respect to youth mental health.
Okay, are you
But
involved?
previous,
Go ahead.
so pardon me, sir, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, finish what you're saying. Yeah.
I'm okay.
Okay, so you're a senior advisor, and you do list here, general senior advisor, the Surgeon General, right? And I take it that since June of this year, is that your only duty?
That's correct.
And you say right now you deal with the youth mental health issues.
That's correct.
Generally speaking, what do you do with respect to those?
Working with external organizations to try to, help build campaign interest in addressing the issues of youth mental health. So helping to destigmatize youth mental health and helping raise awareness on youth mental health.
And did you kind of step away from more active duties because you had family issues?
That's correct, sir.
And that started last June, I take it.
That started June 20th of 2022, sir.
Okay, so you were in the Chief Engagement Officer role for almost exactly a year, correct?
That's correct.
I believe you said you started on June 20th of 2021.
Exactly. It's like literally I'd have to go look. I think it's approximately a year.
And I take it you said one of the reasons for that is you're taking care of some family members. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and that's in fact why we're doing this deposition by Zoom today, correct? You asked for to be done by Zoom because you're worried about having exposure, correct?
I asked to be able to be deposed with my mask on, that because I wanted to reduce exposure to my family members. That's correct.
Okay, yeah, and we ended up with a compromise where we're taking it by Zoom and people observing our masked, correct?
That's correct.
So since last June, at least, you've had to observe restrictions in your personal life to be careful around people that might expose you to illnesses.
That's correct.
Okay, looking here, you say Senior Advisor Surgeon General, and you describe your duties in LinkedIn as, quote, advising and designing constituent and public-facing campaigns around the country and the world around, and you mentioned COVID-19 vaccines and health misinformation, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, what a constituent and public-facing campaigns did you advise and design for that related to health misinformation?
I think it was really our rollout and then advising on how we were engaging with the public on health misinformation and how it should sit as how we wanted to continue to follow up from our advisory.
What kind of follow-up to the advisory were you involved in?
We worked in the office to also do I guess I'd call it, it was like a community toolkit for how folks could have conversations with others around health and misinformation in their community.
Was there anything else? Was there any other follow-up related to the health advisory that you recall?
Can you be more specific about what type of follow-up?
Well, I thought that was the phrase that you used when I asked you what you meant.
I see.
Yeah, and I
I think
what you meant.
With respect to campaign, that was the only sort of like product we put out or additional pieces. Certainly, Dr. Murthy has continued from a communications perspective to talk about health misinformation using his bully pulpit. But that's, we sort of, I think our role in the Surgeon General's office is to elevate issues of public health that are priorities for the Surgeon General's office, and we want to make sure the public is aware. And I think that was done vis-a-vis the advisory. And so now, as this advisory called for an all of society approach, I think we're also, continuing to see how folks are doing that. But it sort of was deprioritized after our announcement.
Yeah, I think you mentioned Surgeon General Murthy using his bully pulpit to elevate the issue of health misinformation that's addressed in the advisory. What do you mean by that?
So, this is a little bit the Office of the Surgeon General, as opposed to, let's say, the Secretary of HHS. The Office of the Surgeon General doesn't have a doesn't have a budget in terms of, we don't give out grants. We aren't a regulatory agency in terms of, I worked at the Department of Education in a previous life, and it's not like we have Title IX authority. We're not showing up to regulate people. We're not giving out grants. So the primary power of the office is, I think, around its reputational authority, its ability to convene people, its ability to help drive attention to an issue. I think most famously is certainly the Surgeon General's report on smoking, or the Surgeon General's report on HIV/AIDS. So being able to make sure the public is aware of issues that are of public interest for the public health.
And you describe that as the principal power of the office is to drive this kind of public awareness. How has that power been used by the Surgeon General's office while you've been there to address misinformation?
Again, I think primarily by issuing the report. So again, I think it's having the imprimatur of the Surgeon General saying this is a big public health issue helps, whether you're a nonprofit, whether you're a doctor in the field, whether you're a constituent or just a citizen of the country, know, oh, wow, I didn't know this was an issue. I should be aware of it. Again, much like smoking, you may not have been aware that smoking was a hazard to your health before someone said, this is hazardous. I need to be thoughtful about it. So raising this, I think, helps the field, say, we want to understand this more, we want to work on it, et cetera.
And does the Surgeon General's power extend to, for example, persuading social media companies to be more proactive in addressing health misinformation?
I think certainly the Surgeon General has the ability to talk to the relevant stakeholders and say, we want you to be aware of this issue and that we think you have a role to play to improve the health outcomes. Yes.
And that when you say the relevant stakeholders there, that includes social media platforms?
Yes, we call out social media platforms in the advisory.
Yeah. And you say call out, you mean you're kind of calling for them to take more substantial or aggressive action to address misinformation on their platforms, correct?
I believe the advisory says it has a section that says what social media companies can do with some potential steps or actions that social media companies could take. And it's a range of actions.
Mm-hmm. And then you mentioned the Surgeon General's bully pulpit earlier. What's that exactly? Is that his ability to kind of make public speeches and, put kind of public pressure on an issue?
I think the bully pulpit, the way I mean it, is really the fact that he commands attention, including being able to, as you mentioned, speak with the press, speak with the public. And I think people take him seriously as I think we think of the Surgeon General as the nation's doctor. But when he says something is an issue of public health, we think that people will, are more likely to listen and hear and hopefully take steps to improve health outcomes.
And you say take steps to improve. The idea would be the Surgeon General's use of the power that you describe as the bully pulpit would drive change, change that the Surgeon General views as positive when it comes to the dissemination of health misinformation.
In that respect, in all the issues that he's raising, we were trying to improve health outcomes, and yes, absolutely, including health misinformation.
And so the goal of the use of that power is to kind of reduce the dissemination of health misinformation and promote the dissemination of kind of accurate health information. Fair to say?
That sounds fair. I think in general, the Surgeon General is saying health misinformation is an issue. Mis and disinformation is an issue that we need to address. And I think he calls for an all of society approach, including studying it, taking steps to, essentially reduce that harm, which I think there are multiple ways. And again, a little bit to go back to the smoking analogy, we need to learn what are the steps you can take. Is it stopping smoking? Is it reducing? Is it, cigarette gum? What are the things you can do? And again, in the advisory, the Surgeon General makes some potential recommendations of what, again, everyone can do across the society, but certainly among them, the technology, social media companies.
Right. In particular, I seem to recall there's recommendations of specific steps the social media platforms are, as you said earlier, called out to take to reduce the spread of disinformation on their platforms. Fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
And has that been a common theme, not just in this misinformation, but in this Surgeon General's public communications about health misinformation on social media platforms?
I would say across actually everything the Surgeon General is saying and doing with our advisories. He certainly tries to provide ways that we can improve the public health outcomes. So for youth mental health, we say, here's what different organizations, stakeholders can do. We did that for our health worker advisory, and certainly we did it for the misinformation advisory as well.
And that includes communications that are conducted both publicly, like in public speeches and so forth, and also communications kind of conducted in private in kind of direct engagements with the social media platforms.
Sorry, can you rephrase the question or repeat the question, sir?
Does that message of calling out the social media platforms to take steps to reduce the spread of misinformation on their platforms, has the Surgeon General's office conveyed that message in private through private engagement with social media platforms as well as public engagement?
Yes, I think that what we're saying publicly, we're also, we certainly in the rollout said that privately to them as well.
What kind of private engagement was there in 2021 with respect to social media platforms?
So I think I mentioned this before, sir. We did what I would call like a rollout calls. So before the advisory came out, these were calls where I was reaching out to mostly either government relations-y, public policy folks to get on the phone, to give them a heads up that the advisory was coming out, that it was still embargoed, but to give them a rough sense of what it was going to say, and that we would share the advisory with them when it came out. Those are the original calls that occurred. And then I think because of I think some of the rollout statements that were made, we ended up doing an additional call with Facebook, who I think was upset about how the rollout had gone.
You recall an additional call with Facebook. Do you remember what was discussed in that call?
So again, we had two in the rollout. There was an original rollout call with Facebook that was at, I think, what I would call a staff level. We were trying to schedule it before the rollout. Facebook was unable to schedule it, and it ended up happening, I think, the day of the rollout. So on that day, Press Secretary Jen Psaki had already made remarks specifically about Facebook, and then I believe that's either in congruity with the call or sometime either before or after was when President Biden made his remarks that social media and Facebook were killing people. So that call was more originally just a high level. We put this out, and I'd connected the Facebook folks with one of our subject matter experts. So I think there were some back and forth questions, but it wasn't really. I wouldn't call it the most productive call. Then later with our call, we had a call with Nick Clegg from Facebook, and at his request, and that was, I think, a call meant to, his intentions were to sort of, I think, de-escalate and just find ways that we could work together, given how Facebook was treated in that rollout day. Did you find ways to de-escalate and work together? I guess I'm not sure. I'm not sure in the sense that we didn't really do much more work together. We certainly had a call that I think was cordial, where Dr. Murthy, I think, acknowledged that it must have been hard for the Facebook team to go through that rollout day, given how they were called out by the president and the press secretary. And we asked questions and brainstormed on ways to work together.
When you say brainstormed on ways to work together, were the people from the Surgeon General's office, communicated with Facebook about what the Surgeon General would like to see them to do more or to do better about the spread of misinformation on their platforms?
The Surgeon General, I believe, on the call with Nick Clegg, the Surgeon General did, I think, reiterate the idea that, as we describe in the advisory, that we think there's more that the technology that Facebook and other social media companies can do. And I think that's what we reiterated that.
So was it specific? You remember Dr. Murthy saying, hey, obviously the health advisory has some pretty specific proposals in it. Did Dr. Murthy say in this call with Nick Clegg, hey, we'd really like to see you do this specific thing and that specific thing?
Not to my recollection. I think the most specific questions were about understanding the data around the spread of misinformation and how we were measuring that, and whether or not how we could have external researchers validate the spread of misinformation, and helping us as a field understand the depth of the problem.
Yeah, when you say external researchers, what sort of people would be talking about? You talking about people outside of the Surgeon General's office?
Yeah, so I think in general, I'd have to go back and look at the advisory, but I think the notion is how we would want external researchers outside the Surgeon General's office, academics, to be able to say, just like we would with any other public health issue, we think that, here's how we're measuring the harm and the impact, and that I think the conversation was like, it's currently difficult to do so.
Do you know of any academics who do that kind of research?
I do know, at least we did a rollout event for the day of the, I think day or the week of the advisory, with Renee DiResta from the Stanford Internet Observatory. That's one person I know externally.
Anyone else?
Not up. I'd have to ask someone like Daniel from the policy team, who would be other external folks. But my imagination is, again, sort of tier one research institutions and partners would have researchers who are certainly interested in this data.
Do you know if you say Daniel with the Russian last name and the policy team, do you know if they worked with those kinds of external researchers when they were developing the health advisory?
I don't have any specific knowledge about that, sir.
Do you know if there was, you mentioned, I think, Renee DiResta. Do you know if there was any interaction between the Surgeon General's office and Professor DiResta in the leading up to the development of the July 15th misinformation advisory?
I'm not familiar. As I mentioned, the advisory was developed before I arrived, so I don't know who was consulted for that.
Do you know, were there communications or coordination with Professor DiResta after the advisory came out?
I know there was coordination with her with respect to the launch of there was a panel, a public sort of virtual town hall that we hosted with the Stanford Internet Observatory that Dr. Murthy spoke at, and that was part of the launch day. So certainly there would have been coordination with her with respect to that panel.
And I think you mentioned that launch would have occurred in the day or the week of the advisory in July of 2021.
It was either that week or like shortly thereafter. It would have been within I would say a week of the launch. We would have had that event with her. I don't recall the date off the top of my head.
Is Professor DiResta affiliated with an academic institution or a think tank or what?
I believe that event was with Stanford. But I don't know.
Are you aware of any other kind of communications or coordination with Professor DiResta after that launch event?
I think that we had another subject matter expert, Kyla Fullenwilder, who was a subject matter expert and worked on the advisory with Daniel. And I believe she maybe did a follow-up call with Renee after the event.
And was she, when you say subject matter expert, is she an employee of the Surgeon General's office?
I believe so. I think she was detailed to the office. I don't precisely know what her employment status was with the office. I don't know if it was a contractor. I'm not sure if it was an IPA or if it was a direct hire, but she certainly had some more formal relationship with the Surgeon General's office.
Yeah. Where was she actually employed?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. What is her subject matter expertise?
What's that?
You mentioned that she's a subject matter expert. What exactly is she a subject matter expert in?
I believe she's a subject matter expert in health mis and disinformation.
Oh, so she's a health mis and disinformation researcher like Professor DiResta, to your understanding?
I don't know that. I'm not deeply familiar with her bio, but she certainly was considered a subject matter expert that was working on this issue. She may have multiple areas of expertise.
And you mentioned that there was some kind of communication or later communication between her and Professor DiResta at Stanford. Do you know what the nature of that communication was?
I believe we did a call that was more of a brainstorm around, again, potential other events or public facing events that we could do to talk about this issue.
And you were on that call along with Ms. Fullenwider and the professor from Stanford.
I was.
Yeah. What else was discussed in that call?
I don't recall, but I do remember that we talked about sort of if there were events we could do for follow-up, but that's the most of my recollection.
Did Ms. Fullenwider and Professor DeResta discuss misinformation issues in the call?
I mean, most likely it was about how we would follow up about misinformation. So that was broadly the subject.
What else was discussed in that call to your recollection, if anything?
I don't have any other recollection of that call.
Did you talk in the call?
I think I was more listening. Mis and disinformation was not my area of subject matter expertise coming into this job. And so I was just trying to learn and make sure I was aware of, from a public engagement perspective, how we might think about talking with stakeholders or, just continue if we wish to move the ball forward and continue to have public engagement, how we might do so. So I was more in a listening mode.
Gotcha. But I take it Ms. Fullenwider was acting on behalf of the Surgeon General's office in that call. She's not an outside researcher that you're connecting with Professor DeResta, but has some, on your understanding, formal role with the Surgeon General's office, correct?
That's my understanding, sir.
Okay, but you don't know exactly what it is, whether she's an employee or an outside contractor or anything like that?
I do not. There are various ways that one can be employed in the Office of the Surgeon General. So I don't know what her employment status, what formal structure she had in place.
Other than that call, are you aware of any other kind of communications with Professor DeResta or anyone at Stanford relating to mis and disinformation after the health advisory was rolled out in July of 2021?
Not to my recollection.
How about any other outside researchers at any other institution? Are you aware of communication and coordination between the Surgeon General's office and any other outside researchers or research entities?
There was at least one entity that briefed, I think it was not just the Surgeon General's office, it briefed, I think it was brought in by someone else at HHS. That was an external group that had research on like their views on mis and disinformation and the effects of mis and disinformation. So I definitely sat in on one other briefing.
Do you know who that was? What group that was?
I don't. It was an outside group that I think was brought in by someone in HHS, and there's a separate HHS sort of public affairs shop, and they had requested a briefing. So I was looped in, given that we had done the outreach. So I sort of sat and listened to a briefing on health and mis and disinformation from their perspective.
Do you remember who at HHS called for that meeting or called for the briefing?
It was the person who invited me. I am blanking on her name. She's now left the office, but she worked for Marvin Figueroa. Was my recollection.
Who's Marvin?
I think it might be. Marvin has a senior public affairs job. I don't know what his official title is.
What was the nature of the outside group? Was it a think tank? Was it a set of academic researchers?
I think it was a mix of those things, sir. I don't really recall. I'm not positive.
Do you know when the meeting happened?
It's sometime probably within 2 weeks, either before or after the rollout. I think probably after, given that I think that's why I got looped in, because we put out the advisory.
Okay, so probably within a couple of weeks of that July 15th health advisory rollout.
Yeah.
What kind of misinformation issues or concerns were addressed in that briefing?
I think what I remember the most was this group talking about the misinformation dozen.
Was this the Center for Countering Digital Hate by any chance?
That may be it, sir. I'm not positive. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, CCDH. I mean, they're the ones who identified the disinformation dozen. Does that ring a bell?
That does. That sounds familiar. I'd have to check my emails to be, or calendar to be certain, but that sounds accurate.
So you attended a briefing along with HHS officials from the Center for Countering Digital Hate around second half of July 2021, to the best of your recollection.
I would want to check to make sure that's the group, but it was certainly, if it's not the group, it's certainly those same issues, sir.
And what did they say about the disinformation dozen?
I mean, I think overall was highlighting that they were the main source of health misinformation around COVID-19 and vaccines was my recollection.
What did when he said highlighting that they were a main source, that means highlighting that the so-called disinformation dozen were a main source of online social media disinformation.
Correct.
Yeah. And did they propose any action items? Did they want actions to be taken against the disinformation dozen?
I don't recall.
Do you know if that group communicated with anyone else in the federal government about the disinformation dozen?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember anything else that was said in that meeting with HHS official from Mr. Figueroa's office, yourself, and the CCDH? Was anything else discussed?
I don't recall. I think it was mostly a listening session. They had a presentation that they were giving, so it was mostly an information in session.
Yeah, so that they give like a PowerPoint or something like that.
That's correct.
You know what the PowerPoint said?
I think as we discussed, sir, it was a presentation about the disinformation dozen and sort of how they were measuring those were the folks primarily responsible for a lot of misinformation online.
And they're actually external researchers who are kind of tracking misinformation online, correct?
I don't have deep expertise about that organization or group, so I'm not sure.
Did you do anything with the information you got in that briefing? Like, did you relay it back to anyone in the Surgeon General's office?
In all likelihood, I probably forwarded the PowerPoint to some members of the policy team, probably Daniel and Kyla would be my guess, but I'd have to go back and check.
And that's the two. Daniel and Kyla is Daniel with the Russian name and Kyla full and wider, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe most likely you emailed them the PowerPoint from this presentation about the disinformation dozen.
That's correct.
Anyone else? Was anyone else at that meeting other than the HHS official, yourself, and the presenters?
I'm not positive. I don't recall. It was probably a big call in terms of, I think there were a lot of folks from that organization. And then I think I had invited Daniel and Kyla to the call. I don't think they made it. And I would have perhaps also invited Rafael Campos, who was another member of the engagement team. Rafael helped create the event with the Stanford Internet Observatory for the launch. So this was in his sort of portfolio on my team. So I would have invited Rafael perhaps.
How do you spell his name?
Rafael is just Rafael, and then Campos is Campos.
And was he, I think you mentioned he was a point person working with Stanford and Professor DiResta on the launch event.
So Rafael, yes, that is correct.
Did he have other communications with Stanford or Professor DiResta?
I'm not sure. I imagine he would have in the run up to the event. So Rafael was a member of my team who was helping plan that rollout event and was, prior to my arrival, was the main engagement person working on the rollout.
How about after the event? Did he have communications with them afterwards?
I'm not sure.
I'm showing you a document that's previously marked Exhibit 2 that I emailed to your lawyer a little while ago as well. Can you see that?
I do.
So you see this document called OSG High Level Org Chart marked Exhibit 2.
I see it, sir. Yes.
And then down here, you're listed right here as the leader of the engagement team for the Surgeon General's office.
That's correct.
And it says that you lead outreach and engagement with key stakeholders and groups, correct?
That's correct.
And it talks about how you have relationship management with non-medical groups, key influencers.
That's correct.
What does that mean? Relationship management with non-medical groups and key influencers?
So I think the notion that we had as we were continuing to build and design this version of the Surgeon General's team, which is certainly unique, is that the engagement team would be designed a little bit like the White House Office of Public Engagement. So we would think about different constituent groups and how we were reaching out to them. So whether that's, you might think there are civil rights groups, education groups, mayors, governors, sort of a litany of organizations, foundations, philanthropy, et cetera, that there's a sort of a list of high-level organizational groups who we might want to reach out to about our issues or might have feedback for us as well, and that our team would be the main liaison. So we'd be the person helping have a point of contact at the PTA or at the NEA, at AFT, and say, great, we have that relationship and we may connect them with different members of our team. But when we're doing an event on youth mental health, we know, well, gosh, if we want to talk to parents, the engagement team has the contact and the Rolodex with the PTA or with the AFT or with the teacher union or with a school district. So we were sort of, that was the notion of how we could help do relationship management.
And I take it that those contacts would extend to social media platforms as well, that you as the engagement team leader would be the one in charge of maintaining the contacts and the relationships with representatives of social media platforms.
That's correct.
Yeah, and you.
I think social media, there's like two versions of that. We're also given that in other cases, we are working with social media on just, the Surgeon General might be having a Twitter town hall that our comms team might take the lead, or we might loop in other members of the team as appropriate. So if it was more of a press event, we may, me sort of some co-ownership.
Gotcha. Whereas other kind of engagement would fall more under your wheelhouse. That wasn't about, rolling something out on Twitter and Facebook, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
Other engagement that wasn't kind of about the Surgeon General's office pushing public communications onto social media platforms. Other engagement with social media platforms would fall under your responsibilities.
I think so. Again, my view is that our team would be help maintain the relationships and then connect them with the subject matter experts on the policy team, or we're more very cross-functional team, but we were the ones who would be sort of the folks helping manage those relationships, know who we needed to reach out to in the constellation, and then connect them to the right people to help share the information.
How did you develop contacts with social media platforms? Like, how'd you know who to talk to at Facebook or Twitter? I think you mentioned earlier, you reached out to them, to loop them in that the health advisory was coming. How did you know who to talk to there?
The rollout, when I arrived, there had already been a lot of work done. Again, this was our first rollout, and it was really even my first 2 days I got looped in. I think Daniel had taken a crack at, again, a rollout TikTok of here's who we need to reach out to, here's the days we're going to do it. And I think there was a list of technology companies, and people were dropping in names of either the folks they knew or who we might reach out to. So I know certainly Dr. Murthy was the one who flagged for me that we should reach out to Nick Clegg. Mm-hmm. So he had his contact information. For the other organizations, I don't really recall. It probably came from a spreadsheet that Daniel had. I had worked with Twitter certainly in other jobs, and I knew at least like a person or two. I may have sent an email, I had a contact at Google from a previous employment and asked, hey, who's the government affairs person? So I may have asked that. I don't really recall, but it was either crowdsourced in a Google or in an Excel spreadsheet or previous folks. Sir, we can see what you're typing if someone's typing an email address, an email right now.
Sorry, yeah, we'll get rid of that. Let me ask you this. I think you had mentioned that Daniel had a spreadsheet of contacts. Do you know where he got those contacts?
I do not.
How about, do you know if he had communicated with them prior to your starting in June, on June 20th of 2021? Had he been touching base with social media platforms before that?
I don't know. I don't think so, because when we were talking about the rollout, a very specific decision was made that I would do the outreach to the organization, to those organizations. I took the implication, but I don't really remember that there hadn't been deep contact with them. I think partly because we didn't think they would be happy about this, the content of the advisory.
Let me ask you this. Do you know if anyone prior to your starting on June 20th of 2021, do you know if anyone in the Surgeon General's office had any contact with social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Google/YouTube?
I think there was at least one call that I'm aware of that the Surgeon General had with Facebook during the transition.
When you say during the transition, would that have been prior to the inauguration of the president?
That's correct. During the transition team, sometime between November, I guess I don't know when the election was, November 8th and January 2020.
Do you know roughly when in that time frame there would have been a call between?
I don't. I do not.
Go ahead. Were you involved in that call?
I was not.
Okay. How do you know about it?
When we were setting up our call with Nick Clegg, I mentioned folks who had been on the call with Facebook for that rollout call, and Dr. Murthy had mentioned that he had been on a call with that person during the transition.
What person was that other than Nick Clegg?
It was someone, it was like a data person from the Facebook team.
Do you know what was discussed in that call between Surgeon General Murphy and the data person from the Facebook team during the transition?
I'm not positive, but I believe it was again about that issue of trying to understand the reach of the mis and disinformation and understanding, how far it's spreading.
Do you know anything that was said in that call?
I do not.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do you know anything that was said in that call?
I do not.
And are you aware, or do you know what the nature of the concern was about the reach of mis and disinformation that was raised in that call?
I'm not sure.
Do you know if anyone participated in that call from the Surgeon General's team, so to speak, other than Dr. Murthy?
I'm not sure.
How about any other calls prior to your starting on June 20th of 21, or any other communications between anyone on the Surgeon General's team and social media platforms?
I am not aware of any.
Down here, turning your attention back to Exhibit 2, there's a person listed here, Ann Kim is the head of the design and innovation team. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says she creates digital platforms. Do you know what that means?
So Anne comes from a design background at a firm called IDEO. And so I think she has members of her team who also, we're doing a website refresh for the Surgeon General's team. So I think it's some of those online digital content.
So when it says produces non-written content, is that like photos and videos for the Surgeon General?
Yeah, so correct. Yeah, so and also I think now the Surgeon General has a podcast as well that I think her team has been key on designing.
Okay, and at the bottom of the list there, it says that she directs mis and disinformation engagement. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah, what does that involve?
I think, again, I'm not sure which version of this, obviously this org chart continued to change over time. I think that's likely because Kyla Fullenwilder reported up to Ann Kim. And since Kyla, I think, was our main subject matter expert or continued to do work on mis and disinformation, maybe that was why that was put under Ann's list of duties.
So you don't think that Ms. Kim herself was directly carrying out the direction of mis and disinformation engagement?
Not to my knowledge.
But you think that Kyla Fullenwilder was doing that?
Kyla was definitely working on mis and disinformation.
And what was she doing? You say she's working on it. What was she doing?
I know Kyla was, again, with Daniel, I think probably working, well, I wasn't there, but I'm pretty sure she was working with Daniel on the design of the advisory. And then I think Kyla was continuing to help us think about, were there additional ways we might engage? So I know that Kyla, I think, was the principal designer of options around follow-up with respect to data. So I think the Surgeon General's office put out an RFI around misinformation data. And I think Kyla worked on that.
And that RFI, is that the one that was launched on March 3rd of 2022?
Sounds correct, sir.
Yeah, and your understanding is Kyla Fullenwider worked on developing that. Is that fair to say?
That's my understanding, sir.
What was her role in that, to your knowledge?
I'm not entirely certain, but I think she was the subject matter expert who was chiefly creating options for the Surgeon Generals, to consider how we would continue to, talk about mis and disinformation with respect to data.
Do you know who else was involved in developing that RFI?
I'm not sure, but I think Max Lesko, the chief of staff, was helping Kyla process-wise for that.
And you mentioned Mr. Lesko, he's here on the org chart, and you report directly to him, right, through this crooked line?
That is correct. Yep.
What's his role when it comes to your knowledge, when it comes to dealing with mis and disinformation issues?
I think Max became a de facto lead as teams shifted and helped follow up on engagement. I was doing the rollout, then I went on paternity leave, then Adam left, Adam Beckman, and then so I think Max sort of filled in the gap and was certainly helping Kyla and helping advise the Surgeon General on some of the misinformation issues of if there was any follow-up we needed to do.
Was Max Lesko involved in communicating directly with social media platforms, for example, when you were on paternity leave?
To my knowledge, Max was the person who sent the RFI to the tech companies while I was out.
And when were you on paternity leave?
There were 2 rounds of paternity leave.
Congratulations.
Around 1 month or between around September 16th to like October 16th or 17th, I'd have to check. And then around January through early March.
Okay. Did Mr. Lesko have any other communications with social media platforms that you're aware of?
Not to my knowledge.
How about Kyla Fullenwider?
Actually, sorry, sir, may no, I'm right. Sorry, not to my knowledge.
Okay, what you thought of something there for a second? What
I was
triggered?
I was trying to remember if I apologize, sir. I'm interrupting you, making it hard for our court reporter.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was trying to remember if Max had been on the call with Nick Clegg, and he was not, is my recollection.
Any other involvement of Mr. Lesko in communications with social media platforms that you can think of?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
How about Kyla Fullenwider? We talked earlier that she was communicating, I think, with external researchers, for example, Professor DeResta. Was she involved in communicating directly with social media platforms at any stage?
So Kyla was someone I invited to those rollout calls as the subject matter expert, and she joined some of them, but not all. So I recall that she joined the Twitter call and the Facebook call, but I'm not sure if she joined any of the other ones.
Other than those rollout calls with you, did she have any other communications with social media platforms?
I'm not sure, not to my knowledge. I guess it's possible in the RFI pieces, but I'm not. I think Max was the one who communicated, so I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay. How about other people anywhere on the org chart? I think obviously, that statement directs mis and disinformation engagement under Ian Kim's job description seems to suggest that somebody's engagement usually means some form of communication. Is there anyone else that you're aware of who's communicated with social media platforms about mis and disinformation?
Not to my knowledge.
So the only ones you know of are yourself and Ms. Fullenwider, and then Mr. Lesko when it came to announcing the RFI.
again, Daniel Tartakovsky may have been invited as an optional to some of those rollout calls with the tech companies. I don't recall if he was on.
How about anyone outside the Surgeon General's office? Are you aware of other federal officials communicating with social media platforms about mis and disinformation?
I believe I certainly was on some emails and at least one call. Rob Flaherty would communicate with Facebook.
Did he communicate? Is that Rob Flaherty from the White House?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, what's his title and role?
I think he has some sort of digital title. I don't know if it's digital director or head of digital, but he has a role on the digital team at the White House, to the best of my knowledge.
Did you communicate with him or coordinate with him about talking to social media platforms about disinformation and misinformation?
I didn't talk to Rob until after we did the rollout. So it was before our call with Nick Clegg. I think I had a call with Rob.
What was the nature of that call?
I think it was just giving us a heads up on his experiences with in communicating with Facebook.
So he had been separately communicating with Facebook,
I believe so.
and you were coordinating on how to present a united message to them.
No.
What was the nature of the discussion in that call with Rob Flaherty?
Objection. To the extent that the question is asking for privileged information that's covered by the deliberative process privilege, I will instruct the witness not to answer.
On the advice of counsel, I will not answer.
So you're refusing to answer a question about your communications with Rob Flaherty regarding both of your communications with Facebook.
On the advice of counsel, I will not answer the question.
Is there anyone else involved in that call without disclosing the content of communications? Who else was on that call?
No one else was on the call.
Did you have any other communications with Mr. Flaherty other than that call?
There was one other call that Brian Rice from Facebook requested for me and Rob to attend. So there was some call, I think around August of 2021, where the three of us were on a call together.
What was the nature of that call?
Brian Rice from Facebook had requested a call to give us an update on some sort of internal action they were doing. So I think it was him sharing some sort of he called it an operation. I don't really recall what it was about, but it was something that Facebook had either found something or removed something, and it was letting us know about it.
Are you aware of any other federal officials communicating with social media platforms about misinformation and disinformation other than Mr. Flaherty?
Other than the folks we've already other than the people we've already talked about?
Right. Yeah, I think I'm talking about now outside the Office of Surgeon General.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the clarification. Not to my knowledge.
How about Andy Slavitt? Do you know of any communications with him with social media platforms?
I know that Dr. Murthy shared with me that Andy had connected Dr. Murthy to Nick Clegg, because when Andy was leaving the White House, he had been a connection for Nick and someone he talked to, and that he promised Andy promised Nick that he could have a person he could talk to, and then looped Dr. Murthy and Nick.
So Nick Clegg's contact in the federal government to talk about misinformation issues prior to that was Andy Slavitt in the White House?
I don't know that they spoke about misinformation. I know that they were certainly in contact.
And then when Andy Slavitt left the White House, he kind of offered Surgeon General Murthy as a direct contact for Nick Clegg.
That's my understanding, sir. Yes.
Are you aware of Andy Slavitt having any other communications with social media platforms about mis or disinformation?
I'm not aware of any communications.
How about anyone else in the White House? Are you aware of anyone else in the White House being involved in communications or discussions with social media platforms that relate to misinformation or disinformation?
I'm not aware of any, sir.
How about anyone else in the Department of Health and Human Services?
I'm not aware, sir.
How about anyone else in any other federal agency?
I'm not aware.
Have you ever had communications with anyone at CISA, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency?
I don't think so. I don't recall that.
How about someone called Brian Scully? Do you know who that is?
I do not. That does not ring a bell, sir.
How about Jen Easterly? Ring a bell.
I don't think so, sir.
How about Lauren Protentis?
I don't think so, sir.
How about Dr. Fauci, Anthony Fauci? Have you had communications or discussions with him of any kind?
I have not had any communications with Dr. Fauci, sir.
Do you know if he has had discussions with other people in the Surgeon General's office, such as Surgeon General Murthy or others?
Dr. Murthy has certainly had conversations with Dr. Fauci.
Do you know what the nature of those conversations were?
I do not.
Do you know if any of those conversations related to misinformation or disinformation?
I do not.
Do you know of anyone else in the Office of Surgeon General communicating with Dr. Fauci?
None to my knowledge. Adam Beckman would maybe be someone who might have helped coordinate calls. He was sort of did a lot of things, especially as we were more lightly staffed at the beginning of the administration. But I think Dr. Murthy would have directly communicated with Dr. Fauci, to my knowledge.
And you're not aware of anyone else being on those communications other than Dr. Murthy from the OSG side?
Yeah, not to my knowledge.
Okay. How about Dr. Francis Collins, the head of NIH? Have you ever communicated with him?
I have not.
Are you aware of anyone at the Office of Surgeon General communicating with him?
I imagine, I'm certain that Dr. Murthy has connected, but I don't know.
So you're certain that Dr. Murthy has connected?
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I believe Dr. Murthy has connected with Dr. Collins.
Were you involved in those conversations?
I was not.
Do you know if they related to misinformation or disinformation?
I do not.
Did Dr. Fauci or Dr. Collins have any role in devising either the health advisory from July of 2021 or the RFI from March of 2022 that you've already talked about?
I don't know.
And I think you said that you believe Dr. Murthy has had direct conversations with Dr. Collins. Do you know who else was involved in those communications, if anyone?
I do not.
So to your knowledge, the only people that you know who would have been involved would be Dr. Murthy himself and Dr. Collins.
That's correct.
Same question for Dr. Fauci. The only ones you know of who are directly involved in those communications were Dr. Murthy and Dr. Fauci.
That's correct.
Council, we've been going for about an hour. Are we approaching a good stopping point for a short break?
I was going to do one more exhibit. It's a long exhibit, longer, so I'd probably be on it for about 15, 20 minutes. You want to keep going, or I'm fine taking a break too?
Let's finish this exhibit and then we'll take a break.
Okay. This is exhibit 3, which I previously emailed to your council. Can you see the document?
I have the document in front of me from my council, from government council,
Hang on a second. I'm not sure.
but I don't see it on the shared screen.
Oh, here we go. How's that?
Yes, sir.
And this is defendant's second amended combined objections and responses, the plaintiff's first set of expedited preliminary injunction related interrogatories. That's what it's titled, correct?
That is what it says, sir.
Were you aware that the Office of Surgeon General responded to interrogatories in this case?
I know that we had various legal issues around misinformation, and were creating documents for DOJ. I don't know that I specifically knew about this set of interrogatories.
Were you involved in, collecting information to respond to interrogatories?
I believe so. Again, I was responding to requests around the legal matters with respect to misinformation. So probably, I know there have been multiple lawsuits about this, so I'm not sure which one.
Do you, what was the nature of that? I don't want to ask anything that your lawyers told you, but I want to know what is the nature of your activities of collecting, information in response to interrogatories? Did you, dig up documents, search your email? What kind of stuff did you do?
So for example, yes, searching email, searching my calendar for meetings with organizations, et cetera.
Anything else? Did you search personal devices and personal emails?
I would have looked at all records that were requested from DOJ. I would have looked at any relevant devices that were as part of the request.
Have you ever communicated with a social media platform using a sort of personal email account, personal device, anything like that?
No, sir.
And have you ever had work-related communications that relate to misinformation or disinformation on a personal account or device?
No, sir.
Were you aware that we received amended interrogatories on Tuesday of this week that relate to the responses from the Office of Surgeon General?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
So are you aware that the responses were provided on September 27th, and then amended responses were provided a few days ago?
I'm not aware of the dates or the responses.
I want to direct your attention to page 32 of this document. Is this familiar to you, this OSG response? Where it says OSG responds that the following meetings took place with social media platforms relating to misinformation.
Is this the whole page? Can you give me a second to read this, sir?
Sure, yeah. This response goes on for about 2 full pages. So if you look at page 32 and 33 with a little paragraph spilling onto page 34.
Okay, sir, I've reviewed pages 32 and 33.
Gotcha. And you see there's 9 bullet points there identifying 9 meetings between people from the Office of Surgeon General and social media platforms relating to misinformation.
I see this, yes.
Were you involved in collecting information to identify these meetings?
I was.
And so you search your calendar, for example, to find information to identify meetings that you were involved in?
That's correct.
Do you know why? We received an updated version that added a couple of new meetings that hadn't previously been mentioned. Do you know why that happened a couple of days ago?
I do not.
Did you find new meetings to disclose to us, recently?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know why these interrogatories were amended to add new information shortly before your deposition?
I do not.
Let me ask you this. Did you review any documents to prepare for your deposition?
I did.
Yeah, what sort of documents did you review?
Objection, work product.
What sort of documents did you review to prepare for your deposition?
Same objection. The question calls for information covered by the work product doctrine, and I will instruct the witness not to answer.
On the advice of counsel, I will not answer the question.
Let me turn your attention to here at the top of page 32. Let's just start. I want to walk through these meetings and just see what you remember about them. So for the first bullet point here identifies a meeting on May 25th, 2021 involving Dr. Murthy and Andy Slavitt meeting remotely with Nick Clegg from Facebook, correct?
That is what the document says, correct?
Yeah, and I take it this is before you started at the Office of Surgeon General and you weren't directly involved in this meeting.
That's correct.
But I think you testified about this meeting a minute ago from what your understanding of it was. What do you understand? Go ahead.
Sir, I don't think that's correct. I know that they were connected. I don't know that this was that meeting or if it was an email or something else.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to put words in your mouth. Looking at this description of the meeting, where it talks about how on May 25th, there was a remote meeting between Dr. Murthy, Andy Slavitt, and Nick Clegg. What do you know about what happened in that meeting?
I don't know anything, sir.
Do you know of any meetings? Obviously, these meetings are listed in chronological order. And the first meeting listed between OSG personnel and social media platforms is on May 25th, 2021, correct?
That is what is listed, sir. Yes.
Are you aware of any meetings that happened before May 25th, 2021 between anyone at the Office of Surgeon General and anyone at a social media platform?
I think this is what we talked about before, sir. I think there may have been a meeting during the transition. That's the only meeting I'm aware of.
And that was the meeting you talked about involving Dr. Murthy and someone on the data side at Facebook.
That's correct.
You know who that was? You know the name of the Facebook individual in that meeting?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you know if anyone else was in that meeting other than Dr. Murthy and the person from Facebook?
I don't recall, or I actually don't know.
Do you know if anyone, well, let me ask you this. Do you know if the data being discussed was data about misinformation on Facebook?
I believe that was a topic of conversation.
Do you know of any other topics of conversation?
I do not.
Do you know what was said about the data about misinformation on Facebook?
I think the only piece I know from that conversation was, again, Facebook sort of being either not clear or unable to present the depth or reach of the misinformation, that they didn't have that data.
So Facebook told Dr. Murthy in the transition, on your understanding, that they didn't really have good data on the depth and reach of misinformation on their platform.
I believe so.
And Dr. Murthy, do you know what he said about that?
I don't know.
Who was on that call other than that unidentified Facebook person and Dr. Murthy, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
So you don't know of anyone other than Dr. Murthy who would be able to identify what was stated in that call?
I don't know. It's possible DJ Patil would have been on that call. I think he was on the transition as well, but I'm not positive.
Who's DJ Patil?
DJ was the chief data scientist in the Obama administration, and he was a special government employee at the White House for part of the first year.
What time frame?
I think the first 6 months or so.
So he was a White House official for about 6 months in some capacity.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. Do you know exactly what his role was?
I do not.
Do you know if he communicated with social media platforms about misinformation?
DJ was on the call with Dr. Murthy and myself with Nick Clegg.
Okay. And so he was joining that call in his capacity as a White House official?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And then you think he may have been involved in this call in the transition involving Dr. Murthy and the data person at Facebook?
Maybe, I'm not certain, sir.
How about any other communications involving DJ Patil and social media platforms? Are you aware of any others?
There was a follow-up email from Nick after our call, and I connected DJ to another research data person on the, I think I was doing a matchmaking of DJ and a Facebook data person. I'm not certain if they ever connected.
Who is that Facebook data person?
I don't recall the name, sir.
How did you know who to connect him to?
I think either Nick or Brian Rice gave us the person to connect them with.
What was the purpose of connecting DJ Patil, the White House scientist, with the Facebook data person?
I think to better understand the nature of the data reach on the misinformation.
So the idea was, go ahead, sorry.
I think, again, the problem was we were still in this piece of not understanding the reach and depth of the reach of the misinformation on Facebook. And I think this person was going to try to explain to DJ the data challenges in doing so.
So the idea was that DJ, the White House scientist, would be able to talk to the data person at Facebook so that the White House could understand the reach and depth of misinformation on Facebook.
I'm not certain, but I think that was one of the pieces.
Are you aware of any other pieces?
I am not.
Do you know if DJ, proposed action items to them about sharing data or any other action items relating to misinformation?
I'm not aware of any.
Do you know of anyone else in the federal government proposing action items to social media platforms about controlling misinformation on their platforms?
I think certainly Jen Psaki made statements during the press conference on the release date that could be that I think would be within what you're describing.
And she was the White House press secretary at the time.
That's correct.
Anyone else other than Ms. Psaki?
To my knowledge.
I'm sorry, did you say not to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, sir. Yeah.
Let me direct your attention back to this document. We talked about this May 25th meeting. And do you know, you said this may or may not have been the interaction you testified about earlier where Nick Clegg was connected to Dr. Murthy. Do you know what was discussed in this call other than introducing them to each other?
I do not.
So it mentions here in the interrogatory response that the purpose of the call was to introduce Dr. Murthy to Mr. Clegg. And it goes on to say misinformation may have been discussed. Do you know whether misinformation was discussed in any connection?
I do not.
Do you know why the interrogatory's responses say that it may have been discussed?
I don't know why, other than the prima facie, because it's possible it could have happened.
Okay. On July 12th, the next meeting listed, there's a meeting listed between you and Lauren Culberton and Todd Boyle from Twitter. And it mentions that Kyla Fullenwater from US Digital Response was invited and may have attended, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the same Ms. Fullenwater that you talked about earlier, who had a role, some kind of role on behalf of the Surgeon General's office, right?
That's correct.
It lists her as from US Digital Response. Do you know what US Digital Response is?
I think it's some sort of quasi-governmental organization that helps government do digital and data better.
Is it like a private organization that contracts with the federal government, or is it a federal government agency?
I'm not positive, sir. I don't know the nature of USDR. I think they have .gov email addresses is what I do know.
Okay. And it says here that the meeting provided notice of the upcoming OSG advisory. I take it that's the health misinformation advisory that was launched 3 days later, correct?
Yes, sir. This refers to the meeting you and I have discussed already about the rollout calls, pre-rollout calls. Yeah.
Okay. It says a high-level view of what issues the OSG would be prioritizing in the advisory. Did you give them that high-level view?
I believe Kyla would have walked them through the high-level view. So again, my role as part of for the rollout was to essentially reach out to those groups, establish that relationship, and then connect them to our subject matter expert to be able to say at a high level, this is what's happening. Again, because it was a rollout, we couldn't share the document. It was embargoed, but we could say at a high level, we're going to be calling for these things, and we encourage you to take a look when it comes out.
And did Kyla give that high-level view?
It says she was invited and may have also attended. I can't recall if she did attend, she would have done so. Otherwise, I would have provided a very general overview.
Okay, when you say here are the things we're calling for, what sort of things do you tell them in this rollout call? You'd be.
I think it would. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
Go ahead. Yeah, describe what was said.
It would have been a high-level overview to say, next week, you'll hear the Surgeon General talking about health misinformation as our first advisory. We're calling for an all of society approach. And certainly there are things we think that everyone can do to, given that we're in a pandemic, that there's more that everyone can do. And so we'll have you take a look at that, and we'd love your feedback, once you've had a chance to review it, and that we'll share it with you when it comes out.
And did you specifically mention that the Surgeon General would be saying there's more that the social media platforms can do?
I don't recall if that was specifically mentioned. I think we said that we're calling for an all of society approach and asking everybody to do more.
The next meeting listed here on July 14th from 3 to 5 p.m. It's a meeting between yourself and Kevin Kane and Jan and Tana Ross and Ariel Altman from Google/YouTube, correct?
That's correct.
And it has the same description as the rollout meeting from July 12th with Twitter, correct?
Yeah, so again, this is precisely the same type of call. It's a pre-rollout call to give a stakeholder a heads up and give them a high-level overview, recognizing that the advisory is embargoed. So almost the goal was the same for those calls.
And would you have, I take it you're the only one on the government side of this meeting, correct?
Yeah, if that's what's reported, then neither Daniel nor Kyle were able to join those calls.
Yeah, what'd you
For
say?
that call, sir.
Sorry, go ahead. What'd you say in that call?
I would have said the similar thing to what I said on the previous call. Next week or in a few days, in 2 days, we're going to announce an advisory. It's embargoed. I can't share the details, but at a high level, we're calling for an all of society approach. We're asking everybody to do more, given that we're in a pandemic. And we know this issue is of great importance, and we hope you'll take a look. I'll share this with you, and would love to hear from you after it comes out if you think there was ways we can collaborate.
Okay, and did they say anything in response to that, either in the Twitter call or the YouTube/Google call?
I think again, they sort of gave what I would call an overall, like, we agree, we agree this is important. We are working on this, and we're excited to take a look at the advisory.
Okay, anything beyond that in either of these two calls?
Not to my recollection.
If you go down to the next line on July 16th, 2021, there's a meeting between you and Kyla Fullenwider with Peyton Ahimi and Justine Isola from Facebook. And it mentions that Kate Thornton and Brian Rice from Facebook may also have attended, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and it says the meeting discussed the newly issued OSG advisory, correct?
Correct. So we had tried to schedule this meeting before the release, but Facebook was unable to book it. So it ended up happening after the release. But this was intended as a pre-release call, just like the others.
Gotcha. So this was supposed to be a rollout call, but it ended up being scheduled a day after the release.
I think it's maybe the same. Is it the same day? It was the same day as certainly President Biden's, I think, statement. But yeah, it was a day or two. Yeah, the next day, I think.
Gotcha. What was it? I take it the discussion in this call was different. It's described differently than the two previous meetings, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, what was said in this call? It says the meeting discussed the newly issued OSG advisory. Can you be more specific and describe what was discussed in this call?
Yeah, so again, the advisory now is out. So we didn't have to be coy about whether the advisory, what it said or didn't say. So I was able, at the call, Kyle was able at a high level to walk over the recommendation section for technology companies.
So so I take it that you guys talked first and gave an overview of the health advisory as it related to the recommendations in social media platforms.
I believe so. I don't recall, but that sounds right.
And you say that was done by Kyla, to your knowledge, not you.
Correct.
Do you remember? And I take it her presentation or her discussion focused on the kind of recommendations in the advisory of what social media platforms could do to combat the spread of disinformation and misinformation on their platforms.
I believe so. I don't really recall.
Do you remember anything specific that she said in that presentation?
I do not.
Did you talk on the call?
I would have helped MC the call, introduce parties. help sort of guide and steer the call a little bit, but it would have been a turning over the mic to the subject matter expert.
And that subject matter expert was Kyla.
Correct.
Did the social media platforms say any, I take it not the social media platforms, the Facebook people, did they say anything on this call?
I don't really remember. It was definitely a slightly awkward call because I think either during the call, I'd have to look literally at the time signature, but I think President Biden made his comment about social media companies and Facebook killing people either right before or even potentially during the call, but the Facebook team looked a little sad.
Did they say anything about that comment in the call?
Not to my recollection.
You say they looked sad. Was this a Zoom call?
It was, sir.
Do you remember them giving any reaction at all to Kyla's presentation about, the proposed action items for social media platforms?
I don't recall.
Do you remember who spoke on the Facebook side and during this Zoom call?
I know Peyton spoke, but I don't recall who else spoke.
What did Peyton say, to your recollection?
I don't actually recall.
She spoke, but you don't remember anything she said?
That's correct.
You remember them looking sad, correct?
That was my interpretation of their facial expressions.
Did they say anything that would reinforce their being sad or upset about the recent public statements?
They did not.
Let's move down one more bullet point to July 23rd, 2021. There's a call between Dr. Murthy, yourself, and DJ Patil, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a call with Nick Clegg, and it says very likely Brian Rice from Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
This would have been about 1 week after that July 16th rollout call that we just talked about, right?
That's correct.
How did this call get set up?
Nick emailed Dr. Murthy directly. I think either it must have been, it was after President Biden made his remarks, because he referenced the remarks and he asked if they could have a call. And I think he wanted to de-escalate.
Did he use the phrase de-escalate in this call?
I don't recall. I think his email maybe said something about like wanted to reset the tone, something of it was recognizing the feelings potentially that the Facebook team were feeling and feeling like they were that they had been uniquely called out.
And so Nick Clegg he's the one who kind of initiated the discussion in this call.
That's correct. He emailed Dr. Murthy directly, and I believe asked for time.
And then in the call, did he express that the Facebook team was upset about Facebook being uniquely called out?
I don't remember. He definitely said something like that in the email, but I don't recall him saying that during the call.
What do you remember him saying in the call?
I think it was just in general wanting to restart the tone and feeling I think also a feeling of that they actually were doing a lot to address this issue, and sort of you don't understand all the good work we're doing, and that it sort of a little unfair that they had been called out.
And was it good work they were doing? Did that include taking steps to slow or reduce the spread of misinformation on Facebook platforms? I
know that Nick did share, definitely over email, more information about what they were doing to reduce mis and disinformation, COVID mis and disinformation on the platform. Yes. How about in the call? Did you discuss that on the call? I don't recall.
Did that include new steps that they were taking, since they'd been uniquely called out by the president and at the July 15th conference?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you know, in other words, if Mr. Clegg identified anything new they're doing that they hadn't already been doing prior to July 15th or July 16th?
I don't recall that from the call.
Okay, how about from the emails?
I think there was a follow-up email sometime in the next couple of weeks where Nick, I believe, or Nick or Brian shared, here's additional work we're doing, here's how we're responding to the advisory.
And that additional work responding to the advisory include taking more proactive steps to remove misinformation from their platforms.
I think it was a catalog of removal and other steps to tamp down mis and disinformation on the platform. Yes.
So it included both removal of misinformation and other steps to tamp down mis and disinformation. Correct.
I believe so.
And those were new steps that they had taken in the week or so since they felt uniquely called out on July 15th and 16th.
I'm not sure. I believe that's the case. I think the email was asking, there was an email thread after the call asking for, can you let us know like what you're doing in addition? And so this was responding to that. So I'd have to go look at the email to be certain.
Gotcha. Did anyone else talk on this call other than Nick Clegg?
Dr. Murthy spoke. I spoke a little bit. I think DJ Patil spoke a little bit as well.
How about Brian Rice or anyone else on the Facebook side?
Not to my recollection.
What you said, Dr. Murthy spoke. What did he say?
I don't remember exhaustively, but again, I think Dr. Murthy raised the issue of wanting to have a better understanding of the reach of the mis and disinformation on the social media platform.
And what's the purpose of wanting to know more about the reach of mis and disinformation?
I think, again, as a Surgeon General, he's trying to understand not just the harm direction, but the harm magnitude, right? So again, you might say, all right, two things can be bad for you, eating a cookie or eating like a piece of uranium. One has a different magnitude, both are bad, and you want to know if one's really, really bad. And so in this case, from a research perspective, before identifying mis and disinformation as a social harm or a health harm, you'd want to know not just, well, it hurts, but how much does it hurt, or how prevalent is it? Is it a small tumor that we just need to excise? Is it something little, or is it metastases? Is it everywhere?
And your cancer example, I think, prefaces my next question. I take it the purpose of understanding the reach is to allow the Surgeon General to use his bully pulpit, as you talked about earlier, or persuasive power to push for change if it's an extensive problem. Correct?
Possibly. I guess I would say in general, the purpose of having that knowledge, and again, we talked about the research piece as well earlier in the conversation, sir, is so that if we can have a broader understanding of the nature of the harm, there can be a deeper understanding of the different methods to ameliorate that harm. So again, I'm making up a person. If there's a head of research at NYU who does this, who has access to that data and studies it, they might say, actually, if we just tweak the algorithm like this, we'll reduce harm by X% and whatever, better health outcomes will occur. Or we can do Z, like by having more information, we can increase research, which then can help us craft different outcomes. So again, to continue with our cancer analogy, cancer with its death sentence 40 years ago, now we might say, you know what, you actually just get a little radiation treatment, you take a pill and it's fine and you're fine. And so we need to understand the problem in order to understand how to best create ameliorative policy proposals.
Gotcha.
And that could come from within government or outside of government. I think, again, the advisory calls for an all of society approach.
Okay, so and on your cancer analogy here, the cancer is disinformation and misinformation on social media platforms, correct?
That is the potential health harm, yes, that we're trying to ameliorate.
And I take it the purpose of getting more data from the social media platforms would be able to allow either government or outside academic researchers to devise solutions that would limit the spread of disinformation and misinformation, correct?
Limit the harm or spread. I mean, again, you might say the spread actually, you might learn, we don't know. This is why you need research. You don't know, maybe actually there isn't as much harm as we think. Maybe the spread is actually not the problem. You need to understand it and figure out how I think ultimately you're right, limiting the harm. I don't know if spread actually is harmful.
But certainly the health advisory seems to think that spread is very harmful.
Sure. I think again, absent the absent additional data, that is the view.
Yeah, and that is the view specifically of the Surgeon General's office, as expressed in the health advisory, correct?
I think that's a fair reading.
Yeah, and I take it the idea of calling for more data and more transparency from the social media platforms is to allow people outside the social media platforms to devise solutions that would limit that harm, which the Surgeon General believes to be linked to the spread of misinformation and disinformation on social media platforms, right?
I think limit the harm, or also again, additional solutions, could be also like, how do we better spread the right information, which again, could be one of the policy prescriptions, right? You may discover actually what's most important is that here's the more information the right information, how we spread it more quickly. Again, there could be multiple policy proposals from academia, from nonprofits, from advocates, but yes, to understand it, we do think it seems more beneficial to have external validation and multiple eyes.
And you mentioned that someone like at NYU might be able to devise an algorithm tweak that might really limit the spread or might, as you said, promote accurate information as well, correct?
That's just me making up policy solutions, right. But yes, that is a possible outcome of greater access to data and research.
And that would allow the Surgeon General's office in turn to advocate for those kinds of policy changes to be adopted by the social media platforms.
I think that would be a reasonable outcome to say we're going to look at evidence-based policy proposals, and if we see ones that make sense, I certainly think the Surgeon General's office would think, hey, this is a smart policy proposal, and it would be within the gamut to recommend it.
Yeah, recommend it both publicly through the bully pulpit and privately in engagement directly with the social media platforms.
It's possible. That's certainly within the realm of possibility.
And something very like that is actually what happened in the health advisory, right? I mean, there's several, as I recall, several recommendations for the social media platforms, maybe not quite as specific as your NYU hypothetical, but several recommendations of here's what, we want you to step up and do more of when it comes to the spread of disinformation, correct?
I think the recommendations are examples of what could be, are examples of what parties could do. And yes, it provides specific examples to technology companies, what they could do more of to reduce the spread of health mis and disinformation.
And on your analogies, that's the spread of health and mis and disinformation is what you analogize to eating uranium and having cancer in your earlier hypotheticals, correct?
Well, I said you don't know if it's eating the cookie that's going to cause the cancer. I don't remember what my first said. Like you need more data to understand whether it's just a cookie that might cause cancer one day with too much sugar, or if it's uranium. You want to know the size and the scope of the poison.
Gotcha. And poison is not your word, right? That's a word that Surgeon General Murthy has used in describing misinformation and disinformation on social media platforms, correct?
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence.
To your knowledge.
I can't recall if he used the word poison. That may have occurred, but I don't recall.
You remember it appearing in the health advisory we've been talking about as a verb?
It seems possible that occurred. Yeah.
Let's move on to.
Okay, hold on one second. Mr. Sauer, we've been going almost 2 hours. How much longer do you think we have on this one?
Let's take a break now. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I didn't realize it was that long. And there's quite a bit more. Let's take a break now.
The time is 9:51 a.m. Central Standard Time. We are off the record. The time is 10:05 a.m. Central Standard Time. We are back on the record.
And Mr. Waldo, I believe before the break, we were talking about this July 23rd meeting between yourself and Dr. Murthy, DJ Patil, and Nick Clegg of Facebook, correct?
That sounds correct.
And so I'm putting that exhibit 3 back on the screen share. Can you see it?
I can see it, sir. Yes.
Okay. I think you mentioned that Mr. Clegg was, described what he had been saying in that call. Who else talked in that call?
I believe I said that Dr. Murthy spoke, Nick spoke, I spoke, and DJ spoke.
Okay, and I think you said that Dr. Murthy was inquiring about data about the reach of misinformation on the platforms, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Did he talk about anything else in that call?
I do recall that in general, he opened the call sort of saying how hard he knows it must have been and that everyone's working hard, and tried to sort of empathize and I think sort of create a more cordial atmosphere, given that people's sort of feelings were hurt.
And then people being Facebook's in particular, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Yeah. Anything else besides setting a cordial tone and inquiring about data on the reach of misinformation?
I don't recall specifically, but I think the notion was that Dr. Murthy would continue to sort of say, we're in a, we're calling on everybody. This is a unique time in our history where it's a pandemic. We're asking everyone to do more. And so, that's what the advisory said. So I believe we emphasize that again.
So in other words, you emphasize the message that they're calling on everyone to do more, and that includes Facebook, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you all didn't retreat, so to speak, from the message of the advisory, which explicitly calls for social media platforms to do more to control the reach of misinformation on their platforms, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, I think you just said you emphasize that message to them, right?
I think we continue to stay to discuss that message.
Yeah. Let me ask this. You said you spoke on the call. What did you say?
I don't really remember. I think I probably would have just been staying on general talking points of, introducing the call, getting folks together, making sure we were on time, and also thinking about follow-up of how we were going to communicate.
What do you mean by thinking about follow-up?
I think just whether or not we were going to have another call, whether or not we wanted to ask, whether or not we were going to ask Facebook to share more with us, just sort of what the next steps might be.
Were those next steps discussed in the call?
I think on the call, one of the conversations was whether or not Facebook would share what I think we already talked about this, sir, but whether or not they would share what they were doing in response to the advisory, if they were taking any actions.
Oh, gotcha. So that was specifically asked by people on your side of the call. Will they share what they're doing?
I believe so.
Okay. Who? Was that you or was that Dr. Murthy?
I don't recall.
Okay. But somebody on the Surgeon General side made a specific ask for them to share what they would do in response to the advisory, correct?
I think it's what, if anything, if they would share, yeah.
Yeah, and did they indicate they would share?
I don't recall.
I think you said that DJ Patil talked on the call. Is that right?
Yeah, I think DJ, probably was also asking the data impact questions just with some more specificity, given his subject matter knowledge.
He's a subject matter expert on data relating to social media information.
He's a subject matter expert related to data overall. He was the chief data scientist in the Obama administration.
And then he had some sort of similar role in the Biden White House at this time.
Now, I don't know what his title was.
Do you know what his duties were for the White House at that time?
I do not.
Okay, but it related to data in some way, him being a data scientist.
I actually don't know. That makes the most sense given that that's his deep area of expertise, but I think he was advising the Office of Science and Technology Policy and maybe helping them in the first part of the year.
What did he say about data on Facebook's misinformation in this call? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
You believe he said something more specific about the kind of data they want. Do you remember what kind of data he was interested in getting from Facebook?
I think, again, the issue was sort of a question of Facebook had been sharing, I think, again, I'm sort of paraphrasing, but something people talked about that Facebook was sharing the denominator of like, hey, we know this amount of people are seeing X, but not the denominator of, out of a universe of what. So I think he was inquiring more about that denominator question.
Okay, so he was asking, I got you. He was asking for information about what is the total reach of information compared to the reach of disinformation.
That's correct. I think that's correct. I think that was the nature of the question, which I think he just understood it in greater specificity than someone like myself or Dr. Murthy.
Yeah. Did Facebook say anything in response to that? Did they indicate willingness to share more information?
I don't recall. I think the offer made, which either was on the call or in the subsequent email, was about connecting DJ to a data person, which I know we already discussed.
Okay, and that actually happened, I believe. I think you said that DJ was connected to a Facebook data person.
There was definitely a loop made over email. I don't know whether or not they connected.
Okay. How did this call end? What were the last things that were said in the call?
I mean, it was obviously some sort of goodbye salutations of, thank you. And I think I do recall that, I think Nick talked about wanting to get together again. But I think it was a cordial ending of the call.
Yeah. Did he indicate that, did people leave with like proposed action items or, tasks?
Not to my recollection.
Was there a follow-up call? You mentioned Nick wanting to get together again. Was there a follow-up call between anyone in the Surgeon General's office and Mr. Clegg?
Not to my recollection. I think he asked for another call, but I don't think that we ended up doing one.
Why not?
I think the determination was made that we didn't think it would be a good use of Dr. Murthy's time.
Okay, why not? Did you not expect cooperation from Facebook?
No, I think that we just didn't think that we thought that there was just more of a PR stunt for them to meet with us to sort of keep Dr. Murthy from saying any other things that might be viewed as bad for their business.
Gotcha. So you didn't think they were doing enough, so to speak, of real changes to address the concerns in the health advisory?
No, I think we just didn't think that it would be a fruitful use of our time. I think there were two things. Number one is I think there was the recognition. I'm trying to slow down for our court reporter. Number one, I think there was a recognition that we didn't think that there was much change that they were going to make in response to the advisory or that much they were going to do. And that we didn't think they were going to be transparent with us about that. And then number two is, I think we had done the work that we intended vis-a-vis the advisory, which is the Surgeon General's role to raise up the issue, bring attention to it, and then we wanted to move on to other priorities, and that our part of the relay race was over. We had raised up the flagpole that this is an issue of public importance, and that hopefully researchers, nonprofits, citizens, whomever, relative stakeholders would take actions. But we're not a regulatory agency. We don't have oversight authority, et cetera. So it wasn't our job then to sort of show up with a clipboard, but rather we were trying to encourage the field to move forward and create a permission structure where others might recognize that this is important and want to study it more, want to do more work in this area. But Dr. Murthy wanted to focus on other core issues, and we made a deliberate decision, I believe in August as a senior team, that we didn't think that misinformation was going to be one of our priority areas going into the rest of the year.
So you made a powerful statement on misinformation in July, but you decided that for the rest of the year, you'd focus on other issues.
I think we decided that we would still talk about it from a press or communications perspective, but that from a staffing perspective of where we would be spending, it takes a lot of energy and work to do some of the pieces, that we would be working on developing our additional advisories and not doing, from a budget perspective of time, we didn't want the health misinformation work to take up more than 10% of our time.
Gotcha. Do you know why there was, such a focus on Facebook in this July timeframe, as opposed to other social media platforms like Twitter and YouTube?
I think it was in some ways just random luck or bad luck, depending on your perspective. I think that because it was raised at the press conference, it got additional attention. And so I think when you had the press conference remarks plus President Biden's remarks, it made it seem as though there was more attention on Facebook. But certainly that's not what the advisory didn't call out individual organizations. We certainly hadn't had a plan beforehand to call out Facebook specifically.
Was there a sense in the Office of Surgeon General that the problem of misinformation was particularly acute on Facebook as compared to other platforms?
I don't think so. I think there was a view among the subject matter experts that it was a problem across multiple platforms.
So the subject matter experts are people like Kyla and DJ Patil.
Well, and Daniel as well. But I think certainly in my conversations with Kyla, I don't think we hadn't done a ranking of who were the worst social media companies in terms of misinformation. There was a view that all different companies certainly had different strengths and weaknesses, and all of them had an opportunity to improve how they were handling this issue. And our job was to raise this as an issue so folks could know about it and hopefully take steps to ameliorate the situation.
Yeah, and those taking steps to ameliorate would include social media platforms, correct?
Correct, but I would again highlight, when you think about our the advisory, but also the work we were doing, the community toolkit, we recognize that we did call for an all of society approach, and we recognize that there are multiple ways to stop or lessen the spread or damage of misinformation, including individuals and others. It wasn't just a technology company issue or a social media issue.
Do you know who devised that phrase "all of society approach" to describe the advisory or the advisory?
I'm not aware.
Scrolling down in Exhibit 3, the next bullet point talks about a meeting on July 30th, 2021 between yourself and representatives of Google/YouTube, correct?
That is correct.
And the interrogatory response described this meeting as the topics discussed included YouTube/Google following up on the announcement of the OSG advisory to share more of the work it was doing around health mis and disinformation, correct?
That is correct.
What do you remember being said about that in this phone call or Zoom call?
It was a Zoom call. I think it was really just the YouTube and Google team saying, hey, we agree that this is a really important issue, and here's all the things that we are working on about it. So it was them informing us of the steps they are currently taking.
And I believe you said part of the follow-up call with Facebook was to ask them to, give a report on any steps they would be taking in response to the health advisory, correct?
Correct.
And is that what's going on here with YouTube as well, to ask them, okay, we issued this health advisory, now what are you guys doing about it?
I think they asked for the call. So this was a little different. They asked for the call on their own to share with us what they were doing. I think they, from a government affairs perspective, public affairs were trying to say, hey, look, we agree with you and we want to let you know all the things we're doing.
Did they report?
And again, I think,
go ahead.
And I would think, right, we'd first had that first call to let them know the report was coming out. The report came out, they looked at it, and then they said, hey, we've looked at it. Let us tell you, what we're doing.
And in the first call, you had mentioned, I think, that you'd advise them that there'd be some potential recommendations for them, right?
That there were recommendations for, I think they certainly within the advisory, there are recommendations for what social media companies can do.
And then in the follow-up call, they came back to you and said, okay, we've read the advisory and here are steps that we are taking or plan to take in response to the issues raised in the advisory.
I don't recall specifically, but that was the general tone was, let's tell you what we're doing about this issue. I didn't get the impression that it was new things. I got the impression that it was work that they were already doing.
What sorts of things do they report to you?
I don't really remember, but I think it was generally saying, hey, we have a team that works on this issue. Like it's important to us. Like we're thinking about how we're addressing it. It was, I think, more of a process call of saying, we want you to know that this is on our agenda.
So did they, for example, report that they had adopted new policies to address misinformation on YouTube?
I don't recall.
Or did they give indication they were taking more steps to kind of remove harmful information on YouTube?
I don't recall if there was I recall that they were telling us what they were currently doing to address that. So in some of these calls I experienced as them, they read the advisory and said, yeah, we are doing that. Thanks. You may not know all the things we're doing, so let us share with you what we're doing.
Okay, and you don't remember whether they advise you of kind of new policies like, hey, you raised an issue for us, and here are some things we're going to do to respond to it.
I don't recall. I think I would remember because if it was something new, we would have shared it or probably done something like put it in a fact sheet or something to say, look, because of this report, these many new things are happening.
Did you do that for any of them? Did you issue any fact sheets saying, here are some positive developments that came out of the health advisory?
I don't remember. I don't think so. The only time that could have happened would have been when we did the what I keep calling the community toolkit, but I don't recall. I do remember Twitter tweeted something in support of Dr. Murthy's advisory. So when we launched on whatever the 15th or 16th, the Twitter policy handle, I think either retweeted or quote tweeted and said something like, we agree, we do need an all of society approach and here's what we're doing. So that's my one recollection.
And we talked earlier about how there was a particular focus on Facebook on July 15th and 16th. And you mentioned that I think Jennifer Psaki mentioned Facebook specifically in the press conference, and President Biden said they're killing people the next day. Do you know why the White House thought a particular focus on Facebook was appropriate?
I do not.
Yeah. Do you know if they thought misinformation was a bigger problem on Facebook than other social media platforms?
I don't know.
Do you know if they were having private communications with social media platforms other than Facebook, raising kind of similarly sharply phrased concerns?
I don't know.
Do you remember anything else that was discussed in this July 30th meeting with YouTube and yourself? That was the follow-up meeting for the health advisor.
I do not.
Did you say anything in that meeting?
I mean, I would have said, it would have been a general like, hello, thank you, greeting, and just sort of trying to probably was just in listening mode, but I don't recall specifically.
Do you remember, expressing approval or concern about the action items that they reported they were doing to address misinformation?
I don't recall.
Scrolling down a bullet point, there's a reference to an August 10 call between yourself and Rob Flaherty in the White House and people from Facebook that discussed, quote, an Operation Facebook Uncover that is related to vaccine misinformation, correct?
That's correct.
I think I asked you, I think you talked about this a little bit before. Do you remember what that was about?
I believe we did discuss this already. I think I mentioned that Brian Rice had requested a call with me and Rob, and during the call flagged that Facebook had done some sort of internal operation where they discovered, I don't know if it was bots or something, I actually don't remember, but that they'd done something where they discovered some misinformation piece is happening and taken some corrective action.
Do you know why? First of all, who's Brian Rice?
Brian Rice is an employee at Facebook. I don't know his exact title, but he's something like a government affairs, public policy type person. He was, I think, the main sort of like staff level liaison.
So he's like their government affairs person in Washington, D.C.
I don't know what his direct title is, but functionally he was our contact and operated in the way that I would consider a government affairs person to operate.
How'd you get connected with him originally?
I don't recall. I think he might know. Peyton must have looped him in that one of those calls, or maybe Nick did. Actually, that's not true. Nick, I think Brian was on the email with Nick, and I think so. I got the contacts from that contact sheet, but I think I may have also worked with Brian before. I don't really remember.
Okay. Did they ask for this call? Facebook asked for that August 10th call?
That's correct.
You know why they asked for you and Rob Flaherty?
I do not know.
In other words, have you and Rob Flaherty worked, together on misinformation issues?
No, not on I think I mentioned, we talked about the one call I'd had with Rob, but Rob and I had not worked on this issue other than that.
So you don't know why Facebook was looping in you and Flaherty on this?
I think that they had been emailing Rob a list, like a COVID report list that had, some sort of report from Facebook on a biweekly basis. I hadn't been a part of that email, and then I was added to it after my calls with Nick and Dr. Murthy. And so I think Brian was just looping us both, thinking that we were POCs in our respective organizations.
And your organizations would be the White House and the Surgeon General's office?
Correct.
And he had the perspective that you were the two POCs to deal with vaccine misinformation for those two agencies.
Objection, calls for speculation.
I think on the COVID report was something that it looked like Brian sent to a lot of people. So in both at a lot of people at the White House and elsewhere. So I don't know why he selected Rob and me, but he did select us.
Why were they sending COVID? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, sir.
No, why was he sending a COVID report to people at the White House and elsewhere?
I don't know.
You don't know how that got started?
That's correct.
What did Facebook, or what did Brian Rice say? Actually, it says personnel from Facebook. What did the personnel from Facebook say in this meeting?
Again, I think I've already answered this question, sir, but basically it was a heads up that they were going to do an announcement the next day about some sort of something they discovered. I think it ended up being like a foreign entity was doing work on Facebook, spreading, I don't know what type of misinformation, but they were letting us know that they had discovered it.
You know why they thought to brief you guys on that?
I do not.
Objection, calls for speculation.
I don't know why.
Scrolling down another bullet point, there's a reference to a September 14th meeting between yourself and Kevin Kane and Jan and Tana Ross at Google/YouTube. Correct?
That is what the document says, correct.
Yeah, and do you recall that meeting or phone call?
Not really. That's actually a few days before my first child was born, so I I vaguely remember this.
You had other matters on your mind at that time.
I did.
It says the purpose was a brief meeting to discuss a new policy we are working on, as well as provide an update on our overall efforts to combat harmful COVID-19 misinformation on the platform, right?
That's what it says, yes.
So this would have been, I take it, a kind of second update by them to you following the health advisory of stuff they're doing to combat harmful COVID-19 misinformation on YouTube, correct?
That's correct.
So first, they provided that update, I think, on the July 30th meeting that we talked about above, correct?
Yes,
And then they
Correct.
followed up again, sorry, and then they followed up again on September 14th with another update of, kind of telling the Surgeon General's office what they were doing to fight misinformation.
that's correct.
Do you know what it was? It says they gave some kind of update on overall efforts to combat harmful COVID-19 misinformation on the platform. Do you know what those efforts were?
I don't recall.
Do you remember anything specific about what YouTube and Google were doing in this time frame to kind of remove or reduce the spread of misinformation?
I don't recall.
It also says that the meeting was to discuss a new policy we were working on. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Do you know what was that a new policy that related to misinformation?
I'm not sure.
Or a new policy related to something unrelated?
I don't recall.
Do you remember YouTube and Google raising anything that was unrelated to the health advisory about misinformation in these two calls?
I don't recall.
So you don't know whether other topics came up or if they were just focused on health misinformation following the advisory.
I'm not certain. I don't recall.
Do you remember anything specific that was said in this call on September 14th?
I do not.
Did you say anything?
I mean, I would have, in general, tried to greet them, ask them how they were doing, and certainly ask them, express some sort of feeling of, interest in what they wanted to share.
Okay. But do you remember saying anything in response to what they did share about a new policy and update on overall efforts to combat harmful misinformation?
I do not.
Going down a little further, last bullet point here refers to a meeting on November 22nd, 2021. It mentions that personnel from OSG were involved in this meeting. Were you involved in this meeting? Do you know?
I don't think so. That I do not believe so. If I was on it, if I was in the meeting, I would have identified it.
Who's Tarika Lambert?
I think Tarika, she's an HHS employee. She is not an OSG employee. I think she was the digital person helping maybe Christina Shockey's team doing some of the COVID-19 vaccine campaign work. I know what I know, for instance, is that she would help us set up. Basically like virtual town halls for when we were doing outreach about our vaccine outreach work, especially for we had like a listserv of a coalition of medical organizations and doctors who are helping on vaccine rollout.
What does ASPA stand for? ASPA.
What a great question. I'm not, there are so many acronyms in the federal government and I try to forget as many of them as possible. I'm not certain, sir.
Is that an HHS component?
It is.
And it mentions other ASPA personnel. Do you know who they were?
I was not at this meeting, sir, so I do not know.
How about what's the FORS Marsh group? FORS space Marsh.
I'm trying to remember. Maybe there was a briefing where they had an external group who had some contract with them that was doing some sort of external research. I honestly don't recall. I think FORS Marsh. I don't know, sir. I'm trying to rack my brain here.
Okay, and you said you weren't in this meeting. The interrogatory response says that it touched on misinformation. Do you know how the meeting touched on misinformation?
I don't.
Are you aware of any, we've gone through I think 9 bullet points here of meetings. Are you aware of any other meetings between anyone in the Office of Surgeon General and anyone from the social media platform that's not listed here in the interrogatory response?
I think the only other possible meetings with technology companies would have been not about misinformation per se, but from our press team, potentially if Dr. Murthy, for instance, was going to do a Twitter town hall or, do a conversation with the CEO of Snap about mental health, like our press team would have communicated with a technology company about a potential use of the platform for a press or communications engagement.
Other than those kind of press and communications engagements in the meetings listed here, are you aware of any other contacts between anyone in the Surgeon General's office and social media platforms?
I'm not aware.
I'm going to close out of that document, so it should have dropped off the screen here. And then I'm going to email your counsel a few more exhibits. And Amanda, you should be getting exhibits 4 through 9 by email momentarily.
I am refreshing my inbox. Sorry.
And then, Mr. Waldo, I've pulled up exhibit 4 on the screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you see, this is an email from Nick Clegg at Facebook to Andy Slavitt and Dr. Murthy, dated May 28, 2021, correct?
That's correct.
So this would have been, I think, 3 days after the May 25th, 2021 phone call. That was the first bullet point in the interrogatories that we looked at a moment ago in Exhibit 3, correct?
That's correct.
And I take it this would have been before you started with the Surgeon General's office, right?
That's correct. I was not at the office at this time.
Okay. And he has an attachment to this email called 528 COVID-19 insights.pdf, correct?
That is what it is listed as the attachment, correct?
Is that the COVID report that you were talking about earlier that you said, I think you said Facebook would send to people at the White House and others?
I believe so. That's my best guess, sir.
Okay. And in the email, he says, thanks for the time the other day, right?
That's what he says, yes.
Yeah, so is that possibly a reference back to the May 25th meeting that's in the interrogatory?
That's possible, yes.
Could there have been another meeting between Nick Clegg and Andy Slavitt and Dr. Murthy?
It's technically possible, but I find it unlikely.
Okay, he goes on to say, as promised, I'm sending our latest report that includes top line performing posts for the weeks of May 3rd and May 9th. You see that?
I do.
Yeah, he says, as promised, that this was something that was promised by Facebook in that May 25th meeting with Andy Slavitt and Dr. Murthy.
I don't know, since I wasn't there.
Do you know why he's saying as promised here?
I do not.
Okay, who would know that what was promised or may have been promised in the May 25th meeting?
Seems like if Brian was at the meeting, he would know, Andy would know, Dr. Murthy would know, potentially someone like Max Lesko or Adam Beckman would know, just as someone whom Dr. Murthy would have debriefed about any call like this.
Would he, as a routine matter, debrief Max Lesko about a call like this?
I think at that point in the administration, the team was so small that yes, it would be very unlikely that Max or Adam Beckman wouldn't know about what happened. They would have asked how the call went. and he would have debriefed with them. There were, yes, that's correct.
And but to your knowledge, they weren't on the call.
I don't know whether or not they were on the call.
Nick Clay goes on to say, I also want to highlight a few policy updates we announced yesterday regarding repeat misinformation, correct?
That is what the document says, correct?
And so that would be, I take it, policy updates announced on May 27th, 2 days after the May 25th call with Andy Slavitt and Dr. Mercy, right?
That is 2 days after the call, correct?
And Nick Clegg reports back to Dr. Murthy and Andy Slavitt what he calls a few key points, right?
That's correct.
And these include 3 things that are adding more context about pages that repeatedly share false claims, right?
That is what the document says, correct?
And expanding penalties for individual Facebook accounts that share misinformation, correct?
That is what the sentence says, correct?
And redesigning notifications when Facebook accounts share content that a fact checker later rates, right?
That is what the sentence says, correct?
Do you know why Nick Clegg reported back to Andy Slavitt and Dr. Murthy about these 3 key points about addressing repeat misinformation on its platform?
I do not.
Do you know whether that was something they discussed in the call?
I do not.
Let me put up Exhibit 5. Can you see that one?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
So here's an email chain back and forth between Nick Clegg to Dr. Murthy with the biweekly COVID content report attached on June 12th, correct?
That's correct.
And he says, I'm happy to jump on a call at any point, as is my team, to delve into any further details as needed. Do you know if any such call ever happened? Did people at OSG ever jump on a call with Facebook to talk about these content reports?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you ever read these COVID content reports?
I would give them a cursory glance on occasion.
What are they? What kind of information was in them?
I think at the highest level, it was about who were at the most engaged tweets, the most viewed, or sorry, not tweets, the most engaged posts. I think with respect to both accurate and inaccurate information.
So it was a report that said, here's the posts that have the most engagement with respect to, you know, kind of accurate COVID information.
I honestly don't remember who was the most, I think it was the most engaged or the most viewed posts. And so you could see some of them were had positive information, some had negative, but I actually didn't spend a lot of time looking at these reports. I only got added to them late.
Who was reviewing these reports on the federal government side?
I don't have an exhaustive list. I know that Rob received these reports.
Anybody else besides him?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
How about Adam Beckman? You see, he's mentioned up here, and you've mentioned him several times already. Was he getting these reports?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
What was the point of getting these reports from Facebook? Was the point to allow federal officials to track, how much misinformation is being reached or engaged with on Facebook?
I'm not sure.
Do you know if the federal officials did anything with these reports?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And I take it the report would have the information that says, here's our top highest engagement Facebook posts relating to COVID, and it would describe them so you could assess whether or not they contain misinformation or disinformation.
I honestly don't recall. I think it was a list of the highest posts. So yes, you could see, yes, if the highest post was a blatant misinformation, you could probably make that determination.
Are you aware of these reports being sent before the May 25th meeting, or did they start after that May 25th meeting between Dr. Murthy, Nick Clegg, and Andy Slavitt?
I don't know. Based on just a plain reading, it seemed like it's a bi-weekly report. It seems like it pre-existed it predates the meeting.
Were they sent every 2 weeks, kind of from then on?
I don't know. I didn't start receiving these until after my meeting with Nick and Brian. And then I believe they kept going. And at some point, Brian asked whether or not they should stop sending them. And I think it was right before child under 5 vaccines was being rolled out. So I think we ended up keeping them, but I don't know that anyone is really looking at them anymore.
Now, it does say here in Dr. Murthy's response, I'll look forward to reviewing it. Do you know if Dr. Murthy reviewed it?
I do not.
Do you remember him discussing those COVID content reports from Facebook in any connection?
I do not. I'm not sure he ever received it again after this.
Do you know why Adam Beckman is on this email chain? It looks like he was probably added as a CC by Dr. Murthy potentially.
Well, it looks like the email is from Nick, so I don't think, so it wouldn't have been, oh, sorry, that's from Dr. Murthy. Thank you, sir. From Dr. Murthy. Yeah, I think Adam, in the early days, Adam was sort of our main COVID policy person, and he was the acting policy director, but he was sort of in my parlance of Washington, I would call Adam like a functional deputy chief of staff. He sort of did a little bit of everything. And so he was certainly someone Dr. Murthy relied on for analysis with respect to COVID and other things. So it was probably making sure Adam was in the know.
Do you know if Adam reviewed these reports?
I do not know if he did.
Let me share with you Exhibit 6. And here's an email chain involving you and Lauren Culbertson of Twitter and Todd O'Boyle of Twitter, correct?
That's correct.
And you copied Kyla Fullenwider on the email.
That's correct.
And she's at US Digital Response. I think I asked this earlier. Do you have an understanding of what US Digital Response is?
What US Digital Response, what? I'm sorry.
Actually is.
I think you asked me this question before, sir. I'm not positive, and I think it's a quasi-governmental organization that helps federal agencies improve their digital data type work.
Gotcha. And do you recall what the purpose of this email chain is? Where you're on July?
Sorry, can I
I
now have the document in front of me, sir. Can you give me a moment to review it, please?
Please do.
Oh yeah, this is just to set up this is to set up that outreach call that we talked about previously, sir. So that first email comes on the 6th, where I'm giving them a heads up. So then this is to set up that pre-call to give them the soft rollout of the advisory.
Gotcha. And I think that call ended up happening on July 10th or 12th. Is that right? To your recollection?
That sounds correct, sir. Whatever we discussed previously.
And the second page in your initial email to them, hi, Lauren and Todd, you introduce yourself and you say, as you know, one of the issues Dr. Murthy has been thinking about is how to help stop the spread of health misinformation as we continue to tackle COVID-19 and beyond, correct?
That is what the document says, correct.
And you wrote that, right, to them, that you wanted to connect with them about how to stop the spread of health misinformation, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That I wrote to them saying that Dr. Murthy has been thinking about how to stop the spread. Yes.
And that's what you wanted to connect with them about, correct?
Correct. This was the rollout call. So we were giving them a heads up about the advisory.
Yeah, it says, I know you and your teams are working hard and thinking deeply about this issue. We'd love to chat over Zoom to connect and discuss what's on the horizon for our teams, correct?
That is what I wrote, correct.
Yeah, and so what was on the horizon for your team at that time? Are you referring to the health advisory?
Yeah, so again, this is trying to meet with them to give them a heads up about the advisory.
Was there anything else on the horizon for the Solicitor General's, I'm sorry, the Surgeon General's team at that time?
I think we knew that we were going to eventually tackle issues like youth mental health, health worker mental health, workplace mental health, and social isolation and loneliness. I sort of already had those high level themes that I knew Dr. Murthy wanted to work on. So as a first intro to a potential partner or impacted partner by our work, I might have given them a general like, hey, these are some of the other things that we'll likely be tackling as an office in the years to come.
You say, I know you and your teams, I guess that's the Twitter teams, are working hard and thinking deeply about this issue being how to help stop the spread of health misinformation, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and then in this email, you go on to say you want to connect and discuss what's on the horizon for our team. So that includes what's on the horizon for the Twitter team, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ask them in that first call what was on the horizon for their team when it came to helping stop the spread of health misinformation?
I think that we've already discussed what occurred during that call, but it was the overall giving them a heads up about the advisory. Now with the recollection here, maybe I gave them a heads up also about other things coming from our office for the year. But that would have been the nature of what we discussed.
Was there any inquiry by you about what was on the horizon for their teams? Or was it just kind of a one-way communication? Here's what OSG plans to do.
There may have been some polite rapport. I don't recall.
Did you ask them anything about whether, taking steps to help stop the spread of health misinformation was something on their horizon?
I don't think so, because again, the purpose of the call, which I know we've already discussed, was about letting them know this was coming out, letting them know overall to take a look at it, and that then we'd share it with them and we could follow up about that. And TBD, maybe they didn't want to work on youth mental health. Maybe they wanted to work on another issue that we could collaborate potentially on other things as well.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 7. Can you see this exhibit on the shared screen?
I do. And I also have it in front of me.
Yeah, and is this I think you mentioned that you wanted to have the introductory call with you and Kyla and Facebook before the rollout, but it happened to end up being scheduled on Friday, the 16th, right?
Correct. That's correct.
And was that by design? Did you, kind of want the Facebook initial call to occur after the 15th and 16th when the rollout happened, or was that a kind of vagary of scheduling?
That was a vagary of scheduling. Because there was a trip to New Mexico where I was staffing Dr. Murthy, so it limited some of our travel windows, but I tried to schedule all of the calls beforehand. So I had offered them the Monday slot, hoping that they would take it, but it didn't work out.
Yeah. Did you know? So that Monday, I take it, would have been like July 12th, and Friday was the 16th, which ended up being after the rollout, correct?
You were accurately describing those dates.
Yeah, gotcha. Did you know at the time that the rollout would involve a kind of unique focus on Facebook?
I did not.
So were you surprised, for example, when Jen Psaki made comments that were kind of specifically calling out Facebook at the July 15th press conference?
Yes, I was surprised.
Do you know what her basis for those comments was?
I do not.
And obviously, did you know the president was going to tell the media they're killing people with a response to a question about Facebook?
I did not know that.
Let me show you Exhibit 8. Can you see that on the screen, Chair?
I can. I also have it in front of me.
And again, is this the kind of email chain where you and Kyla were connected with people at Google/YouTube for this rollout call?
Correct.
And I believe this is the one you testified earlier in it being scheduled on July 14th, right? Just the day before the rollout.
That's correct.
Go to the third page of this document. You send basically the same initial email that you'd sent to Twitter in the prior email I showed you, right?
And I also used the same email to Facebook.
Yeah, yeah. And again, you said that to them. First of all, you refer to Alexandra and Kevin. Do you know how I take it that's Kevin Kane and Alexandra Veach? Is that right?
That's what the last name appears to be online. Yes.
Do you know how you got the contact with those people? How you got their contact information?
I think you asked me this before, sir, but that was we had a spreadsheet for the rollout that was cross-populated. And so I think I would have gotten it from those folks. It's also possible I did know a former colleague of mine worked at Google. If I didn't have it from the spreadsheet, which had suggestion of partners to reach out to, I might have asked someone for the government affairs person at Google and YouTube.
Who prepared that spreadsheet?
I think it was a shared document. I think Daniel might have had the first pen at it since he was originally running the rollout for the advisory.
Do you know if that document still exists in electronic form?
I don't. It's a SharePoint. I don't have any reason to believe it wouldn't exist.
Is that on Google Drive or what kind of SharePoint is used?
It's whatever the government has approved, but it's a SharePoint it's a government approved SharePoint.
Here you.
I think it's a Microsoft type doc. Or I think we use Teams and SharePoint. It's certainly not a Google document.
Gotcha. Here you say, again, that Dr. Murthy's been thinking about how to help stop the spread of health misinformation, and you'd love to connect and discuss what's on the horizon for our teams. In the meeting that you had with these, Google representatives, did you discuss what was on the horizon for their teams when it comes to the spread of health misinformation?
I don't recall.
So you don't
I think again, just like the last one, this was hopefully having Kyle on the call and giving them a high level update that we're going to have this advisory come out and that we want them to take a look at it.
Do you remember yourself asking them for any kind of input on what they might do in this area?
I don't recall.
Do you remember them saying anything about that, whether or not you asked? Oh, here's what even Google may be doing in the space of stopping the spread of health misinformation.
I don't recall.
Let me show you Exhibit 9. Here's another email from Nick Clegg to Dr. Murphy and Andy Slavitt, copying Brian Rice, correct?
That's correct.
And he's sending another one of these COVID insight reports, correct?
That's correct.
And he highlights a couple of vaccine-related efforts in that email to them, right?
That's correct.
you know whether Andy Slavitt or Dr. Murthy asked Facebook to send them information or updates about what kind of information Facebook was spreading about vaccines in particular?
I don't know.
And then in the email above, another email from Nick Clegg to Dr. Murthy and Andy Slavitt. He gives yet another COVID report, and he says that I understand that for Brian, that my team is meeting with yours next week to delve deeper into our COVID misinformation efforts, correct?
That's what the document says, correct?
Do you know what meeting that is between the Facebook and Surgeon General teams was?
Yeah, I think he's referring to the meeting on the 16th that we're going to have the rollout meeting that got pushed to the Friday after the rollout.
And so he's sending this email on July 10th.
Right, and
Go ahead.
then the rollout call with them was on the 16th, I believe.
So you think that, are you aware of any other meeting between, Facebook's team and Dr. Murthy's team in that week?
I am not familiar with any other meeting.
Okay, and it talks about how Facebook's understanding of that meeting is that it was going to delve deeper into our COVID misinformation efforts, correct?
That is what the document says, correct?
So that was Mr. Clegg's understanding of what was going to happen in this rollout meeting, right?
It would appear so. I can't speak to what he understood, but that's what he expresses.
Is that what you, do you know why he thinks that's what the meeting is going to be about?
I think we have the email that you already showed of me inviting Nick and Brian to the meeting, which is the same email I use for all of the parties with the same language saying that we'll discuss health misinformation.
So you think that's his basis for thinking that was you had sent that same email that you'd already sent to Twitter and YouTube talking about how, Dr. Murthy wants to help stop the spread of health misinformation and want to discuss how what's on the horizon for our teams, right?
That's correct.
So Facebook had the understanding at this stage that these meetings would be to, quote, delve deeper into our COVID misinformation efforts, right?
That's your interpretation, and that makes sense based on what he said.
Did you, in that July 16th meeting, delve deeper into Facebook's COVID misinformation efforts?
Not to my recollection. This was again, Kyla sort of going a little bit more over as we discussed previously when we talked about this meeting, and when you were going over the interrogatories, I think it was Kyla going more over the advisory to my recollection. She may have asked additional questions.
Could those additional questions have related to Facebook's efforts to combat health misinformation?
Absolutely.
Did they, to your recollection?
I think she had some questions about, the research side. I think some questions came up about CrowdTangle, if I recall correctly, which was a data port for some ways to understand the Facebook, again, impact and research of the misinformation.
So you think she, in that July 16th meeting, asked about CrowdTangle?
I think so. I'm not positive.
What is CrowdTangle exactly?
I'm not exactly positive, sir. I've never used CrowdTangle, but I believe it's some sort of data port to help some researchers or help users understand, the reach of some of Facebook's posts and interactions.
Is that something that's publicly available, or is it something that Facebook only provides to select individuals?
I think it's publicly available, but I really don't know.
And do you remember what Kyla was saying about the use of CrowdTangle in this meeting?
I do not.
Was she asking if they could have access to it, or asking how to interpret data from it, anything like that?
I don't recall.
Is the information from CrowdTangle different from the information in the COVID Insights reports that we've seen, Nick Clegg emailing to Dr. Murthy, and you said you got added to later on? Are those two different things, CrowdTangle and the COVID Insight reports from Facebook?
I mean, I think they're per se different things, but I don't know if materially the information expressed is different.
Do you know whether Kyla was asking for, was raising crowd tangle in connection with asking for more transparency or more access to data about misinformation on Facebook?
I don't recall.
Do you remember anything else? What did Facebook say about crowd tangle in that meeting?
I don't recall what their answer was.
Do you remember anything else that Kyla said in that meeting?
I do not.
I'm emailing your council 3 more exhibits labeled 10, 11, and 12. And I'm going to pull up exhibit 10 on the screen, but I'll wait till Ms. Chusey receives it.
Thank you, council. While we're waiting, we've been going for another hour or so. What are we thinking about a break?
This is a natural breaking point for me. If you want a short break now and then go another hour before having a later lunch, that's fine. I'm also fine going. Either one would be fine with me. Tammy's opinion is very important here, so.
Tammy, you're on mute.
Short break would be good for me.
Let's do that.
Let's do it.
Great. Okay,
Time
we
is
will
11:07
return.
a.m. We are off the record. The time is 11:19 a.m. We are back on the record.
Mr. Waldo, in the next few exhibits, I want to direct your attention more specifically to that July 15th rollout of the health advisory we've been talking about. And I want to start by sharing exhibit 10 with you, which is the transcript of the press conference involving Jen Psaki and Dr. Murthy, where the health advisory was announced. Can you see that on the screen?
I can. I also have the document in front of me.
Were you at this press conference?
I was not.
Okay. Did you watch it? Did you see the Surgeon General speak?
I think I had some multiple screens up. I was probably doing calls or work, but it may have been on the background.
And were you part of the team that worked with him to craft the message at this press conference?
It would have been the press secretary who would have worked on this.
But not you. Would you have had input in his comments on this?
At this juncture, I did not, to my recollection.
Okay. If you go to the second page of the document, there's an announcement today. I issued a Surgeon General's advisory on the dangers of health misinformation, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and then Dr. Murthy goes on to say Surgeon General advisories are reserved for urgent public health threats, correct?
That is what the document says.
So his message is that health misinformation is an urgent public health threat, correct?
That is what he says, correct.
Yeah, and he describes it as an imminent and insidious threat to our nation's health, correct?
Where is that, sir? Oh, yes, the next set. I see it. Thank you. He says, and while those threats have often been related to what we eat, drink, and smoke, today we live in a world where misinformation poses an imminent and insidious threat to our nation's health.
So he's likening, kind of like you did earlier, he's likening health misinformation to carcinogens in tobacco, for example, with a reference to smoking, right?
That's the example I used, correct?
Yeah, I mean, he references to smoking himself too, right? So that's a similar point, right?
Oh, yes, he does say, well, he says that in previous advisories have been about threats like smoking, and that misinformation is an imminent and insidious threat.
Gotcha. And he goes on to say that health misinformation is false, inaccurate, or misleading information about health according to the best evidence at the time, right?
Correct.
And is that definition of health misinformation is something that's used by the Surgeon General's office in this health advisory and elsewhere as well, right?
I believe that is the definition that is listed within the advisory, correct?
And were you involved in adopting that definition?
As we discussed previously, I was not in the office while the advisory was developed or finalized, so I was not part of the creation or did not have input into the definition therefore.
And so do you know who devised that definition or how it was formulated?
So I think, as we've already discussed, the content of the advisory would have been worked on by people like Daniel Tartakovsky, Kyle Fullenwilder, maybe Adam Beckman. Certainly Dr. Murthy would have had eyes on it. Those are the types of people who would have looked at it. Probably some other members of the science and policy team, like maybe Taisha Short, who is a policy associate.
And does that definition contemplate that what constitutes misinformation might change over time?
I think that's a fair reading of the definition.
So in other words, the best evidence may indicate at one stage that something is misinformation, and later better evidence may come up that makes it turn out to be more reliable. Is that fair to say?
I think that's a fair reading of the definition.
So something that we now think is misinformation may later turn out to be accurate information, right?
And vice versa.
Yeah, right. Whereas stuff we think is accurate may turn out to be misleading, right?
I think you've stated the definition and multiple reasonable interpretations of that definition.
And Surgeon General goes on to say that the truth is that misinformation takes away our freedom to make informed decisions about our health and the health of our loved ones, right?
That is what he said in the press conference, correct?
Yeah, and is that the view of the Surgeon General's office, that health misinformation takes away freedom, specifically the freedom to make informed health decisions?
I'm not sure we've made a determination that that's the signed off view of the entire office, but that's coming out from the Surgeon General, so I think it's fair to ascribe to our office.
In other words, that's Surgeon General Murphy's view, at least, that he said at this press conference, right?
That's what he said at the conference, so I think it's fair to ascribe it as his view.
And he immediately goes on to say, during the COVID-19 pandemic, health misinformation has led people to resist wearing masks in high-risk settings, right?
That is what the sentence says, correct?
Yeah, and so I take it his view is that it's health misinformation that masks are ineffective in stopping the spread of the virus in high-risk settings, right?
I think that's a fair reading.
So here I've jotted down a sentence about masks here that says, the typical mask you buy in a drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus, which is small enough to pass through material, as a discussion of the effectiveness of mask wearing. Would that sentence be health misinformation on the view of the Surgeon General's office?
Well, I guess you're asking me a hypothetical. There is no, Surgeon General's office doesn't have like a team that helps determine whether or not something's health or misinformation. But I think it'd be under a reasonable person standard. You could look at a sentence like that and decide whether or not you thought it was. I'd want to consult a policy lead or someone to say whether it was or was not. It doesn't sound like misinformation to me, but that's just, that's my sort of layperson's view.
Is this the sort of information that could lead people to resist wearing masks in high-risk settings? To say the
Objection calls for speculation.
If I may finish.
I'm not sure.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So go ahead, sir. No, go ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
Sorry, no, can you repeat the question?
Is that the sort of misinformation that could lead people to resist wearing masks in high-risk settings? The statement that the typical mask you buy in a drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus.
I don't know.
Does the Surgeon General, Surgeon General's office has given a lot of, or made a lot of statements about combating health misinformation. Does the Surgeon General's office give any guidance about how to determine whether or not something is misinformation?
I think the definition is the attempt to recognize the complexity of it. I also think it's important to recognize that the advisory is about mis and disinformation, and that there's certainly a spectrum of within that. And I think Dr. Murthy explicitly also talks about that oftentimes people are spreading information with good intention that may not be accurate. And our goal is to spread more accurate information and to create connections and ways for people to connect with folks who are more likely to share accurate information.
Does the Surgeon General give advice on how to determine what's accurate and what's not accurate?
I don't recall that. I think there was the view, I think within the document, certainly within the toolkit, he talks about examples of more trusted sources that he recommends people reach out to.
He goes on to say modern technology companies have enabled misinformation to poison our information environment with little accountability to their users. Do you see that?
I do see that.
So I think we alluded earlier to the fact that he did use the word poison to describe misinformation, right?
That's correct. We did discuss the use of the word poison.
He talks about another word here that I think the Surgeon General's office uses a lot, which is the word accountability. I think that Dr. Murthy and the advisory talk about holding the social media platforms accountable for misinformation on their platforms. Do you know what's meant by accountable?
I don't have a definition of accountable for the purposes of your question.
You know what the Surgeon General's office intends it to mean when it uses the word accountable and accountability for social media platforms.
I think there's generally the notion that, they have, I would say an obligation to try to make sure that they're not doing harm. So as opposed to just saying, hey, I built this highway and I'm not going to put any speed limits on it or stop signs or warn people that there's a turn ahead. You want to say, are we doing anything to reduce the likelihood of a collision? You want a stop sign, a speed limit, some lines on the road, some traffic cameras, et cetera. So I think, the idea is social media companies have created this platform that is where many, many people receive news that they believe. How can we, in a time of a historic pandemic, think about ways to have a heightened sense of obligation to make sure that that's not being used and have a corrosive effect on the health of others?
Does accountability include accepting the consequences for when you do something wrong or inappropriate?
I mean, that's a fair and modern use of the word accountable.
And is that what's included in what's intended or meant when that word is used by the Surgeon General's office with respect to social media platforms? That they should accept consequences for when they don't do enough to stop the spread of misinformation that can harm people?
I don't know.
But you say that'd be a fair understanding to a modern user of that word, correct?
I think you're providing a reasonable reading of the word accountable in the context of this paragraph.
Were you involved in any discussions about choosing to use the word accountable? It does pop up a lot in these OSG communications.
I think as you asked before as to whether or not I was participated in the creation of these remarks, I did not. So therefore, I would not have had any view into whether or not and how to choose the word accountable.
He goes on to say that the social media platforms have allowed people who intentionally spread misinformation, what we call disinformation, to have extraordinary reach, correct?
That is what the sentence says, correct.
And that's something he's calling on them to stop, to prevent the reach of those who spread disinformation. Is that fair to say?
He's again, I think the advisory and all this is providing technology companies and others with the idea of this is an issue. There's an obligation or certainly an imperative to do more. So reduce it, not only stop, but reduce or take some sort of mitigating efforts so that the misinformation and disinformation is not leading to poor health results for people.
Yeah, in other words, that some steps should be taken by social media platforms to stop the extraordinary reach of disinformation on their platforms, correct?
I think it's to stop. I would view it as stopping the harm. And this goes to our conversation that you and I have had earlier, right? I think you want to understand. I think there's a presumption right now that the reach is leading to harm. I think within the context of the advisory, there's a desire to learn and study more which is also part of the conversations we've already talked about vis-a-vis Facebook around understanding the nature of the reach to understand the depth of harm. So I think that's all on the table.
Yeah, and one of the things that's on the table, I think you testified earlier, is that when the health advisory was issued, the Surgeon General's view was that stopping the spread is one way to stop the harm, correct?
I think that's what the document says, so I don't have any reason to believe that's not what the Surgeon General meant when it was written.
On the next page, the Surgeon General goes on to say, we are saying we expect more from our technology companies, correct?
That's correct.
And it says we're asking them to operate with greater transparency and accountability, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, in other words, so this is kind of a call to action to the social media platforms, right? We're asking them to do things, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and one of those things is greater transparency. I assume that's a reference to the kind of data sharing that was raised in these private calls, including with Kyla Fullen-Wider, correct?
Yeah, I think, again, helping people understand what is the nature of the reach and the nature of the impact of this health misinformation and disinformation.
And then accountability, I think you testified earlier, a reasonable understanding of that term would include the social media platforms accepting consequences for negative behavior that they're responsible for, correct?
I read this sentence. It says, fourth, we're saying we expect more from our technology companies. We're asking them to operate with greater transparency and accountability. I read that sentence to mean accountability is accountability to the public around this public health emergency.
And again, the public then would expect them to accept responsibility and consequences if they behave badly, correct?
I mean, accountability, in my mind, again, we're asking them to operate with greater transparency and accountability means, hey, we can't just say it's not our fault. There's nothing we can do to improve this. Accountability means like this is happening with our platform. We have a duty to try to improve the outcomes and help make sure that there's fewer bad outcomes when using our platform during a pandemic with historic deaths.
Yeah, in other words,
and historic and preventable deaths.
Yeah, in other words, that we're asking them to take more proactive steps to stop the spread of misinformation.
Yes, or to help the public or help people understand how to do that. It could be research could help us understand that if you send a positive message this way, it can undo the harm of the negative messaging. There's all sorts of things we could learn that would create the actual tactics as opposed to the prescriptive strategies.
Right, and one tactic is mentioned later in the paragraph, or two tactics. One is, he says, we're asking them to monitor misinformation more closely, right? So
that is what the sentence says, correct?
Yeah, and then Dr. Murthy said, we're asking them to consistently take action against misinformation super spreaders on their platforms, correct?
That is what he says, yes.
So that's a specific action item that the Surgeon General urged social media platforms to take, which is essentially to remove content spread by misinformation super spreaders, right?
That's not what the sentence says. He says, we're asking them to consistently take action against. You are supposing that means remove. It could just be, we're not going to have the algorithm amplify it, or we're not going to allow it to be retweeted, or we're going to put a corrective warning label. There are plenty of examples that could take action that would reduce the harm of the misinformation super spreader and keep it from spreading.
So some of those potential actions that they could take would include assigning warning labels, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and some might include de-amplifying the content from information super spreaders and their algorithms, correct?
That's correct.
And another action might be taking down the content. Bad posts just get taken down altogether. That'd be a potential action to take against super spreaders, right?
That is a potential action, yes.
And another potential action would be to, deplatform them, right? To cancel their accounts altogether, right?
That is a potential action that a social media platform could take.
And Dr. Murthy calls for social media platforms to take action against information super spreaders, right?
That is what the sentence says, correct.
I'm going to flip ahead a few pages in this. So it's the page marked 45.5 on the bottom right. There's a
Sorry,
question.
could you, we have to unlock the laptop or the
Yeah,
iPad. What page are we on again?
45.5, it should be the 5th page of the PDF.
5th page of the PDF. Okay, thank you.
You see,
Yep.
start about halfway down the
Yep.
page, a reporter asks Surgeon General Murphy the question, do you personally believe that public figures and public companies that are helping spread misinformation about the vaccine should be held accountable, right?
I do see that question, yes.
Yeah, and he responds by saying, how can we be more accountable and responsible for the information that we share, right?
Yes,
And he says the bottom line is that all of us have an important role to play, and technology companies have a particularly important role, right?
that is what he says, correct?
And he goes on to say, we're asking them to step up, right?
Yes. Can I actually read that whole paragraph, sir? Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, and he says that in that paragraph, the speed and scale of spreading misinformation has been in part enabled by these platforms, that's social media platforms, correct?
That's correct.
And that's why he says, that's why in the health advisory today, we're asking them to step up, right?
That's correct. That's what he says.
Yeah, and he says, we know they have taken some steps to address misinformation, but much, much more has to be done, right?
That is what he says, correct?
And he says, we can't wait longer for them to take aggressive action because it's costing people their lives, right?
That's correct.
So in other words, he's calling for aggressive action by social media platforms to address misinformation on their platforms, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and he doesn't specify there what the aggressive action should be, but it needs to be much, much more on his view than is already being done, right?
That's correct.
And that's a public message that all the social media platforms are receiving, right?
Well, I don't know which ones of them were watching this press conference or not, but they presumably, we know we sent them the advisory, and this is certainly a well-covered event. So hopefully they received that message.
And in fact, you had some introductory calls with at least three of them to tell them it was coming and encourage them to watch, right?
We did not encourage them to watch the press conference.
Okay, but you encouraged them to pay attention to the advisory, right?
We encouraged them to read the advisory. We shared it with them, yes.
And then you asked them, each of them, as a follow-up, what actions they might have taken in response to the advisory, right?
I don't think we asked each of them. I think we definitely, I think Facebook and Twitter and maybe Google, but I guess is that most of them, yeah.
Did you ever communicate with any other social media platforms other than Facebook, Twitter, and Google/YouTube?
I guess, again, Facebook also includes Instagram. So, I think it's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I don't think so. I know there was discussion about whether or not we wanted to reach out to, I think, Pinterest, but I don't believe that we did. I think Dr. Murphy had shared I think Nextdoor is another social media site that actually maybe had like some more favorable policies that they were taking on this. We talked about potentially highlighting them, but I didn't do any outreach to those groups.
How about LinkedIn or Reddit or Verizon Media, Microsoft, any of those?
We did not do any outreach to LinkedIn, to my knowledge, not to Microsoft, to my knowledge. We did a Reddit Ask Me Anything, may not have been about misinformation. It may have been about one of our other health topics. I remember us doing prep for Reddit AMA, which stands for Ask Me Anything, but I don't believe we reached out to Reddit for around misinformation.
The American Medical Association will be pleased to hear that acronym. Let me turn your attention to page 10 of this document, 4510. And this is after Dr. Murphy's already left the press conference. There's follow-up questions to Jen Psaki. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, so There's a question here that refers back, I think, to Dr. Murphy's comment about being more aggressive, where it says, the reporter says, can you talk a little bit more about this request for tech companies to be more aggressive in policing misinformation? Has the administration been in touch with any of these companies? And are there any actions that the federal government can take to ensure their cooperation? Because we've seen from the start, there's not a lot of action on some of these platforms, correct?
That is the question that was asked to Ms. Saki, correct?
And she responds, sure. Well, first, we are in regular touch with these social media platforms. And those engagements typically happen through members of our senior staff, but also members of our COVID-19 team, correct?
That is what Jen Psaki answers, correct?
Yeah. Do you know who she's referring to when she talks about being in regular touch with social media platforms and those engagements typically happening through members of our senior staff?
I do not.
So you don't know what human beings she's talking about who are regularly in touch with social media platforms?
I do not.
Is she possibly talking about Dr. Murphy?
Is it technically possible? I suppose, but I don't think so.
And was he in regular touch with social media platforms by July 15th of 2021, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
How about Rob Flaherty? Do you know, was he in regular touch with social media platforms?
I don't know.
She refers to members of our senior staff. Do you know who that is?
I don't know. I think we discussed Andy Slavitt already having clearly a connection with Nick Clegg. So that's a member of the senior COVID-19 team.
Do you know of anyone else who she might be referring to?
I do not.
How about also members of our COVID-19 team who would be in
maybe
touch with social media platforms? Go ahead, you know who that is.
I do think that would probably have been Andy Slavitt is my guess.
Okay, so he'd be both members of our senior staff and members of our COVID-19 team.
Correct. Andy, I believe, I'm not positive, but his title was something like, I don't know if he was I guess Jeff Zients is technically the czar. Taking it back to our Russian references from before. So Jeff Zients ran the COVID-19 team, but Andy was a very important member of that team as well, was considered a senior staffer. And so I would assume it's Andy.
How about Jeff Zients? You know, if he was talking to social media platforms at all?
I don't know.
Anyone else who she might be referring to your knowledge?
I don't know.
Okay, she goes on in the next paragraph to say, in terms of actions, the first one she lists is, we've increased disinformation research and tracking within the Surgeon General's office. Do you know what she's referring to?
I do not.
So are you aware of any increase in disinformation research and tracking at any phase in the Surgeon General's office?
I'm not aware. I think obviously there was research done by the policy team in the creation of the advisory. So that's certainly the research side of it, but I'm not familiar with any increase in tracking of disinformation.
So you don't know what her basis was for saying there's been an increase in disinformation research and tracking?
I don't. My only thought, as I've already said, is that given the preparation for the advisory, certainly we did research that the team had to have done research to, that's our standard business practice before we issue an advisory, is to research an issue.
Who did that research? I think you mentioned the gentleman with a Russian name and Kyla Fullenwider. Were they involved in that research?
Yeah, so as I've answered previously, my understanding is Daniel had the first pen, or was like the key policy person working on the advisory. So that's Daniel Tartakovsky. Kyla, I believe, participated, and probably someone like Taisha Short, who worked with Daniel on the policy team, were involved. At that time in the office, Adam Beckman managed Daniel, so it's possible that he had some input, but I think Daniel was one of the chief drivers of the drafting process. And I think I mentioned this is, again, we've discussed this already before, but also Dr. Murthy certainly would have, and this is based on just our general practice in the office, he would have seen the drafts and would have signed off on the final draft.
And Jen Psaki goes on to say, we're flagging problematic posts for Facebook that spread disinformation. Do you know what she's referring to? Who is flagging problematic posts for Facebook?
I don't know.
So are you aware of anyone in the Surgeon General's office who's flagging problematic posts for Facebook at any time?
I am not aware of anyone in the Surgeon General's office who is flagging problematic posts for Facebook.
How about Kyla? Could she have done that by communicating with the outside researchers like Renee DeResta?
I'm very doubtful of that. I don't think Kyle would have represented that was an ask from the Surgeon General's office, because there was no system set up where we were either looking at reviewing or in any way, there had been no policy decision around that. So I'd be hard pressed to guess that, but I don't know.
Are you aware of any other federal officials inside or outside the Surgeon General's office who've flagged problematic posts for Facebook?
I don't know.
You just don't know whether there are or there aren't.
I know that there aren't. I don't know of any in the Surgeon General's office who flagged bad posts for Facebook, and I know that I don't have knowledge of anyone who's done it in the Surgeon General's office, and I don't know if anyone else outside within the administration did it.
You're not aware of anyone in the Surgeon General's office, and you don't know if there's anyone outside.
That's correct.
Do you have any reason to believe or suspect that anyone may have done it?
I know that Rob Flaherty was in touch with Facebook, and so that would be the only person, given his role as digital director, he might have been seeing content. That would be my only guess.
So you think Rob Flaherty may have been flagging problematic posts for Facebook?
I know he was certainly very aware of misinformation posts. So that's the only other person I know who was deeply looking at the posts themselves.
How about the CDC? Are you aware of the CDC, Centers for Disease Control, being involved in flagging problematic posts?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you know Carol Crawford?
Not off the top of my head.
Is a name familiar to you?
Very vaguely.
How do you know of her?
I don't. I'm just saying the name sounds vaguely familiar.
Okay.
I've also been living in DC for 14 years now, so it's possible names start to all sound alike.
Let me scroll down to the next page. It's still Jen Psaki talking, and she says, there are also proposed changes that we have made to social media platforms, including Facebook, and those specifically are 4 key steps. Do you see that?
I do.
Were you aware at this time frame of anyone in the federal government proposing changes to social media platforms, including Facebook?
I was not.
So you're not aware of any communications between anyone in the federal government prior to the health advisory where these kinds of recommendations were made to any social media platform?
I was not aware, no.
Her first point is one that they measure and publicly share the impact of misinformation on their platform. Correct?
That is what the document says, correct.
And that kind of echoes what Surgeon General Murthy has said and what in the health advisory, and I think you said was discussed in some of the calls, right?
That's correct.
But you're not aware of anyone separately proposing those changes to Facebook.
I am not.
Second, she goes on to say, we have proposed that they create a robust enforcement strategy that bridges their properties and provides transparency about the rules. Do you know what robust enforcement strategy was proposed to social media platforms?
I do not.
Do you know if anyone in the federal government proposed anything like that to them prior to this July 15th date?
I am not aware of anything.
She goes on to say, in reference to this, there's about 12 people who are producing 65% of anti-vaccine misinformation on social media platforms. All of them remain active on Facebook, despite some even being banned on other platforms, including ones that Facebook owns. posts, correct?
That is what the statement says, correct?
And that's a reference to the so-called disinformation dozen, right?
It would appear so, yes.
I remember you said earlier that you had a briefing from what you think could have been the CCDH, the Center for Countering Digital Hate, about the disinformation dozen, right?
That's correct.
Were you aware that of any federal officials prior to this July 15th press conference calling for social media companies to take action against the disinformation dozen?
I was not.
Are you aware of any proposal for a robust enforcement strategy that would stop
I'm not.
from that
I'm not.
disinformation?
I'm not aware of that.
Then Jen Psaki goes on to say, third, it's important to take faster action against harmful posts, right?
That is what the document says, correct?
She talks about how information travels quickly and Facebook needs to move more quickly to remove harmful, violative posts. Posts that will be within their policies for removal often remain up for days, right?
That is what the document says, correct?
So she's calling on Facebook to move more quickly to remove content, to remove harmful posts, correct?
I think she's saying to remove those harmful posts that are already violating the policy, the harmful violative posts.
Right. She's asking for harmful violative posts that violate Facebook's policies to be taken down more quickly, right?
That is what she says, correct?
Is that consistent with what the health advisory calls for faster action to take down harmful posts?
I don't recall that level of specificity within the advisory, but certainly the advisory overall has recommendations for technology companies, including, I think there's more vague language of sort of that says to something to the extent of move faster or more aggressive, but I don't think this level of specificity of like too many days, it's certainly not on there.
Okay, but there is a call for more aggressive action that could include moving more quickly to remove harmful violative posts.
I think that's a specific interpretation that's not, I don't think that's not in the document to my knowledge, but if you have the document and you can show it to me, I'm happy to take a look.
Well, let me ask you this. Is that something that ever came up in the follow-up calls is, hey, can there be faster action to remove, kind of harmful posts that are getting a lot of spread, like of disinformation dozen post goes viral. Can you guys get it taken down faster? Were there any conversations like that in your follow-up calls?
Not from our side. I think when we were setting up the meeting because the meeting with Facebook and Peyton occurred after this, I think there's an email from Peyton to me saying, we're understanding that these are your 4 asks. Is that correct? And I believe I responded to her and said, that's actually not what we were going to talk about. We're going to talk about the advisory more generally. So we weren't sort of continuing on that piece. I think Facebook at first was inquiring as to whether or not that was, coming from our office.
I see. And so did Facebook then report back to you with information about how they have been taking faster action to remove harmful posts?
I don't recall.
Did they report back to you about specific actions taken against the disinformation dozen?
I don't think so, but I don't recall.
Do you have any other knowledge of what might be the possible basis for Ms. Psaki's statements that we've gone over, other than what we've already asked you?
I don't.
You don't know what her basis was for saying all those things?
I do not.
Let's pull up Exhibit 11. And now this actually is the health advisory we've been talking about, right?
Great.
And
Yes.
this was issued on July 15th of 2021.
Yes.
We've talked about this quite a bit, so I want to jump ahead down to page 5 of the document. You see how in the text I've highlighted on the shared screen, that health advisory says product features built into technology platforms have contributed to the spread of misinformation. For example, go ahead.
Sir, can you give me a moment to read a little bit more of this page?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
So it says product features built into technology platforms have contributed to the spread of misinformation, correct?
That is what the document says, correct?
And it says that social media platforms incentivize people to share content to get likes, comments, and other positive signals of engagement, correct?
That is what the sentence says, correct?
And thus it rewards engagement rather than accuracy, right?
That is what the sentence says, correct?
So is there a suggestion or proposal from the Surgeon General's office that social media companies ought to change their product features to slow the spread of inaccurate information?
I think when you go to the bottom, what it says is, additional researchers need to better understand how people are exposed to and affected by misinformation, and how this may vary across subpopulations based on factors such as race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, education,
Okay.
age.
So you can you please slow down? You lost me. Subpopulation.
Yes, ma'am. I'll slow down, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank
Subpopulations based on factors such as race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, education, age, sexual orientation, gender identity, cultural and religious practices, hobbies and interests, and personal networks. So I think Dr. Murthy is describing the current product and ultimately saying that we need to understand more about how this is affecting the population, and that would potentially lead to different sorts of ameliorative policy goals or potential product changes.
So you think, is he's saying more research is needed? Is he also saying that there should be product changes?
I don't see that in there, sir. Can you point me to it?
Page 12. What technology platforms can do. Do you see that on the shared screen?
Yes, and I now have it up on my screen as well.
And you see how the first recommendation is assess the benefits and harms of products and platforms and take responsibility for addressing these harms.
Yes, I see that.
And it immediately says, in particular, make meaningful long-term investments to address misinformation, including product changes, correct?
That is correct.
And he recommends redesigning recommendation algorithms to avoid amplifying misinformation, build in friction such as suggestions and warnings to reduce the sharing of misinformation, and make it easier for users to report misinformation, correct?
That's correct.
And so those are all action items above and beyond additional research that would slow the spread of misinformation on the platforms, right?
Right. So now we are in the what technology platforms can do section. I think we were still up just in the summary section. So this is addition. You were asking me if that previous section talked about product changes. It did not. This section does.
So this section of the health advisory does call for product changes, correct?
I guess the term it's using, yeah, it suggests that these are things that they can do. They could do a product change. It's a recommendation.
Yeah, and they recommend redesigning algorithms and building in frictions and actually make it easier for users to report misinformation, right?
That is exactly what it says.
And that'd be a method for users to flag problematic posts so that they could be reviewed for content modulation policy violations, right?
Yes, that's a fair reading of that sentence, I think.
Yeah, and then lower down in the page, same column, it talks about how social media platforms should strengthen the monitoring of misinformation, correct?
Can you give me a second to read this page, sir?
Yeah, let's just, I don't think you need to read the whole document. I'm just asking you to look at this one.
Oh, yeah. I know, but I want to understand the context. Okay, sir, I'm ready.
Strengthen the monitoring of misinformation, correct? That's another recommendation.
Yes,
And it says platforms should increase staffing of multilingual content moderation teams, correct?
that is what the document says.
The idea is putting more resources into the content modulation teams that detect the misinformation and apply content modulation policies to it, correct?
This one, right, when I read that one, it's talking about, again, the content moderation. I think you said modulation, sir. So it's saying you want more multilingual moderation teams so that if there's misinformation being spread in one language and one community is being disproportionately harmed, we want to make sure that we're being able to find the harm in multiple languages. So this is a common problem that can occur in policy areas where if we don't have something in multiple languages, it might be harder to reach certain communities.
And so the idea is have more staff on the social media platform side to be able to identify misinformation in non-English speaking communities.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the idea there would be able to detect it and stop its spread in those communities who may be being, as you said, disproportionately harmed.
Correct. That is, I think, what the paragraph is trying to get at.
Yeah, and later in the paragraph, it says platforms should also address misinformation in live streams, which are more difficult to moderate due to their temporary nature and use audio and video, right?
That is what the sentence says, correct.
And moderating misinformation usually involves taking one of those actions that we talked about earlier, like, applying a label to it, removing a post, de-amplifying it, and so forth, right?
Those are examples, yes.
Yeah, so this advisory is calling for the platforms to do more moderation in a particular area, that is live stream, video and audio content, correct?
It flags that live streams are a place where it's recognizing it's difficult to moderate is what I think it says. And it should also create a plan to address how to deal with moderation in live streams, yes.
Yeah, in other words, to increase moderation of misinformation they're currently not detecting because it's, done through video feeds, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then underneath that, it talks about prioritize early detection of misinformation, super spreaders, and repeat offenders, right?
That's correct.
So the recommendation is that the social media platform should make it a priority to identify the super spreaders and the repeat offenders, right?
Correct.
And not just that, it's to impose clear consequences for accounts that repeatedly violate platform policies, right?
That is what the document says, correct.
And what it says implies not just removing posts, but to impose clear consequences for accounts that
I don't think it
violate policies, right?
I don't think it implies that. I think it says that explicitly.
Right. It explicitly says that there should be consequences for the account, not just the offending post, right?
It says impose clear consequences for accounts that repeatedly violate platform policies.
And clear consequences for a repeat violator of policies usually includes things like issuing strikes against them, temporary suspensions, and sometimes permanent deplatforming, correct?
Those are examples of current policies in place by social media companies, correct?
Skipping ahead to page 16. at the conclusion, there's a reference to institutions recognizing that this issue.
Sir, may I have a moment again to read this page?
Sure. It's the one marked where we go from here.
Yeah, I found it. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm ready, sir.
Here on page 16, the advisory says we need institutions to recognize that this issue relating to misinformation, their moral and civic responsibility, and that they are accountable, right?
That is what the sentence says, correct?
So calling for accountability for social media platforms is something that's kind of a word that's repeatedly used both in the advisory and in the Surgeon General's public remarks, right?
The word accountable was used in the press conference, and it's definitely used here in the advisory.
Why don't we look at Exhibit 12? Now, the health advisory was actually launched not from the White House press conference, but in an event at Stanford, right?
I don't now recall what the order of operations was, whether the Stanford event happened before the press conference, but it was all part of the launch day. Yes, I think it was. I would call it a launch day as opposed to with launch counts is like that morning, the embargo is done. We sent it out to reporters. So it's a multi-tiered launch.
And there's at least two events that day. There's a White House press conference, and then there's Dr. Murthy giving remarks through the Stanford Internet Observatory, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, and the Stanford Internet Observatory, that's is that where Renee DiResta is?
I know that Renee was part of this event. I think that's where she is, but I'm not positive.
And the Stanford Internet Observatory is also part of something called the Virality Project, right?
I've never heard of that term.
It's a VIRALITY, Virality Project. Does that ring a bell to you?
It does not.
So you're not aware of the Surgeon General's office being directly involved in something called the Virality Project?
I am not.
Now, this exhibit you've got here includes the kind of cover page of the post on the Stanford Internet Observatory with the YouTube video of Dr. Murthy's public remarks. And then attached to that is an audio transcription done by a court reporter of excerpts from those remarks. Can you see that if you scroll through?
I can see that, yes.
I'm going to skip ahead to page 5. Dr. Murthy says in this kind of Stanford.
Counsel, I'm sorry to interrupt. The document is not up on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you see it now?
Yes, thank you. May I have a moment to read this page, sir?
Sure. Actually, why don't you read the next page? Page 6.
Not this page, sir? Okay.
Yeah, do page 6.
Okay.
See the sentence I've highlighted in the shared screen where Dr. Murphy says, we are asking technology companies to operate with greater transparency and accountability so that misinformation doesn't continue to poison our sharing platforms, right?
Yes, I see that.
So there's two words that get repeated here. One is accountability and the other is poison, right?
Those are, yes, words we've discussed before.
Yeah, and so he's using those words again in his second event announcing this. And I take it is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And he goes on to say, we know the government can play an important role too. Do you know what role of the government he's referring to?
He, I think, highlights that bringing stakeholders together with urgency around a common vision for a healthy information environment, as well as supporting community organizations that are trying to get accurate information to their community members. So I believe that's what he means, that the government can help bring together stakeholders, sort of what I would call the convening power of a bully pulpit. So you're able to bring parties together.
So, and those stakeholders, I assume, would include social media platforms, right?
I think that's fair to think they are stakeholders that you would want to bring together. Yes.
Yeah, and you'd want them to share the urgency to have a common vision for a healthy information environment, right?
You would want all your stakeholders to have that. Yes.
Let's turn ahead to page 9. Are you there?
I'm there. Yes. Can I have a moment to read this page, sir?
Sure.
Great. Go ahead.
In the middle of the page, Dr. Murthy says, we know technology companies have a really important role. They must step up and play to slow the spread of misinformation on their sites, or that's by either sharing data with people and researchers about what interventions they're making and the impact that that's having, right?
That is what the sentence says. Correct.
So he provides an explanation of the kind of data sharing they want. It's data sharing that would allow researchers to assess what interventions they're making and the impact that they're having, right?
That is what the sentence says. Correct.
So the purpose of the data sharing is to let outside people come in and kind of assess how well they're doing with their own internal policies to combat the spread of misinformation, right?
That's yes.
And he also refers to changing algorithms and making other alterations to identify misinformation early and slow its spread, right?
Correct. That's what he says.
And he goes on to refer to that as steps that all of us can take, right?
That's correct.
And that all of us includes the social media platforms, right?
Yeah, it's in keeping with his all of society approach.
Yeah, if you skip ahead 2 pages, the last page here is called page 11.
Great. Give me one moment, sir. I'm ready.
Okay, here toward the bottom of the page, if you look ahead to page 10, he's responding to a question by Renee DeResta, who we've talked about before, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and what he says here at the bottom of page 11 is, I'm optimistic we can make progress in this area. And myself, my team, we're committed to working with you, Renee, with others who we've been, partnered with over the last many months. Do you see that?
I do.
Were you aware that the Surgeon General's office was partnered with Renee DiResta and others over the last many months?
I certainly know that Renee would have been part of the planning process for the launch event. So that might be one of the definitions of partnership.
Was she planning the launch event for many months?
Don't know.
This was July 15th of 2021. Surgeon General Murphy had been Surgeon General since January of 2021, correct?
I don't think so. I think he was confirmed in February, but I don't think he got confirmed in January. You may be correct. I don't recall the date of his confirmation.
But in any event, something like February to July, what partnership was there between Renee DiResta and the Stanford Internet Observatory and the Surgeon General's office for those many months prior to July 15th, 2021?
I don't know.
So you don't know what he's referring to about how they partnered with them over the last many months?
I don't know. My guess would be that Renee may have been one of the subject matter experts consulted in the creation of the advisory, but that's just an educated guess.
So you don't know for sure whether she had input in the advisory?
I do not.
That's a breaking point, and I see it's 1:15 there. Do we want to take a lunch break now? I get a thumbs up from the witness on that.
That sounds great.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm sorry, did you want to go off now or did you have one more?
Go off the record, please.
Oh, sorry. Time is 12:19 p.m. We are off the record. The time is 12:59 p.m. We are back on the record.
And then, Mr. Waldo, I've just emailed your council exhibits 14, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Those ought to hit the inbox soon. And I'd like to pull up exhibit 14 now and ask you to take a look at it. And if you see on the shared screen, it's a New York Times article on July 16th of 2021 reporting on President Biden's comment about Facebook, quote, "They're killing people." Do you see that in the headline? They're killing.
I do. I see the headline.
The part about this that I want to ask you about is here on the second page. There's discussions of meetings between administration officials and social media platforms here on the second page of this article in the area I've highlighted. You see that it's directly below the picture of Surgeon General Murphy and Jen Psaki. Do you see that highlighted text?
We're still waiting for the document to come through over email here. I can see it on the screen, but I'd like an opportunity to review the article.
Well, do you want to start by looking at this blue text that's highlighted on the screen?
Would you mind just scrolling up so I can see the top of the article, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. Can you stop there, sir? Sorry. Could you scroll back up? Thank you. Can you stop there, sir, please? I'll let you know when you can scroll down.
Yeah.
Sorry, now I have a copy of it in front of me, sir, so I'll go ahead and look at that.
Okay. And again, I think that my questions are going to relate to this blue highlighted text here. I don't think it's necessary for you to read the entire article. If it seems like to you you need to read the whole article and I'm asking questions, I'm going to ask you to let you know, but I'm going to go ahead and ask questions. If you're going to read the entirety of every single document,
I'm trying to.
if I may finish,
Sir, I've just.
if I may finish my comment, if you're going to read
sorry,
the
sir.
entirety of every single document I give you, that's going to take a long time and we're going to ask to go extra time. I'm going to have the videographer start timing the amount of time you spend to review it. I think this will go quicker if we just look at the area I'm highlighting. If you think you need more context, let me know when the question comes up. I'm not asking you to read the entirety of every single document that I hand you. Is that clear?
I understand that, sir. I'm just trying to get an overall sense of the article. I'm not trying to read the entire thing, sir.
Okay.
I don't think that's unreasonable. I'm ready to begin, sir.
Right here on the second page in the blue highlighted text, there's a quote from Jen Psaki where she says, "We've raised for them in our direct channels, of which every administration has always had with every social media platform." Do you know what direct channels Jen Psaki is referring to between, are you aware of direct channels between every administration and every social media platform?
I do not know what she is referring to, sir.
Are you aware of direct channels of communications between the Biden administration and every social media platform?
I'm not familiar with what she's referring to, sir.
In the next paragraph, it says, since January, senior White House officials, including the Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, have been in talks with the social media company to stop the spread of false stories about vaccination side effects and other harms, correct?
That's what the article says, sir. Yes.
So the article reports on July 16th of 2021 that since January of 2021, there have been senior White House officials, including the Surgeon General, that have engaged in talks with with the social media company, here referring to Facebook, correct?
This is what the New York Times is reporting, sir. Yes.
Are you aware of any meetings that occurred between Surgeon General Murthy and Facebook since January of 2021 to July of 2021?
Only the ones you and I have already talked about, sir. So that you showed me the meeting between Andy Slavitt, Dr. Murthy, and Nick Clegg. That I recall that was in May. That's the only one I'm familiar with before I arrived.
The only one you're familiar with is that May 25th, 2021 introductory meeting between Nick Clegg, Andy Slavitt, and Dr. Murthy, right?
It says since January. We had also discussed, sir, the potential transition call. So I don't know when that would have occurred, but that would have been sometime between the election day, November of 2020 and January 20th of 2021.
And would that have been a call to, quote, stop the spread of false stories about vaccination side effects and other harms?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm just reading from how the New York Times reporter describes these talks with social media, the social media company Facebook, to stop the spread of false stories about vaccination side effects and other harms.
I'm not familiar with those calls before I started.
Gotcha. Does that accurately describe your understanding of that introductory call between Nick Clegg, Andy Slavitt, and Dr. Murthy on May 25th of 2021?
It does not.
Okay, so you think if this reporting is accurate, it's talking about some other meeting other than the May 25th, 2021 meeting, correct?
If the reporting is accurate, that's a fair guess.
Yeah. Next paragraph says there's been repeated requests from the White House, but Facebook has not shared even basic data on how much vaccine misinformation exists and if this company's efforts to stop its spread are working, correct?
That is, you've read that correctly.
Are you aware of efforts or talks involving Surgeon General Murthy prior to July 16th of 2021 to request basic data on how much vaccine misinformation exists and whether Facebook's efforts to stop its spread are working?
Objection, compound.
Can you clarify the question, sir?
Are you aware of any of these talks that are described here in this paragraph? Talks where there were repeated requests from the White House, but Facebook refused to share even basic data on how much vaccine misinformation exists and whether its efforts to stop its spread are working.
Again, the only meeting I'm aware of are the ones you've shown me, the May Nick Clegg, and then the one I already described to you that we previously discussed that happened during transition. And I think we described that meeting during the transition as covering the reach, understanding the research and data side of the reach of health misinformation.
Okay, but so you're not aware of any meetings between the beginning of the administration in January 20th of 2021 and July 16th of 2021 that would match the description provided in this New York Times article, right?
That's correct.
There's a reference to Crowd Tangle, and it says when administration officials presented data from Crowd Tangle, a content tracking tool owned by Facebook that showed vaccine misinformation was soaring. Facebook officials dismissed its accuracy, correct?
That is what the reporting in the New York Times article says, correct?
Are you aware of any meeting involving the Surgeon General staff where that was discussed?
I am not aware.
And then they go on to say, in another meeting with Dr. Murthy, officials at Facebook noted that it had tried to get influencers with big audiences to promote vaccination as an apparent push against misinformation, correct?
That is what the article reports, correct?
Do you know when that meeting occurred with Dr. Murthy, where
I don't
talked about using influencers to promote vaccination?
I don't know if or when that meeting occurred.
And if this reporting is accurate, it doesn't meet the description of any meeting that we've talked about yet today, correct?
That's correct.
And in particular, it doesn't meet the description of the only meeting prior to July 16th, 2021, that was identified in the interrogatory responses as involving Dr. Murthy, correct?
Correct.
It goes on to say the person familiar with the it goes on to say in that meeting, Dr. Murthy angrily said that while the company promoted its efforts to encourage vaccination, it did not do enough to defend against bad information, correct?
That is what the report in the New York Times article says, correct?
And are you aware of any meeting that meets that description prior to July
No,
16th of 2021?
I am not.
And certainly no such meeting was disclosed in response to our interrogatories, correct?
That is correct.
Do you recall Dr. Murthy ever talking about getting angry with Facebook in a meeting and angrily telling you that it doesn't do enough to defend against bad information?
No, I have no recollection of Dr. Murthy ever describing this. And frankly, I'm doubtful that I've worked with Dr. Murthy for over 1.5 years, and I've never seen him get angry or even express anger, frustration in any way that would be noticeable. So I'm skeptical of this reporting.
Okay, and then it goes on to say in one tense meeting in the late spring, according to the person familiar with the matter, a Facebook official responded defensively to Dr. Murthy. How do you know if your efforts are working, correct?
Objection, mischaracterizes the evidence.
Is that what the article says?
The line that you've read says in one tense meeting in the late spring, according to the person familiar with the matter, a Facebook official responded defensively. How do you know if your efforts are working? I don't know to whom they said that.
Well, the immediately preceding sentence refers to one person, Dr. Murthy, right?
Another meeting with Dr. Murthy officials. Yes, it does.
So are you aware of Dr. Murthy having a tense meeting in late spring with Facebook?
I am not.
And that would be late spring of 2021, correct?
That is correct.
The Facebook official became defensive in that meeting, according to the reporting.
That is what the New York Times article reports.
And again, that does not meet the description of the May 25th, 2021 meeting disclosed in the interrogatory responses, correct?
It does not. And also, I think that in the rollout of the advisory, I would have been informed about this meeting in preparation to meet with Facebook officials. So I'm not familiar with it, and I'm not sure if it happened.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not it happened based on this reporting.
That's correct.
Let's look at Exhibit 16. And again, I welcome you to familiarize yourself with it, but I'm not asking you to read the whole thing.
Yep.
You see here at the top, can you see on the screen share?
I can see it on the screen share. Yes, thank you.
And here's a July 21st, 2021 email from Peyton Iheme of Facebook to you and Kyla Fullen-Wider, right?
That's correct.
So this would have been 5 days after that. I think you described it as sad-faced July 16th meeting with Facebook. That was the rollout meeting that happened after the rollout, right?
I described that as Facebook's, the Facebook folks who are on the call had sad faces, correct?
Yeah, in the first paragraph here, Peyton says, "Hi, Eric and Kyla. Thank you again for reaching out and providing more context to the ongoing discussions around the Surgeon General's recent announcement. We wanted to follow up with you on a few questions you asked in the meeting, focused on CrowdTangle, data on the online interventions, and Facebook's borderline content policies," correct?
That is what the email says, correct?
Is she referring to the July 16th meeting in which you provided more context, or was there some other meeting between the 16th and the 21st?
It would have to be the meeting on the 16th.
Okay, and I think you testified earlier that you couldn't remember specifically what was discussed in this meeting. Does her reference, go ahead.
I think I mentioned that I think Kyla asked some questions about CrowdTangle.
Yeah, does this help you remember what kind of questions she asked? She says Facebook wants to follow up with you on a few questions you asked, focus on CrowdTangle, data on the online interventions, and Facebook's borderline content policies.
I think it's a fair reading of this email that Kyla asked questions about CrowdTangle, those interventions, and their policies.
So on the CrowdTangle issue, she has bullet points here that say things like, can confirm no plans to wind down or change the ability of people to access CrowdTangle. A few months ago, the team moved management of CrowdTangle from the partnerships team. Do these bullet points jog your memory as to what Kyla asked about CrowdTangle at all?
I think I'm trying to recall. Kyla may have asked, whether or not people were being removed, whether the ability of researchers to use CrowdTangle was being taken away.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that may have been a question she asked.
Looking up above, the second thing that she's following up with is data on the online interventions. Do you know what the online interventions were that were discussed in the July 16th meeting with Facebook?
I do not.
Does this ring a bell here where she gives these bullet points where she talks about interventions we have put into place during COVID-19? And it says some of which specifically create friction in how people consume information.
I'm reading these and I see that those are clearly responses to what they're doing to create friction. So that must have been in response to a question Kyla asked.
So do you remember Kyla asking her what they were doing to increase friction and how information is shared?
I don't remember that, but I think it's a fair reading of the email to say she asked that question.
And their response includes WhatsApp forward limits, cut highly forwarded messages by 70%. Then Facebook warning labels on fact check content and things like that, right?
Yes, you were reading the examples that Peyton is providing.
And then the last one is informational labels on posts about COVID-19 vaccines and friction when someone goes to share these posts on Facebook and Instagram, correct?
That's correct. That's what the Peyton's reply says.
Do you remember Kyla asking about that? I take it these are all ways to slow the spread of misinformation on Facebook friction.
I think you-
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I said, I think you just asked that, and this doesn't jog my recollection. It's clear that she asked a question about creating friction. And these are the responses that Peyton provided.
Gotcha. Then going up here, the third area that Peyton is addressing is questions about Facebook's borderline content policies. Did either you or Kyla raise that with them?
I don't recall, but I think it's fair to guess that Kyla, who was driving the conversation, likely raised that if they're responding to it.
What are borderline content policies?
What a great question. I'm not sure that I know.
Okay, but going down here where she has a response, the bottom third of this first page, where she has a sort of section dedicated to COVID policies. And she says, we remove COVID-19 content that contributes to the risk of physical harms, including numerous false claims about the COVID-19 vaccine, correct?
That is what the email says, correct.
And she reports, we permanently ban pages, groups, and accounts that repeatedly break our rules on COVID-19 misinformation, correct?
That is what the email says, correct.
And then the third thing she reports is that we also reduce the reach of posts, pages, groups, and accounts that share other false claims that do not violate our policies, but may present misleading or sensationalized information about COVID-19 and vaccines, correct?
That is an accurate reading of her email.
So what she understood that she was being asked in the July 16 meeting about borderline content policies was the removal of content, permanently banning of groups and pages, and the reducing of the reach of posts, groups, and pages that share misleading or sensationalized content, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Correct.
I don't recall what Kyla asked. The response indicates that it's about COVID policies, including removal, banning, and reducing the reach.
So do you remember Kyla asking anything about content policies that would involve removing posts, reducing the reach of potentially harmful posts, and permanently or banning pages, groups, and accounts?
I do not.
So you don't remember specifically what was discussed about that in the July 16th meeting?
I do not.
Do you remember why, or do you have an understanding why Facebook thought it was important or thought it was worth reporting back to you and Kyla about removing posts, permanently banning pages, and reducing the reach of posts, pages, and groups?
There was an email from Peyton, I think to me and Kyla before the meeting, where she was asking whether or not we wanted them to take the steps articulated by Jen Psaki in the press conference. Obviously, that's one of the things that Ms. Psaki asked about in terms of the removal. So it's not impossible to assume that she may have included this, not because Kyla asked, but because it was something that had come up in the press conference.
Yes, although in the first, as we read before, in the first paragraph of this email, she says she's following up with you on a few questions asked in the meeting, not in the press conference, focus on crowd tangle, and then she talks about crowd tangle, data on the online interventions, and then she talks about the interventions, and Facebook's borderline content policies, and then she talks about those COVID policies. So she seems to be referring to questions that were raised in the meeting with you and Kyla on July 16th, correct?
That's a fair reading.
Let's look at exhibit 17. I'll get on the screen share if you get on your iPad. If you look at this email chain involving Nick Clegg and Dr. Murthy and eventually yourself there at the top. Do you remember this email chain?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you go down to the second page, there's starting on the first page, spilling to the second page. The first email is from Nick Clegg to Dr. Murthy, copying Brian Rice, right?
That's correct. Brian Rice is copied on this email from Nick Clegg to Dr. Murthy.
And Nick Clegg says, "Dear Vivek, reaching out after what has transpired over the past few days following the publication of the misinformation advisory and culminating today in the president's remarks about us." This is July 16th, so I take it he's referring to the "they're killing people" comment, correct?
I don't know. That's a fair reading. I don't know what in specific Nick was referring to, but that seems like a fair guess.
Yeah, he goes, next sentence, he says, "I know our teams met today," right? And this is July 16th.
Right.
Is that a reference to the meeting between you and Kyla and Peyton and the other Facebook representatives that had been intended to be the rollout meeting, but was actually the post announcement meeting, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Nick Clegg, by the way, what's Nick Clegg's title? Is he the senior government affairs person at Facebook?
I don't actually know Nick's title.
He used to be the deputy prime minister of the United Kingdom, right?
I believe that's correct.
So in other words, he was like, that's like being vice president of the United States for Britain, right?
You tell me.
I don't know. He's a former senior government official in the United Kingdom, now head of global affairs at Facebook. Is that the guy we're talking about?
Sorry, can you repeat that? What's the question?
Never mind. Let me look at this next sentence in the email. He says, "I know our teams met today," and I take it that's the meeting between you and.
Can you highlight the? Can you highlight the text while you're doing that, sir? You were doing that so well. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, here you go.
Thank you.
"I know our teams met today to better understand the scope of what the White House expects from us on misinformation going forward," correct?
That is what Nick Clegg wrote in the email to Dr. Murthy. Yes.
Yeah, was that your understanding that the meeting related to what the White House expects from Facebook on misinformation going forward?
No.
Okay, you had a different how did he, do you know how he got that understanding?
I do not.
Is it possible that Peyton Naimi and the other Facebook participants in the July 16th meeting got that impression when they met with you and Kyla and were asked things about crowd tangle and borderline content policies and so forth?
Is it possible in the sense that anything is possible? Yes.
At the conclusion of this email, he says, "I would appreciate the opportunity to speak directly and discuss a path forward with you," correct?
That is correct. That is what Mr. Clegg wrote to Dr. Murthy.
Did Dr. Murthy respond to this email immediately? Do you know?
I don't recall. I can't recall if Dr. Murthy responded or if I ended up responding to set up the meeting.
So that email requesting the meeting from from Nick Clegg was dated July 16th, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And he's asking for another meeting as well, the one you'd already had that day, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and I'm putting on the screen share exhibit 18. A text message from Nick Clegg to Dr. Murthy dated July 18th, 2021. Do you see that?
I do see that.
So this is 2 days after the July 16th email, right?
That's correct.
And he says, "Hi, Vivek. You may have seen this post today in which we issued to provide more context. We do not plan to issue more public posts, etc. I imagine you and your team are feeling a little aggrieved, as is the Facebook team. It's not great to be accused of killing people," correct?
That is, you were correctly reading the text from Nick, correct?
Were you aware that Nick Clegg followed up with Dr. Murthy by text message?
Dr. Murthy may have mentioned it. I don't recall explicitly. I do recall discussing that he had sent him the email asking for time.
Mhm. And then what did you guys decide about that? Or what did you discuss about the email asking for time? Did you decide to meet with him?
I think, sir, we've discussed that meeting already in this deposition, but yes, we determined that we would meet with Nick. That's the de-escalation call that I think you and I discussed earlier today.
Yeah, and fortuitously, the text message goes on to say that, right? But as I said by email, I'm keen to find a way to de-escalate and work together collaboratively, right?
That is what Nick wrote to Dr. Murthy.
So after Facebook felt singled out on the 15th and 16th at the press conference and that they are killing people comment, they said they were keen to de-escalate and work together collaboratively, right?
Again, I agree with you that is what Nick wrote to Dr. Murthy.
And did he say eventually a meeting gets set up in response to these requests by Nick Clegg, right?
Yes, I think we've already talked about the substance of this meeting.
In fact, showing you on the screen share, Exhibit 17, the one we were looking at before. On the 16th, Clegg emailed Dr. Murthy asking for a meeting. Then on the 18th, he texted the Surgeon General and reiterated his request for a meeting to de-escalate and work collaboratively.
I'm sorry, he requested, there's something that's going on around the microphone, so I can't hear you. So he reiterated his request.
Yeah, on the 18th, he texted to request a meeting to de-escalate and work collaboratively. And then it looks like on the 19th, Dr. Murthy responded to the email and said he'd be happy to speak directly about how we move forward, right?
Yes, he says, I'd be happy to speak directly. Sorry, he scrolled up, so I can't finish that sentence, but yeah, he says, I'd be happy to speak directly about how we move forward. Let me know the best way to schedule time later this week and we'll make it happen.
Yeah, and that he looped in you and Adam Beckman on that email, correct?
Yes, Brian Rice, Adam Beckman, and myself are CC'd from on that email.
And so is this the meeting that got scheduled for the 23rd that you talked about earlier?
Yes, this is the meeting with Nick, with me, with DJ and Dr. Murthy that we've already spoken about.
And just refresh my memory, because we've talked about a lot of meetings. Generally speaking, what was discussed at that meeting with Nick Clegg, and did Brian Rice participate?
I don't think Brian did. I think when we talked about it last time, I don't recall. Brian may have been, if he was there, he was in a listening mode. I don't think he would have spoken much, but Nick, myself, Dr. Murthy, and DJ were there. So are you asking me the same question you asked me before?
Yeah,
about this meeting?
Yeah. What was talked about?
I think we said that Dr. Murthy, the last time we asked this question, Dr. Murthy asked Mr. Clegg about sort of the research questions about understanding the reach of the data in terms of the impact of the health misinformation. And as we discussed before, the last time you asked me this question, I think DJ had some questions about also on the data side, and Nick offered to connect DJ with a data person from Facebook. That's what we discussed the last time, I believe, when you asked me this question about what was discussed at this meeting.
Okay, let me pull up Exhibit 19. You recall this email chain starting here on July 23rd from Nick Clegg to Dr. Murthy that copies you?
Yes.
And he begins, "Dear Vivek, if I may," correct?
Yes, he says, "Dear Vivek, if I may."
And first thing he says is, "Thanks again for taking the time to meet earlier today," right, on the 23rd, right?
Yes, Nick sends the email on Friday, July 23rd and says, "Dear Vivek, if I may, thanks again for taking the time to meet earlier today."
Mm-hmm. And he talks about it being helpful to take stock and to establish our next steps, right?
That is what the email from Nick to Dr. Murthy says. I'm CC'd So were a few other people from Facebook.
And Dr. Nick Clay goes on to say, we talked about the speed at which we are all having to iterate as the pandemic progresses, right?
Yes, that Nick says we talked about the speed at which we are all having to iterate as the pandemic progresses.
Did you in the meeting talk about the speed with which, sort of problematic posts are addressed or taken down? Was that some of the speed that was talked about in the meeting?
I don't really recall, but I have no reason to think that Nick is lying here. So presumably that came up.
And he says, I wanted to make sure you saw the steps we took just this past week to adjust policies on what we were removing with respect to misinformation, right?
Yes, he says, I want to make sure you saw the steps we took just this past week to adjust policies on what we are removing with respect to misinformation, as well as steps taken to further address the disinfo dozen.
So just this past week, we're on July 23rd here. July 16th was the day of the president's comment, they're killing people, and July 15th was the health advisory, right?
Those dates are correct, sir.
Yeah, so just this past week are steps that Facebook has taken since they were called out in the press conference and in the president's comments to adjust policies. So they've changed their policies, right?
I'm not sure whether they adjusted. They're saying that they took additional steps. Here's what I read that to say.
Yeah,
I guess, yes, they say they say we adjust policies. Yes, that's what they're saying they did.
Yeah, so they're reporting that they've changed their policies to remove disinformation, and they've taken steps to further address the disinfo dozen, right?
That they removed 17 additional pages, groups, and Instagram accounts tied to the disinfo dozen.
So they report that
again, those are just to be clear that he's talking about Instagram accounts, which is different than Facebook, just for clarity for you and me.
Okay, but he said they've taken down 17 additional pages, groups, and Instagram accounts tied to the disinfo dozen. So a total of 39 profiles, pages, groups, and IG accounts deleted thus far, right?
Yeah, that is what the email from Nick says to Dr. Murthy.
And these are steps taken in just the past week, right? The removal of 17 pages, groups, and Instagram accounts, right?
That is what Nick says to Dr. Murthy, yes.
And he also says we are also continuing to make 4 other pages and profiles which have not yet met the removal thresholds more difficult to find in our platform, correct?
Yes, that is what Nick says.
And then he also says in the past week, they've expanded the group of false claims that we remove to keep up with recent trends of misinformation that we're seeing, right?
Yes.
And then immediately after that, he says, we hear your call for us to do more, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote to Dr. Murthy.
And that's actually a fair description of what the health advisory does. It calls for Facebook and other social media platforms to do more, right?
Yes, it calls up for an all of society approach for everyone to do more.
Including social media platforms, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And after the July 23rd meeting, the call to do more included removing specific pages and accounts associated with the disinfo dozen, correct?
I don't think that's not what Dr. Murthy asked for. That's what they're saying they did.
And that's what Jen Psaki asked for, in fact, right? In the press conference, fair to say.
I'd have to go back and look at precisely what Ms. Psaki said, but she certainly described the problematic nature of the disinformation dozen. But I don't recall, you may be correct, but I don't recall whether or not she explicitly called for their removal.
And after the July 23rd meeting, Nick Clegg thought it important enough to raise as his first point in responding to you that they both adjusted policies to remove misinformation and took specific actions against 17 pages, groups, and Instagram accounts associated with the disinformation dozen, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
And that's what he reported back hours after that meeting, right?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Well, it seems to me that hours after this July 16th meeting, Nick Clegg emails you and Dr. Murthy and others and reports back a couple things. First, he reports back that they've changed their policies with respect to what they're removing and misinformation. which includes expanding the group of false claims that we remove to keep up with recent trends of misinformation, correct?
No, in your question, sir, you said that hours after the July 16th meeting,
No, you're
Mr.
right.
Clegg reported these policy changes. That's not correct.
I meant hours after the July 23rd meeting. You're right. Those are
Yeah, yes, after a week after the issuance of, more than a week after the issuance of the advisory, and yes, hours after the meeting, Mr. Clegg reported on what Facebook was doing.
and what they had done in the week between the advisory and the July 23rd meeting, right?
That's what that is how Mr. Clegg is representing that, yes.
And those steps include adjusting policies and what we're removing with respect to misinformation, correct?
That is what Mr. Clegg is reporting, yes.
Yeah, and taking specific actions against accounts tied to the disinformation dozen, correct?
That is what Mr. Clegg is reporting to Dr. Murthy, yes.
And then also expanding the group of false claims that they remove as misinformation, correct? Down there in the
Yes,
bottom.
that is what, yeah, I see it. Thank you, sir. That is what Mr. Clegg is reporting to Dr. Murthy in that email, correct?
Do you remember those kinds of changes, adjustments of policies and so forth being touched upon in the July 23rd meeting that involved Dr. Murthy and Nick Clegg?
I do not.
So you don't know why Mr. Clegg thought it appropriate to report back shortly after the meeting with those changes that they'd made in the last week since the health advisory came out?
My recollection is that was not raised on that call. I think my guess, as we've discussed previously, is that them perhaps viewing, much like Peyton did in her first email to us before our meeting, viewing Ms. Saki's remarks as in line with what Dr. Murthy was asking for.
So they viewed Ms. Saki's remarks at the joint press conference she held with Dr. Murthy as the spokesperson for the president as in line with what the Surgeon General of the United States wanted.
That would be my guess, but it wasn't because we asked for it in that call, is my recollection.
He goes on to say, we hear your call to do more, for us to do more, right? And I think we said a moment ago, that's a pretty fair description of the health advisory, right? A call for Facebook and others to do more, right?
Yes, I think as we've established, the advisory in the remarks, in the event with the Stanford Internet Observatory, Dr. Murthy is calling on for an all of society approach, including social media companies to do more to address the problem of health myths and disinformation during the height of a historic pandemic costing American lives that could be saved.
And in particular, one of the things to do more is, he goes on to say, we will reach out directly to DJ to schedule the deeper dive on how to best measure COVID-related content, right?
Yes, and I believe you and I discussed this before, that they were going to connect us, they were going to have us do a connection with DJ and a data person from Facebook to better understand that question.
Was anyone from the Office of Surgeon General involved in that communication between DJ and the Facebook data person?
When you say communication, do you mean like the actual call or setting up the call, or how do you mean, sir?
Either. Was there any involvement of the Office of Surgeon General in further communications between DJ, Patil, and Facebook?
I think Brian Rice sent a follow-up email where I looped him with, I think Facebook reached out to DJ. I don't think they heard from him. Brian reached out to me, and I think I looped him with DJ. And so I don't know whether or not that loop got closed. I don't know whether DJ met with the data person or not, but I know I did try to help Brian connect with DJ
Were you
or make the
involved-
connection between Facebook and DJ.
Were you involved in any discussions of the kind of substance of that issue between DJ and anyone at Facebook?
I was not.
So you tried to make the connection, but you weren't there when they talked about the merits, if they ever did.
Yeah, correct. I don't know that they did talk. I did try to help connect them, but I was not, if there was a call, I was not there.
On the next page, Nick Clay goes on to say, you have identified 4 specific recommendations for improvement, and we want to make sure to keep you informed of our work on each one, correct?
That is what Nick is writing in his email to Dr. Murthy, correct?
Do you remember a discussion of 4 specific recommendations for improvement in this call or elsewhere?
I do not.
So you don't know what he's referring to when he says to Dr. Murthy that he's identified 4 specific recommendations for improvement.
I'm not certain. It could be the 4, I don't know if there's more than 4 bullets in the advisory. Yeah, or it could be, I'm not sure if it would have come from the Ms. Saki's comments. I don't know what the 4 are.
He talks about trying to schedule a regular cadence of meetings with your team so they can update you on their progress on these misinformation issues, correct?
Yes, Mr. Clegg asks for a regular cadence of meetings.
I think you testified earlier that you guys decided not to do that because you didn't think they were making good progress.
I believe I testified that I didn't think that would be worth our time given our competing priorities.
Okay. Is a holiday in Spain a consummation devoutly to be wished?
Are you a Shakespeare fan, sir?
Yes,
So you may know Hamlet's soliloquy talks about a consummation devoutly to be wished. So I'm making a pun and a reference about him vacationing in Spain and that it's a consummation devoutly to be wished.
I think Hamlet was talking about death. So
He was, but Spain sounds much better.
I agree. Let me share Exhibit 21 with you. Oh, you know what? I don't think I've sent this to the lawyer yet because they wouldn't all fit on one email. Amanda, I'm sending you Exhibits 21, 22, 24, 25, and 27 by the next email. And while that's coming, I'll try and pull it up on the shared screen. Do you recognize this email chain that involves you and DJ Patil and Brian Rice, as well as Peyton and Nick Clegg?
Yes.
So I think you testified just a minute ago that you were involved in trying to loop in DJ Patil to connect with Facebook, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned you're using his Gmail account. Do you know why?
I just didn't, I wasn't sure when Mr. Patil's special government employee status was coming to an end. So I wasn't sure whether or not he was, how regularly he was checking his ostp.gov email. So if he was missing one, I wanted to just make sure he knew that Brian was trying to get in touch with him.
And here, this is August 6th, right? So this is, you know, a little less than 2 weeks after that July 23rd call, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And in this, you say also Brian and Nick, that's Brian Rice and Nick Clegg, right?
Yeah.
It says, I know on the call with Dr. Murthy, he'd mentioned seeing if you were able to send an update of any new additional steps you are taking with respect to health misinformation in light of the advisory, right?
Yes.
Do you remember Dr. Murthy asking for that in the July 23rd call?
I think I already mentioned this earlier in the discussion of the call in one of our earlier conversations during the deposition that we asked for an update. I didn't recall if I'd asked for it or if Dr. Murthy had. It appears that based on this recollection, Dr. Murthy perhaps asked for it.
So Dr. Murthy asked Nick Clegg to give an update on any new / additional steps they are taking with respect to health information in light of the advisory, correct?
Yeah, that I don't recall per se, but if that's what I wrote down, then I have no reason not to believe myself.
And you went on to say, we are asking all platforms for this type of update, right?
Yes, that's what I wrote there.
Yeah. Did you in fact ask other platforms for that type of update? Say, hey, you've seen our health advisory. Can you tell us what new or additional steps you're taking in light of it with respect to misinformation?
I believe so, but I don't recall per se.
Do you know if you sent a request like that to Twitter?
I probably did if I said I did, but I don't recall.
And how about YouTube/Google?
Same answer.
You said all platforms. Did you send a request like that to any other platforms?
I think I meant the folks who we had talked to in the rollout of this report. So who we were viewing as the most impacted stakeholders.
Who was that? What
Again,
platforms?
The groups you and I have already talked about. So Facebook, Twitter. So Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube and Google.
How about LinkedIn?
I think as we discussed previously, we did not reach out to LinkedIn.
Or Reddit?
As discussed and answered previously, we did not reach out to Reddit.
Did Facebook provide an update?
I think that they did. I can't recall whether it was Brian who sent it or Nick, but I think Brian sent us something.
And you said, would you be able to send something over within 2 weeks, correct?
Yes, that's what my email to Brian says, or to Brian, DJ, Peyton, and Nick.
And then I think Brian copied you later trying to connect to DJ about that data sharing issue, right?
Yes, it appears that email is from the 17th from Brian reaching out to DJ, and I'm CC'd, yes.
But you don't recall being involved in the follow-up conversations between DJ or Brian or anyone else at Facebook about that, correct?
That's correct. As I answered the last time that you asked me this question, I don't know if that call ever happened. And if it did, I certainly wasn't part of it.
And then in the email in between, I skipped over this. Brian said, our teams have been working on additional steps. We will have something back to you within 2 weeks outlining our approach, right?
That is what Brian writes to DJ, correct?
Or to Eric, that's you, right?
But I think he's addressing DJ in that sentence. He says, DJ, let me know what best work on your end. Our teams have been working on an additional steps. We will have something to do within the next 2 weeks outlining our approach. I view that as outlining the approach for DJ, but maybe not.
Well, you were the one who just sent an email saying, would you be able to send something over in 2 weeks? And maybe he's addressing both of you. We'll have something back to you within 2 weeks outlining our approach for additional steps, right?
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 22. Should be in your council's inbox. I'll put it on the screen share. Here on July 21st, so this is about 5 days after they're killing people comment. There's an email from Rob Flaherty to Dr. Murthy, CCing Alexandria Phillips, so I think is Dr. Murthy's communications person, right?
Yes, Alexandria Phillips is Dr. Murthy's communications director.
Yeah, and then he copies it georcraig@gmail.com, right?
It's pronounced Jory.
Jory.
Yes, like rhymes with Dory.
Good, gotcha. Not Nemo. So Jory Craig, and says to Dr. Murthy, wanted to link you with Jory Craig, who's been a critical leader on the DNC's misinfo work for a long time, right?
Yes, that's the email that Rob has written to Dr. Murthy.
Yeah, Rob's the digital director in the White House, right?
I believe that's his title.
Yeah, and I think we talked earlier about your communications with him. And in this one, do you know what misinfo work Jory Craig does for the DNC?
I'm not certain. My guess would be maybe around voter suppression or sort of the disinformation that sometimes is shared with voters to discourage them from voting.
And the DNC is the Democratic National Committee, right?
That's what I would assume.
Yeah, and it says she's quote, also been helping us think through miss/dis on the COVID side, right?
Yes, that's what Rob's email says to Dr. Murthy.
Yeah, so he wanted, he says, I thought it'd be great for both of you to connect as OSG charts out next steps, right?
Yes, that's what Rob has written to Dr. Murthy.
Yeah, do you know why Rob Flaherty thought it would help for the Office of Surgeon General to be talking to Jory Craig about COVID-19 misinformation?
It appears based on his email that he is indicating that she is a subject matter expert on mis and disinformation.
What is her subject matter expertise? Do you know?
I'm not positive, but his indication is that one of those areas is mis and disinformation.
With respect to COVID in particular?
I think it may be multi-pronged, but I think it includes COVID.
And it says she's been helping us think through mis-dis on the COVID side. Do you know what she was doing to help Rob Flaherty in the White House think through mis and disinformation on the COVID side?
I do not.
Were there follow-up communications between the Office of Surgeon General and Jory Craig?
Yes, I set up a call with her.
What was and I think that's on the first page here. Is this the calendar invite for that call? Eric Waldo
Yes.
and Jory connect.
Yes,
You had a call with her on the 22nd of July, the next day.
that's what it looks like. Yes.
And was Kyla on that call? Says she's an optional participant, correct?
I don't recall whether Kyla joined or not. She may have.
How about Alexandria Phillips? She's on the invite too.
My very strong guess is Alex did not join because she was pretty understaffed at that moment and was usually in multiple meetings at one time.
What'd you guys talk about in this call, you and Jory?
I think it was more of a courtesy getting to know you call. So Rob had sent the note to Dr. Murthy. I was doing the call in lieu of Dr. Murthy. So I was just really trying to meet her, learn what her views were, and if there was anything she thought we should be thinking about.
What did she say you should be thinking about, if anything?
I think she was in some ways just another person saying, I'm glad you guys are working on this. And, I don't think she thought we were going to get much movement from technology or social media companies, but that we were doing the right thing and asking for it.
Did she say anything other than that on the call? Do you remember anything specific that she said?
Not to my recollection.
Did you ask her anything on the call? Did you ask her how she could be helpful to the Surgeon General's office in combating misinformation?
Not to my recollection.
Do you remember what you said on the call?
I think I wanted to learn more about her career path and what got her into that line of work and what she was working on.
Was there an understanding that she might be considered to be a subject matter expert for the Surgeon General's office?
Sorry, how do you mean, sir?
Well, let me ask you this. Did anything come of this call? Did she go on to have any role in advising the Surgeon General's office on COVID misinformation?
She did not.
Why was that? Did you not recommend it, or what happened after the call?
Well, I think she seemed like a very competent person. I think the reality was our office had subject matter expertise already and was still determining what the course of action would be for any follow-up we were going to do after the launch. So I don't think we had a role or a proper way to include her other than just a person, a public-facing citizen who clearly was interested in our work, and a courtesy call for a colleague.
Did you ask her in the call what she had done to advise the White House to help them think through COVID misinformation?
I did not.
Do you have any understanding of what her role may have been in coordinating with the White House on that issue?
I do not.
Exhibit 23.
Council, I don't think I have 23. I have
Oh,
21,
I'm sorry.
22.
I'm sorry. I meant exhibit 24 here.
Oh,
I
got
that
it.
wrong.
Thank you.
I skipped 23, so here's 24, my bad. Do you remember Brian Rice sending you this email on August 18th?
I do not.
Here, if you look at the email that he sent to you and DJ Patil on August 18th, he's captioned it "Disinfo doesn't post," right?
That's correct.
And it says, Eric and DJ flagging this post for you and for Surgeon General Murphy. This details how we are approaching content from the Disinfo dozen, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there's a filing post that talks about, I think Facebook disputes that the Disinfo dozen are actually responsible for as much misinformation spreading as the CCDH thing. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
Well, let me ask you this. In the second paragraph of the post, it talks about any amount of COVID-19 misinformation violates our policies is too much by our standards. And we have removed over 36 pages, groups, Facebook or Instagram accounts linked to these 12 people, right?
Yes, the first sentence said any amount of COVID-19 that violates our policies is too much by our standards. And we have removed over 36 pages, groups, and Facebook or Instagram accounts linked to these 12 people, including at least one link to each of the 12 people for violating our policies. And then it goes on to describe other things.
About imposing penalties on nearly 24 additional pages, groups, or accounts linked to these 12 people, right?
Yes.
So this is the kind of second report that Facebook has sent you guys after that July 23rd meeting where they're reporting back about actions taken against the Disinfo dozen, correct?
That is correct.
So there was a Nick Clegg email at 7:30 p.m. on July 23rd where he reported back the steps they'd taken that include moving against many Disinfo dozen accounts, correct?
That's correct.
And then again, on August 18th, there's a report back with further adverse actions taken to remove content and pages and groups associated with the Disinfo dozen, correct?
You're referring to this email?
Correct, yeah. Right.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. And you just responded, thank you, Brian. Appreciate your sharing this, right?
that is my response to Brian, correct.
Does this email jog your memory as to any further discussions with Facebook from the Surgeon General's office about the Disinfo dozen?
There were no further conversations with Facebook regarding the Disinfo dozen between Facebook and the Surgeon General's office, to my recollection.
Yeah, were the Disinfo dozen raised at all in the July 23rd call?
Not to my memory.
Exhibit 25. Can you see it?
I see that you have it up, and now government counsel has provided me with it as well.
In the middle of this email, there's the first email here chronologically, about halfway down the first page, is an email from Nick Clegg to you, Dr. Murphy, and DJ, and Brian Rice, correct?
Yes,
And this was sent on August 20th, 2021, correct?
that's correct.
So this is 2 weeks exactly after your August 6th email where you asked them for an update within 2 weeks as to the actions they took in light of the health advisory, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, Nick Clegg says, dear Surgeon General, you asked for an update on existing and new steps that Facebook is taking, right?
Yes, that's what that email says.
So this is, I guess, the report back to your request for a request for report in 2 weeks relating to actions they took in respect to the advisory, right?
That's correct.
And one of the things in the next paragraph that Nick Clegg talks about, he talks about several things, but one is further policy work to enable stronger action against persistent distributors of vaccine information, correct?
Sorry, can you go a little earlier in that paragraph just so I understand what he's referring to? Those prior, sorry, the White House described for recommendations, to social media laws of July. Okay,
So he says in the subject.
Yes, got it.
Yeah, further
Yep.
policy work to enable stronger action against persistent distributors of vaccine misinformation, right?
that's correct.
He talks about boosting access to authoritative information and other things as well, right?
Sorry, what was, I don't think you're lying to me. I just want to know where you're seeing that.
Let me make it bigger.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah, sorry. Boosting access to authoritative information.
Yes, I see that. Thank you, sir.
There's two pieces to this report. One is elevating access to better information, right? That's one thing he talks about with some bullet points, right?
Yes, that's a section that he's lined out in bold.
Yeah, and then limiting potentially harmful information is the second section in bold on the next page, right?
Yes, and I believe there's a third section as well on increasing transparency.
Yeah, and I take it that was a bit of a sticking point in your discussions with them, right? Increasing transparency.
I think that's fair.
In other words, the perception of the Surgeon General's office is that weren't really taking meaningful steps to increase transparency, right?
I think I don't think we thought that they would make many moves in that direction, correct?
Yeah, and then going back up where it talks about limiting potentially harmful information, he says we continue to improve and refine measures that reduce the spread of potentially harmful comment and limit the distribution of actors who share misleading information about COVID and the vaccine, correct?
Yes, that's what the document says.
And he's got about 9 bullet points on that, right?
I think it's 5. I consider those other sub bullets possibly, or he's just bad at formatting. But I don't know if you think that the ones that are not filled in are I think those might be sub bullets. But
Right.
yeah, I don't not a dispute of merit.
So 5 bullets, and the first bullet has 4 sub bullets, right?
3 sub bullets, yes.
I see 4.
1, 2, 3. Oh, you're right. Thank you so much.
First one is we will shortly be expanding our COVID policies to further reduce the spread of potentially harmful content on our platform. And these changes will apply across Facebook and Instagram, right?
Yes, that's what the email says.
So he's reporting back with new policy changes in addition to the ones that he'd already reported to you in the email on July 23rd that will reduce content, misinformation content about COVID, right?
The only thing I'll say to that question is I don't have both of them in front of me to compare and say whether or not there's some overlap. I don't know if some of the things he reported in that first email are also captured here.
Suffice to
So
say,
I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much of this is like new in addition versus in some ways a recapture of what they've shared.
But it's being presented here as new changes, right? He says we continue to improve and refine measures, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And those measures.
I'm just saying I don't know how accurate that is.
Right. Yeah. This is what he's reporting to you guys, right? But
Correct.
New measures include increasing the strength of demotions for COVID and vaccine-related content that's related, partly false or missing context by fact checkers, right?
That's correct.
And he says he's making it easier. They're making it easier to have pages, groups, and accounts demoted for sharing COVID and vaccine-related misinformation and so forth, right?
Yes, that is what he has written in that bullet.
And he talks about making entities linked to other entities that have been removed as non-recommendable, right?
Sorry, can I give you any entity linked to another entity that's been rendered and not, okay, yes, I see that. Thank you.
And lastly, we will also be strengthening our existing demotion penalties for websites that are repeatedly fact-checked for COVID and vaccine misinformation content shared on the platform, right?
Yes.
Then it looks like he's got a report about removing 20 million pieces of content and removing 3,000 accounts, pages, and groups for repeatedly violating rules against COVID and vaccine misinformation.
Yes, and I would note that it appears that that bullet is a summation, not a new thing, right? That's just sort of saying in total, these are all the things we've done.
Yeah, going back to the beginning of the pandemic, it looks like. Right?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and it says we specifically investigated the people sometimes identified in the media as the disinfo doesn't, right?
Yes.
And it talks about applying penalties to some of their website domains as well as so that posts are moved lower in the news feed and so forth.
Yes, that is what Nick is describing.
So this is Facebook's third report since July 16th to you guys about adverse actions taken against content associated with the disinfo doesn't, right?
I believe so.
Let me flip back to the first page of this document. You responded, Nick, right? Here, and you said,
Yes.
find you well. No Shakespeare quotes in this response, unfortunately, but you say, Brian and I are also in touch, but we look forward to continuing to move forward together with urgency and solutions during these extraordinary times, right?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
What did you mean by moving forward together with urgency and solutions? It's unusual phrasing.
I think I was hoping that Facebook would continue to move. Urgency means, that they would take this seriously, and solutions means that they would also come with real solutions to the problems and not just pretend to solve problems. So I think that's what I meant.
Exhibit 27. Do you remember getting this email from Brian Rice on August 23rd?
Can I review this for 1 second, sir?
Yeah, sure.
I don't remember it, but now that I see it, it rings a bell.
If you go to the next page, it actually starts with an email from Brian Rice to Rob Flaherty, or actually from Rob Flaherty to Brian
Oh.
Rice. Does that ring a bell?
I'm seeing it now. Sorry, Brian, Elvis. Okay, I see the note.
So yeah,
Vaguely familiar, yes.
so Flaherty said to Rice, now that the FDA has approved Pfizer, presumably the Pfizer vaccine, I'm making
Yes.
rounds to get a sense from the various platforms how or if you guys are planning to promote it in any way, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and he says we appreciate a push here, given the fact that this is an off-sided blocker for many folks, right?
Yes, that's what Brian has written to, or sorry, what Rob has written to Brian.
So Rob says he's asking Facebook and other social media platforms to kind of, promote the fact that the FDA has now approved the Pfizer vaccine, which had been a point of vaccine hesitancy for some people until then, correct?
Yes, that is appears to be a correct reading of the email.
And Brian responded to Rob talking about an update about what they're doing about it to to update any language as needed, for example, right?
Yes.
And that he says, we'll keep you updated on this as this progresses, right?
Yes, that's what Brian writes to Rob.
And then Brian, who's the Facebook guy, also states, we're also updating our misinformation policies to remove the specific claims that there are no FDA-approved vaccines and the Pfizer vaccine is not FDA approved. And we'll continue to look for claims that are no longer accurate given the approval today, correct?
That is what Brian has written to Rob, yes.
So his response to Rob includes a report back on additional content that Facebook plans to remove from its platforms if people post it, right?
I don't know that he says remove. Oh, you're right, he does. He says, we're updating our misinformation to remove the specific information, specific claims. Yeah, so it looks like they are defining claims that Pfizer's not FDA approved. They're defining that as health misinformation, which according to their policies, it would remove. It sounds like they're adding that as a definition of misinformation.
And in that,
I don't know that they're updating the overall policy. I think they're adding that to their definition of misinformation.
right, so they're updating the policy to remove those specific claims if people post them on their platform, right?
Yeah, I that is what he says, yes.
Yeah, and he then forwarded that on to you too, right? He reported to you on those points.
Yes, he says, Eric, making sure to flag for you as well. Let me know if you have any questions.
Did you have any questions?
Not
Dr.
to my
Moore,
recollection.
do you remember any discussions of removing misinformation related to the FDA approval of the Pfizer vaccine?
No.
And this is sent to you 3 days after that report on the August 20th that Nick Clegg sent about expanding or adjusting their policies to remove more misinformation, right?
Yes, that the 23rd is 3 days after the 20th.
This is a breaking point.
Great.
I'm going to take a quick break. I saw you signaling 5. I'm happy taking a quick break now or going forward. Break.
I was saying to break in 5 minutes. I didn't know how much longer you were going to go, but yeah. Should we want to take an 8-minute break?
Yeah, off the record.
Time is 2:14 p.m. We are off the record. The time is 2:28 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are back on the record.
And Mr. Waldo, I'm showing you Exhibit 28. And this is a lengthy 232-page report that was done by the Virality Project. I think you testified earlier that you've never heard of the Virality Project. Is that right?
That's correct. I have not heard of them.
Okay. And so have you ever seen this report before? It's kind of got a distinctive cover.
I have not.
Then were you aware of any involvement in the Surgeon General's office with the Virality Project?
I'm not aware of any involvement with the Surgeon General's office and the Virality Project.
Okay. And then how about with the entities that make it up include the Stanford Internet Observatory, which we've already talked about. Are you aware, other than the announcement being hosted at Stanford, are you aware of any collaboration between the Surgeon General's office and the Stanford Internet Observatory?
I think I mentioned that we had a call with Renee at some point, I think after the announcement. I think that was just, again, a brainstorm about potential follow-up events to do.
Yeah. How about the University of Washington's Center for an Informed Public? Does that ring a bell?
I'm not familiar with them.
How about Kate Starbird, a professor at the University of Washington?
I don't think so, unless she was a panelist on this at that Stanford event, but I don't believe so.
How about Graphica, an organization called Graphica with a PH and a K?
I'm not familiar with Graphica, sir.
How about the Atlantic Council?
Is that the Atlantic Magazine, sir?
No, it's associated with NATO.
I'm not familiar with them.
In this report, at one point, it says the Office of the Surgeon General incorporated the Virality Project's research and perspectives into its own vaccine misinformation strategy. Would you have any knowledge of the basis for a statement like that?
I do not have any knowledge for the basis of that statement.
This report talks about how stakeholders, including government stakeholders, were allowed to submit tips to the Virality Project of online content that they thought was harmful misinformation about COVID-19 vaccines. Are you aware of anyone in the Office of Surgeon General submitting tips to the Virality Project about content that they wanted to be flagged for removal from social media platforms?
I'm not familiar.
Are you aware of any other federal official participating in that activity of submitting tips to the Virality Project about online COVID vaccine misinformation?
I'm not familiar with any government official participating with the Virality Project in any capacity.
Okay, there's a reference in here to health freedom organizations and content, misinformation content spread by health freedom organizations. Are you familiar with that concern at all, that health freedom organizations are spreading misinformation?
I am not familiar with that.
And I take it, same question for Virality Project tickets, that there are tickets they use to track online misinformation related to COVID vaccines. Are you aware of government officials being involved in Virality Project tickets?
I'm not familiar with any government officials being involved in Virality Project tickets.
There's a reference, there's about 49 references in this report to someone called Alex Berenson. Do you know who that is?
I do not know who Alex Berenson is.
You never heard of former New York Times reporter and well-known vaccine skeptic, Alex Berenson?
I do not know who Alex Berenson is, sir.
So that, have you ever remember any discussions of, I guess if you don't know who he is, do you remember his name coming up in discussions of misinformation?
I do not know who Alex Berenson is, and I do not recall his name coming up in any discussions about health misinformation.
There's a reference in this report to the Gateway Pundit, a website where it's described, the report describes the Gateway Pundit as a purveyor of health misinformation. Do you remember any references and any connection to the Gateway Pundit?
I do not, sir.
How about someone called Jim Hoft or Joe Hoft, H-O-F-T? Has that name ever come
Sorry,
up?
is that the name of a person or an organization?
Person, H-O-F-T, Jim Hoft and Joe Hoft brothers.
I have not heard of Jim or Joe Hoft.
How about Dr. Jay Bhattacharya? Is that name familiar to you?
I'm not familiar with Dr. Jay Bhattacharya.
How about Martin Kulldorff? K-U-L-L-D-O-R-F-F.
I'm not familiar with Martin Kulldorff.
You remember those names ever coming up?
Ever coming up? I've never heard that name before, sir.
Okay, how about Aaron Kheriaty, K-H-E-R-I-A-T-Y?
I do not know Mr. Kheriaty.
Have you ever heard his name before?
I have not heard his name before this moment.
How about America's Frontline Doctors, an organization? Do you remember that ever coming up?
I don't have any recollection of America's Frontline Doctors.
How about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.?
I have heard of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
What have you heard about him?
I know that he is a vaccine skeptic.
Has his name ever come up in connection with online misinformation about COVID vaccines?
Only in what I've read in my personal capacity.
How about in your official capacity? Is that a name that's ever crossed your desk?
No, it is not.
There's multiple references in this report to the involvement of the Surgeon General's office in the Virality Project. Who would know, and there's 5 references to Dr. Murthy, who in the Surgeon General's office would know whether or to what extent the Surgeon General's office is involved in the Virality Project?
So I'm not familiar with the Virality Project But I think given the area that this is focused on misinformation, I would assume the only people who could know would be Kyla Fullenwilder, Daniel Tartakovsky, Taisha Short, Rafael Campos, Max Lesko, and Dr. Murthy himself.
I think all those names have come up today already, except I don't remember you mentioning Taisha Short. Who's she?
I think I mentioned Taisha in passing. She reported to Daniel Tartakovsky. She is another policy expert in the policy team. So I'm not precisely sure about Taisha's role in the development of the advisory, but she reported to Daniel. And I believe that she was someone who did some research for the report itself.
So the report being the health advisory?
Yeah, sorry, the health mis and disinformation advisory.
So that's your kind of educated speculation as to who would be likely to know would be those names.
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, and I guess that makes sense because the report says that the health advisory adopted essentially the approach of the Virality Project. So the people most likely to know about the Surgeon General's involvement in the Virality Project would be the people who were involved in drafting the health advisory, right?
What you're describing makes sense to me, sir.
And that, so you mentioned the policy team, Dr. Murthy himself and Max Lesko, right?
I mentioned Daniel and Taisha on the policy team. As we described previously on the org chart, Kyla Fullenwilder technically reports to the design team, to Ann Kim, and then Max Lesko and Dr. Murthy. At some point when he was in the office, Adam Beckman would be someone who may know, because during this time, we did not have a policy director, and Adam was functionally the policy director during that, until sometime, I think in late August, early September, when we got a policy director. So Adam Beckman is the only other person I didn't mention in our first round of this question.
Okay. I'm going to put up Exhibit 30. Can you see it on the screen share?
Yes, I can. And I also have the document in front of me from government counsel.
And this is an email chain going to September 18th from Brian Rice. I think he's emailing you and some White House people, right? Courtney Rowe, is she in the White House?
Yes, Courtney was a member of the COVID-19 team.
What was her role exactly?
I'm not positive, but I think she was the communications lead. I knew Courtney previously in the Obama administration as a communications lead, so that's my very, very educated guess.
Did you interact with her on any misinformation related issues in the Biden administration?
After the report came out, at some point, we did have a call that Courtney was on between the Office of the Surgeon General and members of the COVID-19 team to discuss misinformation.
Yeah, what kind of misinformation concerns were discussed?
It was overall just a call to talk about whether or not we were going to do any other event, sort of public-facing events, or there was any other sort of press-related things we were going to do to talk about the issue.
And what was did the White House people want you to do more, or what was the nature of the discussion?
Objection. To the extent that the question is asking for privileged information, I would instruct the witness not to answer.
On the advice of counsel, I will not answer the question.
Let me ask you about this email on the shared screen. Where, do you remember Brian Rice writing to you? He says Eric and team. I assume that Eric is you, and the team is Courtney Rowe, DJ Patil, and Rob Flaherty. Is that fair to guess?
Yes, I think if you look at the chain, it starts with just a COVID insight report from the 21st, then another report on the 7th. So yes, I think it's fair to assume he's referring to me and the COVID-19 team.
And as to those COVID reports, those during all this time frame, Facebook is sending those to you guys every 2 weeks, basically, right?
That sounds correct, sir. I think it's been referred to in these documents as biweekly. That sounds accurate.
And that continues, I think, all the way until the following summer of 2022, right? Because you mentioned earlier that at one point, Facebook kind of said, we want to stop it. And the response was, no, please keep sending them because we have early childhood vaccine authorization in the summer of 2022, right?
Early childhood happened before then, I think. I know this because I also have a child. Yeah, maybe it was like late spring. But yes, they continued. We continue to receive them on a biweekly basis for a while, but I don't know that anyone was doing anything with them.
Are you still getting them? I mean, I know you've changed to a different role as senior advisor. Do you know if they're still being sent here in November?
I don't
2022?
think I'm getting them anymore, sir.
He says Eric and team this email, and he talks about, I'm sure you saw yesterday's story in the Wall Street Journal about the spread of COVID-19 misinformation and comments on Facebook, right?
Yes, that's the doc. Yeah, I'm sure you saw yesterday's story in the Wall Street Journal, sorry, WSJ, about the spread of COVID-19 misinformation and comments on Facebook. The story, largely based on cherry-picked leaked documents, doesn't accurately represent the problem or the solutions we have put in place to make comments on posts about COVID and vaccines safer. Yes.
Yeah, so in other words, Brian is referring to a recent media article about COVID-19 misinformation on Facebook, and he's trying to kind of refute the article to you guys, right?
Yes, that is what it appears. That's what he's trying to do. Yes.
And Rob Flaherty is the one who responds to this email, right?
Yes, Rob is the one who responds on Saturday, September 18th.
Which is the same day that Brian sent his, right? Also on Saturday.
Yes. And again, sir, just for the benefit of you to the way extent it's relevant, my child was born on September 17th. So I was not checking an email. There was an out of office reply from me starting on the 16th. So while I'm seeing these now, I definitely was not responding to these or looking at them.
I got you. Well, let me ask you this. Rob says, happy to talk about it, Brian. Would be interested to see, as we have long asked for, how big the problem is, what solutions you're implementing, and how effective they have been, right?
Yes, that is what Rob writes to Brian.
Right. And then Rob says, understood, Rob, we will circle back over the next few days to brief, right?
That is what, yes, Brian writes to Rob.
Yeah, and you may not have been that focused given your personal situation at the time, but do you know whether there was a briefing on this?
I do not.
Do you know whether Facebook talked to, Courtney, Rob Flaherty, DJ Patil about this in your absence?
I do not.
Exhibit 31. Do you remember this email from the Google/YouTube team in September 29th?
So I would have been on paternity leave during this time.
Okay, and in this email, they report back to you and Nancy S. Negron about,
Negron.
Yeah, who's she?
Nancy Negron was my deputy director of engagement.
And they report back about having a COVID-19 vaccine misinfo policy that allows them to remove a limited list of verified false claims about COVID vaccines, right?
Yes, that's what the email says.
And they also report back to you guys that they're introducing a new policy that prohibits content that includes harmful misinformation about the safety, efficacy, and ingredients for the vaccines, right?
Yes, that's what the email says.
Was this an unsolicited email, or were they responding to some kind of communication or request from you guys? Do you know?
I'm not positive, but it would appear to be an unsolicited email.
And I know there, you had said earlier that you reached out to Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube in the aftermath of the health advisory to see what steps they were taking. Is that a response to that request for information?
Could be, I'm not certain, to be honest with you, but based on both my departure and I think I had an out of office at this moment, which may have led them to add Nancy. Nancy was also just coming on, and I don't think her HHS email had been set up yet, but I'm not positive.
Mhm. Okay. Let's look at exhibit 32. Can you see this one on the screen here?
Yes, I see this note.
Do you remember Rob Flaherty copies you on this, the initial email to Brian Rice of Facebook? Do you remember being copied on this? I think you may have said you were out for 30 days. It looks like you're probably just back from paternity leave, your first stint of paternity leave. Do you remember this?
Yeah, I was probably just back. As I'm looking at it, hold on. I do recall that for vaccines for kids, Christina Shockey and others were leading the outreach.
Christina Shockey, is she in the Office of Surgeon General or elsewhere in HHS?
No, she was elsewhere in HHS.
Okay. And Rob here, I think, initiates this and asks for a meeting with Facebook, right?
Yes, I think to discuss outreach for kids' vaccines.
Yeah, 5 to 11 vaccine is the authorization for children ages 5 to 11, right?
That's correct. Vaccines for young people ages 5 to 11.
And he says, we'd like to talk about what we're seeing as the biggest headwinds we're going to face and discuss what you all are planning as we move to this next phase, right?
Yes, that's what Rob has written to Brian.
And Rob says, we remain concerned about mis and disinformation on feed and in groups and the wide reach of hesitancy inducing content across your platform, right?
Yes, that's what Rob has written to Brian.
And he says, with that said, we hope as ever that this will be a productive and forward-looking conversation, right?
Correct. That is what Brian has, or what Rob has written to Brian.
So Rob's asking for a meeting where one of the concerns he wants to talk about is mis and disinformation on feed and in groups on Facebook's platforms, right?
I'm not sure. He definitely says there that he's concerned about it. But in general, it seems like the subject is they want to talk about headwinds. They're concerned about misinformation, and they want to have a productive conversation about how to help on, I think, probably share what the admin's plans are for the 5 to 11 rollout.
And their concerns include mis and disinformation on feed and in groups, correct?
That is what Brian says in his email.
Rob, right? Not Brian.
Sorry. That's what Rob has written to Brian.
Yeah, and then another concern is the wide reach of hesitancy inducing content across your platform, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Did this meeting occur? Because Rob says, thanks, Rob, we welcome the opportunity, and added Felicia on our end to help coordinate, right?
Yeah.
Did this
I'm
meeting
guessing. I'm not certain. Probably, if they added schedulers, usually those meetings happen.
Were you included in the meeting? I mean, you're on the list of recipients. Were you included in that meeting? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
How about your colleague at HHS, Christina Shockey?
Christina was likely on that call.
But you don't know if you were, or was anyone else in the Office of Surgeon General on that call?
So Christina Shockey ran the public engagement campaign for vaccines at HHS. So we sort of took our marching orders on some of those like public facing pieces from Christina. So she would have led and then possibly looped in Alex Phillips, our communications director, based on what they wanted us to do to help roll out the vaccine.
Okay. Do you have any understanding of what was discussed in this meeting?
I don't recall. I don't recall if I was on the call or what would have been discussed.
So you may have been on the call, but you're not sure.
It's possible. I may have been on it. Around this time, we ended up doing for the rollout an event with Dr. Biden. So I remember that was sort of how we were engaging with the White House on the kids' vaccine rollout.
Let's look at Exhibit 33. Not long after that Wall Street Journal article, there was another Washington Post article criticizing Facebook for misinformation, right? Do you remember that?
I think, is that the Francis Haugen, the leaker op-ed or no?
I believe it had to do with Francis Haugen.
Okay.
Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
October 28th of 2021.
Yes, I do recall when the article came out about the leaker. Yes.
And Dr. Murthy retweeted the article on October 28th, saying he was deeply disappointed to read this story, right?
Yes, his tweet says, "I was deeply disappointed to read this."
And he refers back to the advisory on health misinformation and states, "I stated clearly that tech platforms have a responsibility to improve our health information ecosystem," right?
Yes, that is what Dr. Murthy tweets.
And he's got a several tweet thread on this, at the bottom of which he says, "We must demand Facebook and the rest of the social media ecosystem take responsibility for stopping health misinformation on their platforms. The time for excuses and half measures is long past. We need transparency and accountability now. The health of our country is at stake," correct?
That's correct. That's what Dr. Murthy has tweeted.
Were you involved in crafting these tweets for Dr. Murthy?
I was involved in reviewing them. I think there was a deliberation between the communications team and Dr. Murthy about what the content would be of this Twitter thread.
Were you involved in formulating the content?
I looked at different drafts and helped on different drafts, but ultimately this was what Dr. Murthy ended up drafting himself.
Okay, so he was the author of these principally.
I think, again, as you know, writing is a complicated process. I think there was a draft from probably, I don't recall, but my guess based on how the office tended to work was there would have been a draft from the communications team of a tweet thread. Then there was probably a version control where then I maybe made some edits and I had a version, and then Dr. Murthy ultimately came in and made the final and substantial edits to what he wanted there to be from his Twitter account.
Did you have an understanding?
And sorry,
Go
and
ahead.
I would say in addition, likely, I don't recall, someone from the policy team would have reviewed the content to ensure the integrity of our, our scientific accuracy.
Do you have an understanding of what message what was intended to be conveyed by this tweet thread?
I mean, I think the tweet thread speaks for itself to say that it's clearly Dr. Murthy expressing disappointment, and then in the thread talking about, I think really referencing things that are referenced in the advisory, but just doing this vis-a-vis his Twitter thread about how why it's important for us to have more transparency and accountability around health misinformation, especially vis-a-vis the social media organizations.
Yeah, and in the very last tweet, he sums it up by demanding that Facebook and other platforms do more or take responsibility for stopping health misinformation on their platforms, right?
Yes, he writes, "We must demand Facebook and the rest of the social media ecosystem take responsibility for stopping health misinformation on their platforms."
And he goes on to say the time for excuses and half measures is long past, right?
Yes, that's his next line in his tweet thread.
And so that was a carefully crafted message. It sounds like there were a lot of people who thought about exactly what to say in this tweet thread, including yourself as one of them, right?
Whether it's carefully crafted or not, it was lots of work went into it. I don't know if that means it was careful, but I appreciate what you're trying to say.
Let me pull up exhibit 35. That same day, October 28th, that the Surgeon General tweeted that Washington Post article, Rob Flaherty emailed Brian Rice a link to the same article with a subject line, "Not even sure what to say at this point," correct?
Yes, that's Rob's email to Brian.
Yeah, so that's all he says in the email. He links to the article and says in the subject line, "Not even sure what to say at this point," right?
Yes, that's what his email says in the subject line to Brian.
What, let me ask you this, was there any coordination between you and Rob, your office and Rob Flaherty about, you have the tweets and they have the email to Facebook? Was that just a coincidence that you both raised it in different venues, or was there a kind of a coordination there?
There was no coordination.
So it's a coincidence that Rob happened to send the same article to Brian Rice that you guys had written the tweet thread with Dr. Murthy on, right?
Well, I think this was one of the most popular articles in all news that week, so I'm not surprised that people who care a lot about this issue were certainly hitting up Facebook about it.
You say you both hit up Facebook in different ways, right? You with the tweet thread and Rob with the email.
We commented upon it using our public platform to comment upon the substance of the article, and Rob emailed Brian.
And then Brian said a kind of response where he tries to justify what their practices are, and he disagrees with the analysis in the article, right?
Yes, that's what Brian writes to Rob.
And then Brian forwards that email chain to you, right? And a few days later saying, "We heard from Rob Thursday as well regarding Thursday's Washington Post story," right?
Yes, Brian forwards me the interaction between the two of them.
Yeah, and then he says, "I saw the Surgeon General's reaction on Twitter." Presumably that's a reference to the Twitter thread we just looked at, right, from October 28th.
Yes.
And it says, "We want to make sure you have the context necessary as we feel strongly that the claims in the story are not accurate," right?
Yes, that's what Brian has written to me.
Yeah, and then he asked you for a meeting, basically. He says, "Please let me know if you'd have time for a longer conversation next week," right?
Yes, he requests a meeting by asking me for time.
Did you, in fact, meet with him? Do you recall?
I don't think I did.
Did you respond to his request for a meeting in any way?
I probably wrote something, but maybe not. I'm not sure. I tried to be responsive, but I'm not sure if I wrote back. If you have that email, I'd be happy to look at it.
I'm trying to remember myself.
If you can refresh your recollection and mine at the same time, we'll call it a win.
Let's look at Exhibit 36. In the second page of this document, independent of the email with Rob Flaherty, on the day of the Francis Haugen article, October 28th, Nick Clegg emailed Dr. Murthy directly, right?
Yes, that first email is from Nick to Dr. Murthy on October 28th. Yes.
He talks about the launching of the metaverse and so forth. At the end, he talks about the intense debate that's been prompted by the documents that have been disclosed by a former employee, right?
That last paragraph, yes.
Yeah, so that's a reference to the Washington Post, presumably, right?
Yes, yes.
And then you're the one who responds to this email, scrolling up to the first page on the next day, October 29th. You sent an email to Nick Clegg and Brian Rice. You kind of omitting Dr. Murthy from the email chain, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you mentioned that you thank him for the note to Dr. Murthy. And you say, "I did want to say that we have seen the recent public reports around Facebook and misinformation," right?
Yes.
And you say, "We're certainly concerned about what we are seeing. given our emphasis on health misinformation in our advisory and the ongoing conversations our teams have been having, right?
Correct.
Yeah, what are there any conversations your teams have been having at this stage that we haven't covered by talking about these emails and so forth in your testimony?
No,
So there's no.
I think I'm
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, sir. You can repeat your question.
Yeah, were there any other conversations in this period from July to October of 2021 between your teams about misinformation?
Not to my knowledge.
You go on to say, as has been the case, you'll continue to see us raising the issue of health misinformation in public and private as a critical public health issue, right?
Yes, that's what I write.
Yeah, what are the private conversations where you're going to continue raising the issue of health misinformation?
I assume in the context of that email, I think I'm trying to say we're going to talk. This is an issue that we've raised as a priority. That's why we issued an advisory. And when people come and talk to us, whether it's at a panel or on Meet the Press, or it's a meeting with a stakeholder that's in private, they'll say, what are your issues of importance? And you'll say, Eric Waldo or Dr. Murthy or whomever would stand up and say, the issues we're talking about are health misinformation, youth mental health, workplace mental health, clinician burnout, et cetera. So that's one of the issues that we were going to keep talking about.
How about that issue of that use of the word private? What are the private conversations where you raise it?
Again, I think as I just mentioned, sir, as you know, in the government, you're not always just doing a panel that's open press. You're meeting with stakeholders, in closed door meetings, and they ask you what your priority areas are or what areas they might want to partner with you. And so my philosophy as a chief, as a public engagement official is to explain to anyone who's working with us or meeting with us overall what our office is focused on. And certainly at this time in non-public meetings, I was telling people of any kind, whether it was someone at the PTA or someone else, to say, when someone says, what is the Surgeon General interested in? What is he working on? I'd say, you saw that we're working on COVID-19. You saw us issue an advisory on health mis and disinformation. You saw, coming soon, youth mental health, workplace mental health, clinician burnout, social isolation and loneliness. So I would say that talking about health mis and disinformation was in our talking points of when we talk to stakeholders in public and private.
You say talking points. I think you referred to them this morning too. Did you actually have literal talking points when you would go into these meetings, for specifically the meetings with social media platforms? We've talked about those meetings today. Would you actually have a document that was your talking points?
No.
Okay, so you're referring to them kind of virtually or analogously.
Yeah, I think when you're trying to describe any office you work in or that I've worked in, you want to be able to have the elevator pitch of what you're working on and ways you want to collaborate and what your priorities are.
In this email that's on the screen, Exhibit 36, you said that point about that we just discussed, and Brian responds by asking for a meeting, and I think you responded, let me get back to you next week once we're done crashing on our rollout of vaccines 5/11, right?
Yes.
So you kind of put him off. Did you ever give him that meeting? Do you recall?
I don't think I did.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. If you can show me that meeting, I'm happy to talk about it or not remember it. But I don't think I was not looking to spend more time with Brian or folks at Facebook.
Was it a tense relationship by this stage?
No, actually, I think as we've discussed, I think the Surgeon General's office, I think we felt like we'd raised the issue, and that, as I mentioned before in the conversation, we had other priorities that we needed to move on to. And with us, small but mighty team and limited bandwidth, we had done our part in the relay race of policy work, and we're now trying to continue to move on to other priority areas.
Can you look at Exhibit 37, which is up on the screen?
Sure.
And taking this, scrolling down to the bottom, so we're taking these emails in kind of chronological order. There's an email from Brian Rice to Rob Flaherty, you, Courtney Rowe, and Becca Siegel. Do you see that?
I do.
So that's dated Friday, October 29th, right?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the email above that. Yes, the Friday, October 29th email. Yes.
Yeah.
COVID insights and plan for approval of kids' vaccines. Yes.
And then he says, thanks again in the beginning of this, he says, thanks again for taking the time to meet with us on Monday, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember that meeting? It sounds like you and Rob Flaherty and Courtney Rowe and Becca Siegel were involved in it.
So I think that's what you were asking me before when Rob asked for time to talk about the kids vaccine rollout. And I said I wasn't sure if I attended. So it looks like I probably did if he's addressed or he's just still CCing me and thanking Rob and Courtney or folks who attended the meeting.
So you're still not sure whether you attend. I take it this would have been, if this is the 29th, that meeting would have happened on Monday, the 25th, right?
That sounds right.
And you still, based on this, you're still not sure whether you're at that meeting, right?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay.
Again, we had a launch that we were doing with Dr. Biden for kids vaccine, and that was taking a lot of my time.
In this email, one of the first things they say is, as discussed, so discussed in the meeting, as soon as the EUA is issued, I take it that's the emergency use authorization for vaccines for children 5 to 11, we will also be able to apply claims from our current misinfo policies for COVID-19 vaccines to include claims about child vaccinations, right?
Yes, that's what he's written in this email.
So do you remember him being, he said that he indicates that was discussed in the meeting on October 25th. Does that ring a bell?
Okay.
Do you remember them discussing that they were going to expand their misinformation policies to include claims about child vaccination?
As I mentioned, I'm not sure if I attended this meeting, but I don't recall.
Yeah, so none of this rings a bell about several, they say several claims we'll be able to remove as soon as the CDC debunks them, such as COVID vaccines giving children's Bell's palsy and blood clots and so forth. Does that ring a bell at all?
It does not.
Do you remember the CDC being mentioned in any conversations with Facebook about misinformation?
I do not.
And this email is actually sent to you guys the day after, the day after the Frances Haugen article and Surgeon General Murthy's tweet, right?
That sounds correct.
Yeah, October 28th was the date of those, and October 29th is the date of this email.
Okay.
Yeah, so immediately after, the day after that tweet, Facebook emails the group of you and reports back how they're going to apply their current misinfo policies to vet claims about child vaccination, right?
That is the day after, correct.
Yeah, and then they follow up again, if you scroll back up on the next Thursday, November 4th, where Brian Rice says to you, we wanted to follow up and share what steps we've taken over the last several days as the FDA and CDC approved, right?
Yes.
And it says last Friday, we updated our misinformation policies for COVID-19 vaccines to make clear that they apply to claims about children, including Bell's palsy and blood clots and multiple sclerosis, right?
Yes, that's what the email says.
So this would be, I guess, less than a week after the tweets about the Frances Haugen article, correct? Where they're giving you a second update about applying their misinformation policies to content about child vaccination, right?
That's correct.
Let's briefly look at exhibit. Just a second. David, what's our on the record time? You're muted.
1 second, please. We are at 5:42.
Okay, let's look at exhibit 38. after that Washington Post article on October 28th, the Surgeon General gave a series of public statements and podcasts where he talked about health information or speeches where he talked about health information, correct?
Council, the exhibit is not on the screen. I don't know if you intended to pull it up just yet, but it's not on the screen.
Following that October 28th Washington Post article, did the Surgeon General do a series of public statements and podcasts and so forth about health misinformation?
I'm not sure.
Okay, do you remember a discussion after the October 28th article of having the Surgeon General's office take a more proactive role in using the bully pulpit, so to speak, to emphasize the issue of health misinformation?
After the October 28th meeting,
October 28th Washington Post article.
I do not recall that.
Okay. For example, here's a podcast that the Surgeon General gave on December 21st, 2021. Does that ring a bell? Did you know he was doing that podcast?
The podcast was part of the communications team. So Alex Phillips was the one. Goes within the press team. So my team wasn't responsible for preparation or creation of the podcast outreach. So I probably knew about it right before it happened, but I wasn't tracking it.
And were you involved in kind of formulating his remarks for the podcast or anything like that?
I was not.
Okay, well, just real briefly that if you scroll down, there's a little bit of it that's transcribed by a court reporter here. Where he says, I think number one, we have to track down where this misinformation is coming from and understand how to hold the platforms accountable. New technology platforms that are driving so much of the misinformation spread, right?
Yes, I can see that.
And that's another emphasis on the points that are raised in the health advisory, right? About holding them accountable for the spread of misinformation on their platforms.
Yes, this is consistent with his previous statements as well as the content within the advisory itself.
And he says the platforms are subjecting people in the United States and around the world to extraordinary harm. And they're doing so with little accountability and very little transparency, right?
Yes, that is what he says on this transcript.
And he says that can't be allowed to continue because it's putting everyone's health at risk, right?
Yes, that's what Dr. Murthy says.
And he also says, I do think that part of what they have to do, the platforms, is take aggressive action against people who are intentionally spreading misinformation, right?
Yes, that's what he says in this podcast.
Okay, and does that reflect reflect or reemphasize the message in the health advisory?
I think this is consistent with the messaging we've reviewed all day today of the advisory, the rollout, and public statements, yes.
We're in this time frame now, we're to December of 2021, were there more communications with the social media platforms directly and private, that relate to them taking more aggressive action against people spreading misinformation?
In December of 2021?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge.
Do you remember any, let me ask this, in the period between October of 2021 and December of 2021 or January of 2022, were there, do you recall any communications with any of those social media platforms?
I do not. And sir, I think I just want, again, I mentioned at the top, but I'll remind you, since it sounds like we're starting to get into 2022, I was on paternity leave sort of January through early March of 2022.
So you may not be aware whether or not people in the Surgeon General's office had communications with social media platforms in that time frame.
It's possible that it could have occurred while I was on leave, but I would assume I would have been informed about those meetings when I returned.
Were you informed about any meetings like that?
I mean, in general, I was checking in with my team about major issues. And I think given the scrutiny that we had seen from this issue, I think the team would have told me if there had been a lot of meetings with Facebook or other social media companies.
Are you aware of any meetings between anyone in the Surgeon General's office and any social media platforms anytime from October of 2021 through March of 2022.
Not to my knowledge.
And I take it during a lot of that time from January to March, you were out on the kind of second part of your paternity leave, right?
That's correct.
Let me call up Exhibit 39 real quickly. Can you see this? Surgeon General Murthy on COVID and mental health in Alyssa Milano's podcast, Sorry, Not Sorry.
I do see that this is a podcast, yes.
And I take it this podcast occurred on January 3rd, 2022. Does that ring a bell?
So again, I would have been out on leave, but I remember that we were trying to schedule this podcast.
Okay, but you
I think it was rescheduled multiple times.
okay. And why was it rescheduled?
Scheduling,
Just people had conflicts, or the Surgeon General had conflicts.
correct.
And again, were you involved in sort of inputting into the kind of message that would be conveyed in this podcast?
No, that would have been designed by the communications team.
Who's that, by the way? Does that include Alexandria Phillips?
Yes, so Alexandria Phillips is the communications director and was the communications director at the time.
Who else is on that team?
The team has grown. She has a press secretary, a chief of staff, a digital director, a speechwriter, sort of a correspondence story bank person as well. Those are some of the staffers that I'm aware of.
Okay. Let me actually turn to direct your attention to the transcript of Dr. Murthy's comments here in January of 2022. He's talking to the host of the podcast, and he says, among other things, sorry, I was in the wrong spot. Unless those platforms step up and make their spaces safer and reduce the amount of misinformation on their site, it's going to be pretty tough to get a full handle on the spread of misinformation, right?
Objection. I'd like to call attention to the portion of this transcript that says that it is not necessarily an accurate transcription.
Sure. So do you see there where the transcript reports, he said, unless those platforms step up and make their spaces safer and reduce the amount of misinformation on their site, it's going to be pretty tough to get a full handle on the spread of misinformation. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Yeah. And is that, do you have any reason to doubt that that's what Dr. Murthy said in this podcast?
That I have not listened to the podcast. I've not read the transcript before this moment, but those talking points or that statement seems aligned with the other, with the advisory and the other public statements we've seen thus far.
And so that'd be consistent with all the messaging we've talked about today in this deposition from Dr. Murthy in your office.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the podcast cuts to a quote of President Biden. You see that saying the unvaccinated are responsible for their own choices, but those choices had been shulled by dangerous misinformation on cable TV and social media, correct?
Do you think that means shilled? I don't know what shilled means.
Yeah, I'm just, let me ask you this. Do you recall any discussion of using this quote from President Biden in the podcast along with Dr. Murthy's comments?
No, I do not.
And President Biden goes on to say, you know, these companies and Inaudible are making money by peddling lies and allowing misinformation that can kill their own customers and their own supporters. It's wrong, right?
Objection. Mischaracterization of the record.
Do you see where it says that?
I see that is the quote from President Biden that says, you know, these companies and blank are making money by, it says peddling lies and allowing misinformation that can kill their own customers and their own supporters. It's wrong.
Do you remember President Biden saying that?
Not really.
He goes on to say in the quote, not just it's wrong, but it's immoral. I call on the purveyors of these lies and misinformation to stop it now, correct?
That is a correct reading of this transcript.
Do you know if it was the Surgeon General's office's idea to use that statement from President Biden in this podcast in parallel with Surgeon General Murphy's?
I'm sorry. Hold on. There's something going on with the microphone. So if it was the Surgeon General's office's idea to use that statement from President Biden.
In connection with Surgeon General Murphy's comments about calling on the technology companies to step up and make their spaces safer and reduce the amount of misinformation on their sites.
Sir, I know you just repeated the quote, but can you repeat the question?
Was it the Surgeon General's office's idea to use President Biden's strongly worded quote in connection with Dr. Murthy's comments in this podcast?
I don't know. But my strong speculation would be that we did not. The podcasts that we went on were edited and run by whomever to the desires of those podcast folks.
In the next page, the transcript reports that Dr. Murthy said, we're also asking them to go after people who are super spreaders of misinformation on these sites that they're causing harm, correct?
That is what the transcript says, correct.
And so that's consistent with Surgeon General Murphy's prior public and private statements asking the social media companies to take action against super spreaders of misinformation, right?
I consider that consistent, yes.
In a sense, it kind of reinforces the prior messaging going back to at least July 15th, right?
I think it's consistent with I think it's entirely consistent and with the messages that Dr. Murthy was sharing about health mis and disinformation.
Let's look at Exhibit 41. Amanda, this should be in the third email I sent you at the beginning of the break. Here's a February 14th, 2022 panel discussion involving Dr. Murthy. I take it this would have happened when you were out on paternity leave as well, correct?
Yes, I was on paternity leave at the time of this panel.
Okay, did you know that Surgeon General was involved in this panel hosted by the Rockefeller Foundation?
I don't recall. I wasn't aware of this panel.
Okay, well, let me just go quickly then. I'm going to flip ahead to page 10 of the transcript. He talks about the speed, scale, and sophistication with which misinformation is spreading, right?
Yes.
And he talks about how it's been enabled, in fact, by technology platforms, right?
Correct.
And again, that's, I take it, consistent with a prior messaging that we discussed today. From the
Yes, I think this is, yes, this looks like a consistent message with what we've seen in previous public statements, interviews, as well as the advisory itself.
And is it also true that these kinds of messages were conveyed in the private meetings and conversations that we've talked about today?
I think I don't have any update for what I've described about the private meetings. If I didn't recall what had, then I don't recall. And if I said I recalled something, then that's the description. I don't have an update for those meetings.
Lower on the page, he says we need certainly technology companies to step up and do more to help reduce the spread of misinformation and to be transparent with the public about how much misinformation is being transacted on their sites and so forth, right?
Yes, you've read that accurately.
Yeah, and that I take it is very consistent with the message of the health advisory, right?
Yes, I think the message of asking an all of society approach, including technology companies, to do more at a moment of a pandemic and public health crisis is consistent with Dr. Murthy's messaging.
On the next page here, page 11 of the transcript, he goes on to say, and of course, there's a role for government here as well to set safety standards to push for transparency and accountability, particularly from platforms, right?
Yes, that is an accurate reading of what the transcript that's being shown on the screen.
What does he mean, to your understanding, about the role of the government in setting safety standards when it comes to misinformation?
He says, and of course, can I take a look at this for a second?
Sure.
Just want to make sure I'm reading it in the right context. Okay, I don't know what he means by safety standards, but he, in the next sentence, talks about that this office can call attention to these challenges, which is what my office is doing. So again, I think as we've described previously, I think the role of the Surgeon General is to help call attention to issues of national public health import.
But of course, he says, and also to call attention to these challenges. So calling attention is in addition to setting safety standards. Has there been any discussions in the Surgeon General's office about the government setting safety standards when it comes to misinformation issues?
Not to my knowledge.
So do you know what Dr. Murthy's talking about here?
I do not.
Two pages later, he says, I would submit this is what we need the platforms to do is we can't, I think, tolerate an environment anymore where platforms are saying, no, we're trying our best, even though it's not good enough. That's not good enough for society, correct?
That is an accurate reading of that transcript as presented on the screen.
And that's consistent with the messaging of the health advisory, and it re-emphasizes that message, correct?
I think again, it's consistent with the theme of we're asking people to do more at this time of a public health crisis where people are dying every day during a historic pandemic.
He goes on to say, we're seeing the harms that are being visited upon us in terms of not just COVID information and, illness and death, but in a whole range of other circumstances other than COVID information. What other circumstances is he talking about?
I don't know.
Council, I think we're at the 6-hour mark. I think we've been going for an hour if my counting is accurate. I'm wondering if now would be a good time to take a break.
Yeah, it sure is. And it'll give me a chance to cull through. We're at a breaking point. It'll give me a chance to whip through the last few exhibits and see what I can pull out and see how quickly we can wrap up.
Great.
Time is 3:29 p.m. We are off the record. The time is 3:41 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are back on the record.
Mr. Waldo, you're aware that on March 3rd, the Surgeon General's office issued a request for information about social media misinformation. You recall that?
Yes.
Yeah, and here on the screen share, I'm showing you Exhibit 42 that I previously emailed your council. This is the RFI earlier, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, called Impact of Health Misinformation on the Digital Information Environment in the United States through the COVID-19 pandemic request for information, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and were you involved in formulating this RFI at all?
I was involved in meetings where there was a discussion about whether or not to do this RFI or sort of the overall strategy around this data play with the team. Yes.
The overall strategy, what overall strategy was there regarding this RFI?
I'm sorry, I didn't say strategy about this RFI. Strategy whether or not there was going to be additional data requests to make and how to make them.
Oh, you mean additional data requests? What do you mean by that?
I mean, as I shouldn't say additional. I think there was a question of whether or not we were going to make questions, ask for, given the conversations with Facebook and others, was there something more constructive we could do around helping researchers have a better understanding of what's happening in this community? And so ultimately the RFI was determined as the path forward.
Okay, so were there other paths forward, other action items taken by the Surgeon General's office?
I'm sorry, Mr. Sauer. Somebody keeps moving something around, so you're getting cut out on me. So were there other paths forward?
Were there other paths forward about COVID-19 misinformation that the Surgeon General's office did, or was this the only one at this time?
Objection. To the extent the question calls for information covered by the deliberative process privilege, I will instruct the witness not to answer.
On the advice of counsel, I will not answer the question.
I'm not asking about deliberations. I'm asking if there were actions taken. Did the Surgeon General's office do anything other than this RFI to address issues of COVID misinformation in this time frame?
Not to my knowledge.
Scrolling down, were you involved in formulating, kind of what kind of information to ask for here in the RFI?
No.
Who was involved in formulating kind of the specific types of information to ask for?
I think Kyla was the primary driver on the RFI from a content expert perspective.
That's Kyla Fullenwider.
That's correct.
Do you know if she had input from Renee DiResta or other academics in formulating the RFI?
I do not.
Do you know who she would have worked with in formulating it?
I do not.
Do you know if anyone besides Kyla had any input into what information to ask for?
I know that Kyla was running these ideas by Max Lesko from more of a process, getting Dr. Murthy's input perspective, less of a content expertise perspective, but I think she certainly ran this by Max.
And that was to get Dr. Murthy's input and approval on the approach taken?
I believe so, yes.
You know, if Dr. Murthy provided input on the content of the RFI, hey, ask for this information, that kind of thing?
I'm not certain.
Anyone else you know of besides Dr. Murthy, Max Lesko, and Kyla Fullenwider involved in the formulation of the RFI?
Not to my knowledge.
What is Kyla's role in the Surgeon General's office in this time frame? I remember she's in U.S. Digital Response. Is she an employee of the Surgeon General's office by now, or what's her formal role?
I'm not certain what was the mechanism for how she was employed out of HHS, but I know she was doing work on behalf of the Surgeon General.
The RFI here I think it's on the second page of the document, asks for information about technology platforms, correct?
What page are you on, sir?
Okay, second page of the document here, down in the bottom right column, number 2, information about technology platforms.
Yes, that's correct.
And it asks number 3, information about how widespread COVID-19 misinformation is on individual technology platforms, including general search engines, content sharing platforms, social media platforms, e-commerce platforms, crowdsourced platforms, and instant messaging systems, correct?
That's correct.
Were there discussions, general search engines, that's like Google, right?
I assume so.
And what's a content sharing platform? Is that like Reddit?
I'm not certain. I'm not sure what the technical definition is there, but
You know what?
because that seems different than social media.
Yeah, what kind of platforms are they referring to there? Do you know?
I do not.
It goes on to say social media platforms, then e-commerce platforms. What are those?
I presume places where e-commerce occurs. So
eBay, Amazon, places like that.
I think I definitely would think Amazon. Yeah.
What were there discussions that you're aware of about COVID misinformation being shared on e-commerce platforms?
I recall at some point in the rollout, Kyla, I think, sharing with me just from a factual perspective that on sites like Amazon, it was possible to also spread health mis and disinformation based on promotion of certain, I think the algorithm could promote, if you like this, buy this, and maybe promoting conspiracy theories.
So conspiracy theories about COVID or other conspiracy theories?
I think it was about COVID, but I don't truly recall.
Okay. What are crowdsourced platforms?
I'm not sure what the technical definition is of a crowdsourced platform.
Do you know what platforms are being referred to there in that phrase?
As I said just now, I don't know what crowdsourced platforms means in the context of this document.
So one of the things that's asked for here is aggregate data and analysis on the prevalence of COVID-19 misinformation on individual platforms, including exactly how many users saw or may have been exposed to instances of COVID-19 misinformation, right?
Yes, that's what the RFI says on that paragraph.
Is that the kind of data that you guys have been asking Facebook for in the meetings in 2021, where you talked about data transparency?
It appears to be a version of that, yes.
Scrolling down here at number 5, it says information about the sources of COVID-19 misinformation. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And it asks for information about the major sources of COVID-19 misinformation associated with exposure, correct?
That is what 5 sub-bullet A says, correct?
What does associated with exposure mean there?
It says, I'm not sure technically, it says information about COVID information about sources of COVID-19 misinformation, information about the major sources of COVID-19 misinformation associated with exposure. I don't, let's see, does it have the definition in there further down?
I don't recall it. I guess up here.
Sorry, I was trying to look. Yes.
Seeing content in news feeds and search
Exposure.
results.
Yeah, okay. So it seems to be saying that information associated with seeing the content in news feeds and search results or algorithmically nominated content.
Yeah, and it goes on under a little I there to say by source, we mean both specific public actors that are providing this information, as well as components of specific platforms that are driving exposure to misinformation, correct?
Yes, that's what the document says.
So the RFI is actually seeking information about specific speakers or posters on social media platforms that spread misinformation, right?
I'm not sure because earlier you highlighted that it talks about aggregate data. And I'm pretty sure the document also talks about anonymity.
So you think that specific public actors does not refer to specific people who spread, provide misinformation?
It may, but I'm pretty sure in this document, there's some sort of caveat about having to submit anonymized data.
Okay, that'd be
So that-
anonymous data of people who are reviewing it, right? The people exposed to the misinformation, right?
I'm sorry, say again, sir.
Doesn't the anonymized data refer to the users who are exposed to the misinformation, not the specific public actors who are providing misinformation?
I'm not sure. If you can bring up that portion of the document, I'm happy to take a look, but I'm pretty sure in general, when the federal government does requests for information like this, there are various stipulations that have to be made to ensure that there is anonymized data.
Let me ask you this. I believe there was a plan expressed by the Surgeon General's office to render any comments received in response to this information public, right? To publicly post them?
Are you asking, can you repeat the question? It sounded like a statement.
What did the Surgeon General's office announce that it would publicly post all the comments received in response to this RFI?
I don't know.
Was there, do you recall a policy of that?
I don't know. In my other life working in government, for like notice and comment rulemaking, which I'm sure you know from your law school days, there's requirements about making public comments, but I'm not sure if that refers to RFIs as well.
Let me ask this, do you know whether the comments received in response to this RFI have ever been published?
I'm not aware of whether they have or not.
And we submitted a FOIA request for them months ago and haven't received any yet. Are you aware of that?
I am not.
So you don't know whether the Surgeon General's office ever made these, the comments it received public?
Objection, asked and answered.
Fair to say.
As previously stated, I do not know.
Let's look at Exhibit 44. Amanda, I emailed this right as the break was ending and with a big group of exhibits.
Yes.
Here's an article from The Hill the same day as the RFI went out, entitled "Surgeon General Demands Data on COVID-19 Misinformation from Major Tech Firms." Do you see that?
I do.
Focusing on that word demands, I recall that kind of description of this being repeated in other media articles. Did you view does the Surgeon General's office view the RFA as demanding information?
Not to my knowledge. It's by definition, an RFI is a voluntary request for information.
Did the Surgeon General's office take any steps to, have the public messaging reflect the description of this RFI as a demand for information?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know if the communications team was involved in talking to the reporters, like this Brad Dress who reported on it?
I don't know.
Were you involved in any communications with reporters?
I was not. Again, I was actually still on paternity leave at this point, sir.
Oh, March 3rd, you weren't back yet?
Yeah, so our nanny canceled on us, so I had to be on leave for another week.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, let me switch to another exhibit. Did the Surgeon General's office take any steps to try and encourage social media platforms to respond to the RFI?
I believe that the chief of staff, Max Leskow, sent the RFI to contacts at various social media organizations.
And that would include Facebook, right?
Correct.
And here, for example, in Exhibit 45, there's an email from Max Leskow to Nick Clegg and Brian Rice and someone else at Facebook with a letter from the U.S. Surgeon General attached, correct?
Yes, that's an email from Max Leskow to Nick Clegg, Brian Rice, and Nathaniel Gleicher.
And it indicates that he's attached a letter from Surgeon General Murthy to Mark Zuckerberg, right?
That's correct.
And he also says, let me know if I can be helpful with respect to the request for information, which has been sent to the Federal Register to receive submissions in the coming days, right?
Yes, that's what Max has written to those individuals.
And so the Surgeon General's office emailed a link to the RFI to Facebook and also attached a letter directly from Surgeon General Murthy to Mark Zuckerberg, right?
That is what the email says, yes.
And then here's Exhibit 46. And this is this actually the letter from Surgeon General Murphy to Mark Zuckerberg dated March 3rd, 2022, that Max Lesko emailed?
It would appear so.
Yeah, let me put it on the screen share. The purpose of this letter is to encourage Facebook to participate in the RFI, right?
It says, I'm writing today to request that your company contribute to the RFI.
So he's encouraging Facebook to contribute to the RFI, right?
He's definitely asking him to do so, yes.
And he says, given that a large proportion of health misinformation is spread through technology platforms, my advisory includes a call for technology companies to join this broader effort to create a safer, healthier information environment, right?
Yes, that's an accurate reading of that portion of the letter.
And he requests responses from companies about the extent and spread of COVID-19 misinformation on their platforms, policies to address COVID-19 misinformation and their effectiveness, sources of COVID-19 misinformation, and so forth, right?
That's an accurate reading of that portion of the letter.
Were you involved in drafting the letter? I think you probably were still on paternity leave at this time, right?
Yeah, as I mentioned, this letter is dated March 3rd, and I was still on paternity leave, so I was not involved in the drafting of this letter.
Did Max Lesko send similar letters to other social media platforms?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to put 6 more exhibits in front of you, but would you agree that he sent a very similar, basically identically phrased letter to Google, LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, and Microsoft all on that same day, March 3rd, 2022?
I don't know that he did, but I don't have any reason to disbelieve that he did so. That I believe was the plan.
Let's just very briefly, I'm going to email those to your counsel and I'll pull them up real quick. And you said you're aware that that was the plan, right?
I think I became aware after I got back that had happened. I wasn't part of the planning process.
Here on the screen share, I'm showing you exhibit 47. Similar letter to Sundar Pichai of Google from Surgeon General Murthy about the RFI, dated March 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's the date of the letter.
Exhibit 48.
Sir, if you're sure, okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Here we go.
similar letter.
Thank you.
The CEO of LinkedIn about the RFI, encouraging them to participate, correct?
It's a letter asking, informing them and requesting that they participate in the RFI.
Yeah, in fact, these letters kind of all have exactly the same text, right? Is that your understanding?
You're moving the letters up and down very quickly, but I don't have any reason to believe that they're not virtually the same.
Exhibit 49. Similar letter to Twitter, right? And Parag Agrawal, who's then the CEO of Twitter.
Yes, it appears to be the same functional letter. I'm not having much of an opportunity to review it, but I don't have any reason to believe that it's not the same overall text requesting that they participate in the RFI.
Exhibit 50. Same letter to Microsoft. I mean, sorry, YouTube, I apologize. Same letter to YouTube, correct?
You're okay. Yes, sir. Again, I'm only looking at part of the letter that you're sharing, and I can't actually review all of it in the way that we're doing it right now. But it appears to be the same form of a letter asking for a request, requesting that, informing them about the RFI and requesting that they participate.
And then finally, Exhibit 51. Similar letter to Microsoft, correct?
It looks like it's to the Microsoft Corporation. Right now, I'm only being exposed to the first couple of lines, but it looks, the first overall, it seems to be the same letter requesting that they participate in the RFI.
Did all of those companies that got the letter, did they all participate? You know,
I don't know.
do you know if Facebook submitted anything?
I think so, but I'm not positive.
How about Google?
I don't know.
How about Twitter?
I don't know.
How about Microsoft?
I don't know.
Shortly after the RFI was issued, Surgeon General Murphy gave an interview to GQ magazine, right? Does that ring a bell?
It does not.
So you weren't aware, let me show Exhibit 52 on the screen share. Does this dazzling picture of Surgeon General Murphy jog your memory?
It does not.
So you don't recall him giving an interview to GQ magazine on March 11th of 2022?
I do not.
Well, let me just touch briefly on a couple things in the interview and see what you know about them. On page 6 of the interview, Surgeon General Murphy is asked about Spotify and Joe Rogan. Do you remember a kind of controversy in February of 2022 about whether Spotify should deplatform Joe Rogan for allegedly spreading COVID misinformation in his podcast?
I remember that Joe Rogan was having controversial people on his podcast. That's about the depth of my knowledge.
So you don't remember a specific controversy that related to Joe Rogan and COVID misinformation?
I think that he was having guests on who were talking about COVID misinformation. You asked also about deplatforming. I don't recall that.
And in the interview, Surgeon General Murphy says, if you're running a platform, whether it's Spotify or another social media platform, you've got to think about, how do I create a healthy information environment here, correct?
Can you please highlight the text, sir?
Yeah, I'm having trouble with the highlighting.
Okay, everything's highlighted. Hold on, if I have it in front of me, if you give me one moment, I can read that question and answer in short shrift.
Here, if you, it starts.
It's starting with the, yeah. Hold on one second.
Oh, there it goes again.
Okay.
So he talks about creating, if you're a platform, whether it's Spotify or another social media platform, you've got to think about, how do I create a healthy information environment here? How do I create rules and a culture that promotes accurate information, correct?
Yes, that's an accurate reading of the transcript.
And he's saying this 8 days after the RFI was issued. Is he talking about what the RFI is getting at, which is trying to get information about how social media platforms can create rules and a culture to promote accurate information, right?
I'm actually not sure, sir, that he did this interview 8 days afterwards. It was published 8 days afterwards. I don't know when this interview was actually recorded. Typically, for a magazine article, it's usually done actually could have been done weeks earlier. I don't know.
So you mentioned you didn't know he was doing this interview, so maybe that answers my question, but do you know whether the idea was to have this interview come out in connection with the RFI?
I don't know, but I'm doubtful that would have been the purpose of a GQ magazine interview.
Well, it would highlight the information, highlight the issue of COVID misinformation. That's also what's being sought in the RFI, correct?
I don't think, again, Alex Phillips would be the one to answer this question as our communications director, but I don't think GQ is where we were going to try to move the ball on misinformation, is my guess.
On the next page of the GQ interview, going to page 7 here, you see where my cursor is, where it says, but I do think a platform has the ability, the opportunity, and the responsibility to create rules and a culture that supports the dissemination of accurate information and that reduces the spread of misinformation, correct?
Yes.
And again, that's similar to what he said in the previous page about creating rules and a culture for the social media platforms, right?
Yes.
And he goes on to say that he believes this is, quote, different from censorship. And he talks about how in America we believe in free speech. And he goes on to say right here, but we also live in a society. That means we need common rules for the common good. We have speed limits on the road because we know that sometimes if you drive too fast, that can have an impact on somebody else's health and well-being, right?
Yes, that's what Dr. Murthy said to the answer in this question.
And that reference to speed limit seems to echo his statement from the February podcast where he talked about the government creating standards for misinformation on social media platforms, right?
Sorry, ask your question again, sir.
Well, let me ask you this. It seems to me that he's making a similar point here as he made in the February 14th podcast that we looked at earlier, where he talked about the government having a role to set standards for for misinformation on social media platforms. Here he's talking about speed limits on the road, which are a standard that the government sets to try and set guardrails around what people do on the road, right?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If you know.
I don't know, sir.
Do you know whether his reference to speed limits is intended to, refer to the possibility of, the government setting some guardrails around misinformation?
Same objection.
I don't know, and it just seems like he's trying to use an analogy or a metaphor to communicate the point that, and I read the we is him referring to society, and we need rules for the common good. So in the way that the RFI is and the advisory are asking what folks can do more of, I think it's trying to say, how can we create a better public square?
In other words, a better public square is one that has more rules that prevent the spread of misinformation, right?
Objection, mischaracterized testimony.
I think what he's saying is that we need better public health outcomes. And in this case, we want to make sure that that we're not spreading it in a way, spreading health misinformation in a way that's causing outsized harm at a time of a pandemic when people are dying every day and preventable deaths because of misinformation.
Right. In other words, the rules to stop those preventable deaths due to misinformation include what he calls common rules for the common good, right? Right there where my cursor is.
He says that means we need common rules for the common good. That is what he said, yes.
Yeah, and then he analogizes those common rules for the common good to speed limits on the road, because we know that sometimes if you drive too fast, that can have an impact on someone else's health and well-being, right?
Yes, he uses that analogy.
And he says, if we're going to live together in a society, we've got to take steps and observe certain rules to help protect other people. And that's true here as well, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 53. Actually, before we talk about this exhibit, you may have already answered this, but do you know whether any of the social media platforms responded to the RFI?
I think you already asked this question, sir, but I said I didn't know who had responded. You asked each individual organization, and I said I thought Facebook might have responded, and I didn't know about any of the others.
Gotcha. Have you ever seen any of the responses?
Not to my knowledge.
How about responses from anyone else? Obviously, the RFI was open to the public. Did anyone else respond?
I'm not aware. I assume there were other responses.
Who in the Surgeon General's office kind of receives those responses and processes them?
I think, again, Kyla Fullen-Wilder was the one running point on this.
Would there be anyone else besides her?
I think to the extent that Max was helping shepherd the process, he may have been aware or possibly seen it, but Kyle was the subject matter expert who was guiding this RFI process.
Would she be the only one who reviews the responses?
I don't know.
You don't know if she had other team members reviewing responses?
That's correct. I don't know.
And do you know what volume roughly of responses were received? Sometimes you get, 100,000 comments, sometimes you get 5. Do you know roughly what volume was received?
I don't recall.
Did you ever know that, or do you just, you don't remember, or?
It's possible someone shared it with me anecdotally, but I don't recall.
Looking at Exhibit 53, is that up on the screen share for you? You were copied on an email from Brian Rice of Facebook, directed to Rob Flaherty and other White House officials, including Tim Manning, Dory Salcido, and Subhan Chima, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, and this is sent on June 22nd of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
And he also copies Rebecca Siegel of HHS, right?
That's correct. Rebecca Siegel from HHS is CC'd.
Yeah, who's she again? She was on one of the earlier emails, and I can't remember what you said, who she is.
Rebecca Siegel was a member of the public education campaign team, I think working with Christina Shockey.
Okay, so she's in HHS outside the Solicitor General's office.
Outside the Surgeon General's office, yes, sir.
Sorry, yeah. And where are she and Ms. Shockey actually located? Are they in the executive office of the Secretary of HHS?
Ms. Shockey, I think, left HHS at the end of 2021, is my recollection. I don't know what their reporting structure was. I think Ms. Shockey reported to the Secretary, is my recollection.
Here in this email, Brian Rice says, Rob and team wanted to ensure you were aware of our policy updates following the early childhood vaccine approval, correct?
Yes, that is an accurate reading of that first sentence.
And I think we testified earlier that you couldn't remember exactly when the early childhood vaccine approvals came out. Here does this June 22nd email refresh your recollection?
Yes, it appears that was that it happened in the summer of 2022.
Yeah, around sometime in late June of 2022, fair to say.
Yeah, I think I was confusing the 5 to 11 versus the sort of the infants.
Yeah, this is under 5 for children under 5, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and Brian emails you all and says, as of today, June 22nd, all COVID-19 vaccine related misinformation and harm policies on Facebook and Instagram apply to people 6 months older, with the exception of the claim that the COVID vaccines have full FDA approval, since children have only emergency use authorization, correct?
That's an accurate reading of that sentence.
So he's reporting back to you and the White House yet again on how they've updated or changed their policies to remove misinformation from their platforms. Is that right?
I again read this as him saying now of just sort of an update on how they're changing the definition of what's misinformation.
So in other words, they're updating it to include claims about vaccines for children under 5, right?
Correct.
So that's a kind of expansion of the policy against COVID misinformation to include a category of new claims. Correct?
I think that's a fair reading.
And he goes on to say, we expanded these policies in coordination with the CDC and ensured that we also included false claims that might be connected to children, such as the false claim that COVID vaccines cause misseed. Do you see that?
I do see that, sir.
Yeah. And so he reports how there's been an expansion of their policies to address false claims related to childhood vaccines, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any prior, was this email sent to you guys out of the blue? Was there any prior communication with Facebook about the under 5 vaccines that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of any communications with them about under 5.
So you think he just sent this update unsolicited, or do you not know?
I don't know.
So you don't know whether the White House people on this, Rob Flaherty, Tim Manning, Dory Salcido, and Subhin China might have asked for what their position was going to be on these.
I don't know.
Did anyone in the Surgeon General's office ask for this information, to your recollection?
Not to my knowledge.
Exhibit 54. Do you remember this email chain from June and July of 2022?
Looks like the email chain starts in February. If you go back to the beginning, if I'm looking at the right exhibit, sir.
Mhm.
So it starts as a COVID insights report bi-weekly in February of 2022.
And then March of 2022.
Then they re-up it for March.
Then April of 2022.
Yeah,
Then May.
then May, then June, and that's where he says we'll plan to discontinue.
Right.
And then Rob says, yeah,
Right.
sounds like Rob, I think I maybe referred to this before, sir, when you were asking when and if we ever stopped getting these. So this is where Rob says that he would be fine discontinuing, but he wanted to keep them as we continue to work on under 5.
Gotcha. Yeah. And I take it that I do recall you saying that. And that exchange, I think, begins on June 13th of 2022 here on the first page, right?
That's correct. Yes.
And Brian says, attaching the recent reports for your review, we will plan to discontinue these unless we hear from you that this information continues to be valuable, right?
That is what Brian writes to Rob. Yes. And others.
So Facebook's saying to Rob, and others include you, right? Because you're copied on this.
Yes, I'm CC'd on that email.
Were you ever asking for these reports to continue?
I was not.
How about anyone in the Surgeon General's office or HHS? Did they ask for the reports to continue?
Nobody to my knowledge.
But Rob Flaherty did, right, in June 13th.
Yes, as discussed, they ask if they can discontinue it, and Rob says that he normally would say we are good to go to discontinue, but it would be helpful to continue to get these as we start to ramp up for under 5 vaccines.
And we know from the prior exhibit, this is June 13th, we know from the prior exhibit that the under 5 vaccines got authorized shortly thereafter, right, in later June of 2022.
That sounds correct.
And Flaherty says, obviously that, meaning under 5 vaccines, has a potential to be just as charged, right?
That is what Rob has written.
So he means that presumably that's a controversial topic, the vaccination of children under 5, and might result in people posting things on Facebook that Rob uses misinformation, right?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I'm not sure what Rob means, but what you're saying doesn't sound crazy.
In other words, that's a fair inference from what he's saying, correct?
I'm not, again, I don't know what Rob means, but I think, yes, it seems like a fair reading.
And then as a result of that email, it looks like Brian Rice kept sending the COVID reports, right? So
It would appear so.
Here we got an email on July 17th of 2022, right?
Yes.
And there are 2 more COVID insight reports attached to that, right?
Yes. Yes, correct.
And you were copied on those as well, right?
I'm copied on that. Yes.
Were you aware of any other communications between anyone in the federal government and Facebook in this time frame that related to information about under 5 COVID vaccines?
I was not familiar with that, sir.
David, how much time have we been on the record?
We are at 5:40
I think 6:40.
or 6:40. My
sir.
apologies.
Yeah.
My apologies. 6:40.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break now and see if we can wrap up?
The time is 4:22 p.m. We are off the record. The time is 4:27 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are back on the record.
Mr. Waldo, on Kyla Fullenwider, whose name has come up multiple times in this deposition, do you know, was she affiliated with the Surgeon General's office all throughout this time period from early 2021 through the RFI in 2022?
I only came into the office in June of 2021, so I know that she was affiliated with the office from the time I started until I still think currently today.
And do you know if she's still affiliated with the office today, right?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Is she a full-time employee or a political appointee? Do you know?
I think as we've discussed previously, as I've answered, I don't know what the nature of her relationship, whether she's a contractor, an IPA, a Schedule A, et cetera.
Do you know if she, I mean, does she kind of physically work, have her principal place of work in the Surgeon General's office?
We're a hybrid office, so everyone can work from home and come in person. So I've seen Kyla mostly on Zooms, but she has a place in DC and Virginia. So I've also seen her at in-person meetings.
So she's got a physical office in the Surgeon General's office as well as.
I mean,
remotely.
she has space that she can use in the Surgeon General's office. The majority of the team does hybrid and works remotely.
Does she still have a US digital response email, or does she have a hhs.gov email?
I don't know.
Do you know if she's a political appointee?
I would be surprised if she's a political appointee. Most of the people in our office are Schedule A appointees.
Do you know what her background was, like what her job, her career was like before she worked for the Surgeon General's office?
I think she was at the Kennedy School doing something before she was in the Surgeon General's office. And I think she had done work in the Obama administration. I don't recall for what agency.
You don't know what the nature of the work was?
I think it was data-related work.
Is she a kind of data expert?
I think that's one of the areas of her expertise.
What other areas of expertise does she have?
I'm not deeply familiar with her bio.
No further questions.
You're to say no further. Nothing from the government.
Time is 4:30 p.m. We are off the record. This concludes our deposition of Eric Waldo.